Welcome back to the channel, folks, and to the GTA Trilogy Definitive Supercut, a compilation of my previous videos on GTA 3, Vice City, and San Andreas, with re-recorded audio, better sound mixing, and edited together for one big watching experience. Chapters are timestamped in the description, and the original versions of the video are linked down below. Be sure to leave a like and comment for the algorithm, and enjoy the video. Grand Theft Auto 3, possibly the most influential game of the 6th generation of consoles. You know, originally I planned to cover GTA 3 last year around this time, but when the Definitive Collection was announced, I thought it'd be smart to wait and play that instead. Thank God I didn't waste my money, cause good God was that collection garbage. I know most of the bugs have been patched out by now, and apparently it sold like 10 million copies, but I'm sorry, the new graphics just look god-awful. So I put it off and instead decided to focus on GTA 4 and its DLC, which was a fun experience, and it looks like you guys enjoyed it too. So I thought, hey, let's go back to the PS2 trilogy, starting with the game that brought this series to the mainstream, Grand Theft Auto 3. Thankfully, despite Rockstar delisting the original versions of this game to push the shitty definitive version, I had bought the original trilogy as PS2 classics years ago. I also still own the PS2 copies as well. I don't quite remember how I first heard about this game. I was only 11 when it first came out, and didn't have internet access just yet. I'm pretty sure I heard about it in school from a friend, telling me about all the crazy stuff you could do in it. Stealing cars, running people over, shooting cops and prostitutes. It sounded like the coolest shit ever. So a few months after its release, and when I finally got a PS2, I convinced my dad to take me to GameStop to buy it. Now, before you call my dad a bad parent, understand that his English wasn't the best at the time, so he didn't really understand how violent and mature the game was, even with the GameStop employee explaining it to him and trying to talk him out of buying it for me. Serious dick move, bro. Made more annoying because the used copy we ended up buying was scratched to all hell and wouldn't play, but when coming back to get it exchanged, a different employee did us a solid and just gave us a new copy instead. I'll never forget you, dude. You're the real MVP. But playing violent video games isn't really something Latino parents worry about when it comes to their kids. As long as I wasn't out joining a real gang or doing drugs, my parents were cool with letting me play whatever I wanted, as long as I stayed at home. Also, some of my older cousins and uncles played the game themselves, so they probably figured it wasn't too bad. Needless to say, like any kid playing a game he shouldn't be at a young age, I loved every moment of Grand Theft Auto 3. It's a big open world that looks like New York City, driving around, stealing cars, getting into fights and shootouts with enemies and the cops. A game where you could be a criminal, be rewarded for it, and just have fun. I never played anything like it. At that age, I was still mostly playing safe for kids stuff like Pokemon and Mega Man, and hadn't discovered my love of RPGs yet. So really, it just made me feel more mature to play something so violent. Now, I've played the PS2 trilogy on and off for years now, but GTA 3 is the one where my memories of it are the foggiest. So while I remember having a lot of fun with it, I don't remember a lot about the story and characters. Does it still hold up over 20 years later? Let's find out. Grand Theft Auto 3 starts with a heist. Our playable character Claude, his girlfriend Catalina, and their getaway driver Miguel having just robbed a bank. Unfortunately, Claude is immediately betrayed by Catalina, who shoots him and leaves him as the fall guy, while she gets away with Miguel. Sometime later, after being convicted, Claude is in a police truck. Before he has to worry about dropping the soap in prison, the convoy is ambushed. A group of men kidnapping some random old guy that was in the truck with Claude. During the confusion, he and another prisoner, 8-Ball, take the opportunity to escape, stealing a car and driving off as a bomb damages the bridge behind them.
I know a place on the edge of the red light district where we can lay low, but my hands are all messed up, so you better drive, brother.
Making a clean getaway to a safe house 8-Ball owns, our journey in Liberty City begins. There's a few things I should get out of the way regarding our playable character. Despite calling him Claude, no one in-game actually calls him that. The only reason we even know he has a name is due to some lines referring to him as Claude in GTA San Andreas, which takes place before this game timeline-wise. And some code in the game refers to him as such too, and later Rockstar would confirm it themselves. The other is that Claude is a silent protagonist in the vein of Link or Chrono. An oddity nowadays, but pretty standard when the game came out. Though we don't get a choice to name him like we do in other games with silent protags. The lack of a voice or any real personality does make Claude feel like a side character in this game, with no sense of urgency in the plot outside of doing what he's told. The first part of the game will mostly focus on Claude proving himself and working up the ranks of the Leone crime family. After a wardrobe change, Claude drops 8-Ball off at Luigi's Sex Club 7, owned by Luigi Gattarelli.
8-Ball's got some business upstairs. Well, maybe you could do me a favor.
Luigi is voiced by Joe Pantoliano, who you may recognize as Ralph Cifaretto from The Sopranos.
You brought this on yourself with that girl.
A, she was a hooah. B, she hit me.
Or Cypher from The Matrix. While probably not the first game to feature big-name actors voicing their characters, I'd say Grand Theft Auto 3 popularized the idea, really raising the standard of quality when it comes to voice acting in games, which was still in a transitional period from the awkward, stilted, machine-translated voice acting of the PS1 era. And while I think GTA 3's voice acting still holds up very well 20 years later, it was overshadowed by another PS2 game that released a few months earlier, the magnum opus that is Final Fantasy X. I will hear no arguments to the contrary. Since 8-Ball put in a good word, Claude can start working for Luigi. His first mission needs Claude to pick up one of his girls and drive her back to the club. The girl in question is Misty, who's located at the hospital. It's a very basic mission, but works to introduce the player to the driving controls of the game. Driving controls are more arcade-like compared to GTA 4's. Cars feel more slippery, are lightweight, and very fast. But I tend to overshoot where I'm going a lot, and depending on the car, I can end up flipping over if I make a corner too fast. The car physics in this game give me a new appreciation for what the devs are trying to do on GTA 4, and made me realize I may have been just a bit too critical of them, even if I'm still not a fan. Cars in GTA 3 also feel like cardboard, as the lightest tap against anything will damage them. Just driving through traffic is enough to leave your car a wreck. Made worse is if your car catches fire while driving, you can't bail like in future games. You have to come to a complete stop in order to get out. This one limitation is essentially a death sentence in any high-speed chase. The following mission has one of Luigi's men pass a letter on to Claude, with instructions to take out a drug dealer. The dealer in question is getting his girls hooked on a new drug in Liberty City, Spank. After taking a bat to the guy's dome, I steal his car, get it repainted, and stash it away for Luigi. Another simple mission, but one that serves to show us where the pay and spray is. Outside of missions that require you to visit it, you won't see the pay and spray icon on the minimap while driving. So if you have a huge wanted level and are trying to outrun the cops, you better memorize where this place is. While we're on the subject of trying to figure out where places are in this game, I was surprised to find out that this game has no large in-game map. The little minimap is all you got to figure out where you're going, though back in the day you did get a physical map when you bought the game. At first glance this might make traveling around Liberty City a nightmare, but I adjusted to it pretty fast. The world is small in comparison to future games, with enough distinct landmarks and roads that you can figure out where you are pretty fast. That and missions will always mark where you need to go, so you're never left on your own to try and figure out where somewhere is. Sure, you don't get a direct route to an objective laid out for you like in future games, but the little dots they use on the minimap are more than enough. Most of the time anyhow. Next mission for Luigi has me dropping Misty off at Joey Leone's garage. Joey being the son of Salvatore Leone, the Don and leader of the Leone Mafia family.
Joey! Am I gonna get to play with your big hands again?
I'll be with you in a minute, Sparkplug. Hey, I'm Joey. Luigi said you were reliable, so come back later. There might be some work for you. All right?
Joey is voiced by Michael Rappaport, who you might know as Donald Self from Prison Break, or that mailman from Next Friday.
I play for the Cucamonga Cracker Killers. You won't take it.
Hey, don't want any trouble with you. You don't have to send your posse out here to do 187 in my ass.
He'll now be available to take jobs from, but before I start working for him, I hear a phone ringing in the distance. Finding the payphone, a man named Marty Chalk speaks to me on the other end. He has a job for Claude, asking him to pick up a crooked bank manager and dropping him off at Marty's dog food factory, so Marty can confront him about the money he's been stealing. After dropping him off, I drive his car to the junkyard and have it destroyed. Marty is the first of the available payphone missions. In different areas of the game, you'll spot a payphone icon on your map that you can approach to take optional missions. They're not mandatory to complete the story, but a good way to earn a little bit of extra cash. And some are even repeatable, though they can also be very frustrating at times depending on when you do them. But I'll talk about that later. Afterwards, I tried returning to Joey, but his first mission is only available between 5 AM and 9 PM, so I head back to Luigi's instead. I'm not 100% sure, but as far as I can tell, Joey's missions are the only ones in the game that you can only take during certain time periods. I think this is mainly for set piece reasons, as Joey specifically states he needs things done within certain times, as opposed to GTA 4 where you can take on missions during any time of day. The time of day is reflected in the cutscene, or GTA 5 that would actually skip the clock ahead to the appropriate time. Returning to Luigi, he wants me to take care of a Diablo gangbanger who is pimping girls on his turf. This mission introduces ammunition, the gun shop where I can get all my shooting needs. No background check needed. I can also pick up a free gun behind the shop to kill the pimp. Shooting is really awkward in GTA 3. The lock-on is unreliable, so unless you're facing an enemy and are fairly close to them, there's a good chance you're going to lock on to some random NPC instead. While you can switch targets, something I incorrectly stated you couldn't do in the original version of this video, it doesn't feel as smooth as in future games. Finally is the way the camera controls. Unlike just about every game that supports dual analog sticks, which have you use the left stick to control your character and the right for the camera, GTA 3 instead has the right analog stick bring you into a first-person view to look around your surroundings. The camera instead swings around your character as you walk around and face different directions. This can make shootouts a nightmare, as you have to wait for the camera to move on its own before you can actually see who's shooting you and be able to fight back. Much worse in the later part of the game where enemies are sporting stronger guns that could shred you to pieces if you don't have cover. The next mission for Luigi is a time mission. You have 5 minutes to pick up his girls across the city and drop them off at the policeman's ball so they can make cash. A minimum of 8 girls need to be dropped off in order to pass, with any extra girls dropped off giving you a cash bonus after completing the mission. Despite the time limit, it's fairly easy, though I did manage to instantly fail when I tried to steal a car and got immediately busted by a nearby cop. Getting busted will cause you to instantly fail any active mission, force you to pay a small fine, and have all your weapons confiscated. Like all GTA games, you'll get a wanted level that climbs the more crime and mayhem you commit. While 1-star wanted levels will go away on their own if you keep away from cops, 2-star and up will need you to find a way to lower your wanted level, either through locating these police bribe pickups scattered on the map, or just using a pay and spray. Cops can be insanely aggressive in this game, as at 2-star level or higher, they'll just start spawning off-screen, ramming into your car like crazy, usually killing themselves and sometimes you by accident, with the cars catching fire in no time. And unlike future games in the series, you don't see them on your minimap, and the wanted level remains when you start a mission. This wraps up the missions for Luigi, so now it's time to revisit Joey.
Hey, I'm bored. When you gonna drill me?
In a moment, sweetheart. I got a little business to take care of. I got a little job for you, pal.
His first job has me sending a message to the Forelli brothers, who owe Joey money. He wants me to kill Lips Forelli for stealing his car while he's eating lunch, having 8-ball fit it with a bomb, and then blowing him to bits once he gets inside. Next, Joey will send me after a crook named Chunky Lee Chong, who's dealing drugs for the cartel. He has a food stand in Chinatown with 3 triad guards protecting him. Chunky will take off after spotting you, and if you don't kill him fast enough, you'll need to chase after him if he gets in his car. Though I caught up to him pretty quick by just running past his guards and gunning him down. This is one of those missions you can think outside the box to complete, as Chunky's car will spawn before he notices you, so you can potentially block his path if he makes it to his car, or even rig it with a car bomb and blow him to bits once he's inside. Returning to Joey, the next job is to steal a payroll van, needing to ram it and do enough damage that the driver will abandon it. This mission was pretty annoying, as unless you got a heavier car or built up enough speed, you're not doing a lot of damage to the truck. On top of that, you'll catch the attention of the cops, who will constantly ram into you while you're trying to take the truck. The following mission introduces us to a capo in the Leone family, Tony Cipriani, who would go on to be the main character of the prequel game Liberty City Stories on the PSP.
Listen, this guy ain't Italian and he's no mechanic, but he could get things fixed. This is Pop's capo, Tony Cipriani.
Yeah, I'm Tony Cipriani.
He's voiced by Michael Madsen, who played Bud in Kill Bill Volume 1 and 2, and Mr. Blonde in Reservoir Dogs. First, I have to drive Tony to a laundromat that refuses to pay protection money, before running away from the triads they've hired and dropping him off at his mother's restaurant, unlocking Tony as a mission giver. Returning to Joey, he's killed another of the Forelli brothers, leaving his corpse in a car outside a diner. I need to take the car to the crusher to dispose of the evidence, but unfortunately, the Forellis are waiting for me. And Christ, these guys are annoying as fuck. Like the cops, they're insanely aggressive and will constantly ram into me on the way to the crusher. Despite the fact the whole point of this mission is to destroy evidence, if that car gets wrecked and blows up, it's an instant fail. I had a hard time with this one, and probably could have saved myself a lot of trouble if I just bought an Uzi at ammunition. But eventually I pulled it off by parking a car in front of one of the Forelli's cars, delaying it enough to let me get some distance. The final job for Joey has Claude work as the wheelman for a bank heist. First picking up Joey's crew before taking them to the bank, escaping the cops and bringing them back to their hideout. Nothing too special, though you get paid $10K for every one of his goons you keep alive, for a total of $30K if no one dies. Before I start working for Tony Cipriani, I pay a visit to the payphone in Hepburn Heights. On the other line is El Burro, the leader of the Diablo's street gang. He's heard of my exploits and offers me work, but only after proving myself in a street race. It's a standard race, but the other cars are really fast and immune to all forms of damage. And unfortunately, you're not, so it's easy to blow yourself up if you crash one too many times during the race. Honestly, the floaty arcade mechanics are the only reason I ended up winning, as the two lead cars ended up crashing and getting stuck, netting me the win. Returning to the payphone, El Burro apparently runs a rather successful porn business, but another group is trying to get a cut of his revenue. They've got a sweet tooth though, so he tells me to pick up a bomb and ring it to an ice cream truck, using it to lure out the guys trying to muscle in on his turf and blowing them up. The following mission for El Burro introduces rampages, something that was missing from the GTA 4 games. Rampages are little side missions that can be activated by finding an icon with a skull on it. The goal is to kill a certain number of specific NPCs within a time limit, using the weapon that's provided to get the job done. There's nothing to them outside of just being fun and mindless chaos. In this case, for El Burro, I'm using a flamethrower to kill 25 triads in 2.5 minutes. The final mission for the guy has you collecting his stolen porn and killing the guys who stole his stash. I really hate this mission, as the way it sets up feels really stupid. You have to get in a truck that El Burro provides and start collecting and following the trail of porn. But it's timed, starting with a measly 25 seconds, every piece of porn collected adding 1 second back on your timer. But the distance between porn pickups means you usually end up wasting the 1 second you got back. So your time is still ticking down fast as you drive. And the van is terrible at making turns. So it's just too easy to tip over and fail the mission. This one took me a few tries before I realized I don't have to pick up every piece of dropped smut and could just skip some. I think it would have made more sense to just have one long set time limit that you had to complete the mission in. Or some kind of trailing mission where you collect the porn but have to stay within a certain distance of the guy who stole it. Once all missions for El Burro are complete, you can get the option to repeat his driving mission again if needed. A nice way to grind for cash, even if the driving mechanics make the racing mission a bit of a headache. Though the jobs become progressively harder the later you get into the game, for reasons I'll discuss later. Finally, it's time to do some work for Tony Cipriani, whose missions usually have Claude dealing with the triads.
The triads think they can mess with me? Let's teach these would-be tough guys what it means to be a tough guy.
Teach him some respect. No son of mine gets up by some triads. Your father, God rest his soul, took no crap from no triads
Yes,
back in
Ma.
Sicily.
Hilariously, it sounds less like a turf war between the Mafia and the Triad, and Tony just trying to keep his mom happy. His mom usually badgers him in cutscenes about being disrespected by the Triads. You'd think he would go and do the job himself instead of ordering around some mute goon, but whatever. I'll pick up some grenades from 8-Ball and use them to blow up the laundry van circling Chinatown. This is easier said than done, as the laundry vans will take off the second you attack them, making it close to impossible to hit them with grenades, especially if you can't throw them from your car. It was another mission that took me a few tries until I realized that I could park a car in front of them. This will stop them in their tracks, and then I can chuck a grenade to kill them without worrying about them running away. Returning to Tony's, he's not around, but he left a letter with instructions for the next mission. Man, what is with this game and characters just leaving notes for you? Like, it's a recurring thing in this game with several different quest givers, and I don't really get why. The fact that it happens so often in-game makes me wonder if it's some kind of developer limitation. Like they couldn't animate every cutscene, so they just reuse an animation of Claude holding a letter and use a voiceover each time. I don't know, I'm probably reading way too much into something that was probably just an aesthetic choice. The next mission for Tony has Claude going to pick up protection money from the laundromat, who have caved to Tony's demands. Except not really, as you're immediately ambushed by the Triads again, needing you to kill everyone and get out of there. No clue why Tony thought the Chinese would crumble when they already paid protection for another gang, but whatever. All the work Claude has done is finally paying off, as he now gets to meet Don Salvatore. Tony will tell him that a meeting is taking place, asking Claude to grab a limo and drive Joey, Luigi, and himself to the Don's mansion, avoiding the Triads as best he can. Don Salvatore is voiced by Frank Vincent, best known for his role in Goodfellas and as Phil Leotardo in The Sopranos.
I see nothing but good things for you, my boy.
The Don takes an instant liking to Claude, and sees great potential for him within the family, but of course he'll have to prove himself. First mission for the Don has Claude babysitting his wife Maria. Maria is actually the Don's second wife, looking to be half his age if not younger. She's your stereotypical party girl, loves to annoy her husband, and immediately takes a liking to Claude. You first have to drive her to pick up some drugs and then take her to a party and wait for her. Unfortunately, the cops crash the party, needing you to get Maria back home safely. The next mission for the Don has me following Curly Bob, a snitch who's been feeding intel to the cartel. This is one of those annoying trailing missions, where you have to follow him but not too close, or else scare him off. I really hate this type of mission when it pops up in GTA. They're never hard, it's really easy to keep your distance and follow a target, but it's just so boring. Just a slow slog following them until they get where they need to be. Though here, you can also cheese it by pulling up in a taxi cab and driving Curly Bob to the location instead. He'll be meeting up with Miguel and Catalina, this being the first time we've seen the pair since the opening. He feeds them info about the turf wars the Leone family are fighting, and Catalina rewards his info with spank, and then I reward him with death. Returning to Tony, he's left Claude another love letter, asking him to take out the Triad warlords scattered around town. This will be the first time I get some backup, as two of Tony's guys accompany me as I hunt down the warlords. The backup is greatly appreciated, as each guy has quite a few Triad goons protecting them, with the final one waiting at their fish factory, only accessible by stealing a Triad fish truck to get past the gate. Speaking of said fish factory, Tony will send me back there in the next mission. I first pick up a bomb-rigged garbage truck from 8-Ball, and then park it at the factory, detonating and destroying the Triad's operation in the city. That wraps up all the missions for Tony. Returning to the Don, he wants me to work with 8-Ball in destroying the cartel's spank operation. Picking up 8-Ball, he gives me a sniper rifle with the plan being that I kill cartel goons to allow 8-Ball to safely pass through the ship to rig the bombs. The game is kind enough to outline the perfect sniping position, but this is another frustrating mission, mainly because of how squishy 8-Ball is. As soon as you pop the first head off of a cartel member, they'll engage 8-Ball, who, despite using cover, doesn't last long from the concentrated assault of gunfire. So you have to be fast and precise with your sniper shots, making sure to kill every cartel member 8-Ball is about to encounter, along with avoiding accidentally blowing him up. Took a few tries, but eventually we succeeded, and the spank ship is no more. Rather curiously, this is the first of only 2 times in the game where you'll be gated from doing the mission if you don't have enough money. In this case, you have to pay 8-Ball $100K for the explosive the Don needs. You'll get it back and then some for getting the job done. Now, if you did all the missions up until this point, and weren't constantly buying weapons and ammunition, you should have the required cash no problem. This was most likely done to ensure the player interacts with all the content they could up until this point, as things change in a big way after the next mission.
It's my favorite cleaner. I'm proud of you, my boy. You kicked the shit out of those grease balls. I just got one little job for you before we can all celebrate.
Returning to Salvatore, he congratulates me on a job well done, asking me to take care of one more thing before we can all celebrate. I need to destroy some evidence again, having to take a car near Luigi's to the Crusher. After the big set piece of fighting the cartel and blowing up their drug operation, it feels a little weird to end this questline with something so mundane. Well, it turns out it's a setup, as before I get to the car, I'll get a page from Maria who warns it's a trap. The car having been rigged with a bomb. What the hell? Where is this coming from all of a sudden? Salvatore turning on Claude out of nowhere feels so abrupt. There isn't much to the old man, but our interactions with him feel genuine, like he doesn't have any ulterior motives. Well, we have Maria to thank for this mess. Instead of hopping into the car, I can get an objective to go meet Maria near the harbor. She explains that Salvatore thinks that she and Claude are an item, deciding to offer him up to the cartel to make a deal with them. This, despite the fact we just majorly crippled their whole drug operation. And how did the Don get this paranoid idea into his head? Because Maria said so, purely on a whim, to piss off Salvatore. I get that it's probably being played for laughs, but it feels so stupid and contrived. Like the devs couldn't think of a way to end Claude's relationship with the Mafia, so they just went with the first idea that popped into their heads. Maria will introduce Claude to her friend Azuka, which technically should be pronounced as Asuka, but to keep continuity with the game, I'm going to pronounce it how they do. She leads the Yakuza in Liberty City with her brother, and is our next major mission giver. Azuka also has a sexual relationship with Maria, as the two constantly allude to having sex when dropping by for missions. With heat coming down from the Mafia, she helps Claude escape Portland by boat, taking us to the second major area of the game, Staunton Island. If the first area in Liberty City, Portland, could be considered your run-of-the-mill, run-down downtown area, Staunton Island is more like the nicer parts of New York City, with fancy shops, expensive cars driving around, and a large park in the center of the city. You'll also get a new set of optional payphone missions, this time doing jobs for the Yardies. Also, rather interestingly, unlike Portland, the pay and spray and ammunition are both outlined on your minimap, though I think this might be a bug, as after a few hours doing missions the icons disappeared off the map.
We have certain issues to clear up before we continue any form of relationship, business or otherwise. Let's lay our cards on the table. I am Yakuza, and I know you worked for Salvatore Leone's family.
I'll primarily be working for the Yakuza now, Azuka dishing out missions from her apartment near the water. She also sets me up with a new safe house. Since the Mafia screwed Claude over on a whim, Azuka will task him with cutting all ties for real, asking him to assassinate Salvatore Leone. You'll have to get to Luigi's club within 3 minutes and wait for the Don to come out in order to kill him. But he's got heavy protections, so it won't be easy. It's another mission that rewards creativity, as you have a few ways to approach it. It's not spelled out to you, but you can get to the rooftop of the building across from Luigi's. If you held on to the sniper rifle from 8-Ball's mission, or bought a new one from the Staunton Island ammunition, you can snipe the Don when he comes out. Or try to, as this old man has some incredible eyesight, as he spots me almost immediately when he comes out, barely giving me a few seconds to try and snipe him. I have no clue if this is a bug or because I'm just too close to the edge of the building, but for the life of me, I couldn't kill him from here at all. Instead, I went for the hard way, blocking off his escape route on a side street with some cars, and then chucking grenades at him. It was pure luck I managed to pull this off and get away. Giving the mob a real reason to hate me now, their goons will open fire on Claude anytime he's near their turf, specifically around Tony's restaurant. This can make any optional missions you didn't complete a nightmare to finish if you decide to do them after you kill Salvatore. During the next job for Azuka, I'll be introduced to her brother Kenji, who runs a casino in town, offering work when I'm done with his sister. Though Salvatore might be dead, the Mafia isn't done with Claude yet. Several of their goons now in Staunton Island trying to find him. I'll now have to track all of them down and kill them. It's another time mission, but the 6 minutes you get is pretty generous. Just so long as you have a sniper rifle to get the more out of the way goons. Continuing the gag of mission givers leaving letters for Claude, Azuka and Maria are taking a short vacation, asking him to kill a reporter who's snooping around. Another simple mission, as you just have to use a police boat to chase after and kill him. The following mission, Payday for Ray, is another annoying one. Azuka needs you to drop off a payment to her informant in the police department, but the guy's paranoid and won't meet you directly, at least not right away. Instead, you have to go from payphone to payphone across the city, each time being sent in another direction. There aren't any enemies or cops this time, but the 3.5-minute timer to complete the mission is tight, so it only takes an accident or one wrong turn to screw you over. Eventually, the informant will ask you to meet him in the toilets at Belleville Park, revealing himself to be Ray Machowski, a detective in the LCPD.
You must be Azuka's new errand boy. You got the money? Is it all here? I know what you're thinking. Another bent cop. Well, it's a bent world. Just because I lost a few partners, those suckers from Internal Affairs have started sniffing around.
Ray is voiced by Robert Loggia, best known for his role as Frank in the movie Scarface. Ray's a crooked cop and has drawn quite a lot of attention to himself. Internal Affairs is investigating the mysterious deaths of his ex-partners, thus why he gave you the runaround with all the stupid payphones. He's now unlocked as another mission giver, but for now it's back to Azuka. In Two-Face Tanner, I have to kill one of the Yakuza's drivers, who turns out to be an undercover cop. The mission is a jab at the Driver series of games, with the undercover cop named after John Tanner, the lead of Driver, and Azuka's line about how Tanner is useless out of his car and is strangely animated refers to Tanner's strange walk cycle in Driver 2. The joke played up as the Tanner in this game is given a female NPC's walk cycle. I have to kill Tanner as he's leaving Kenji's casino, but it can be another frustrating mission. As soon as you damage his car, you'll get an immediate 4-star wanted level, cops spawning instantly and trying to run you off the road as Tanner gets away. The best approach is to bring an Uzi, but you can only do so much damage to him before the cops start showing up. This one took me forever, as it was impossible to shake the cops long enough to get Tanner out of his car. Eventually, I got lucky, as I managed to slip past the cops to finish the job. That wraps up my missions for Azuka for now, so time to go help her brother Kenji.
My sister speaks highly of you, though I'm yet to be convinced that a guy Jin can offer anything but disappointment. Perhaps you could help deal with a situation that has me at a disadvantage. Of course, failure has its own disgrace.
He's kind of an asshole, as he's not all that convinced that Claude can do much despite his sister's praises. Also, his voice actor stands out like a sore thumb compared to the performances we've heard so far, as it sounds like he did all his lines in one single take. His first job needs me to bust one of his guys out of jail. First, I need to steal a cop car, rig it with a bomb, sneak into the police station, and blow up a wall to help him escape. Kenji's next job, Grand Theft Auto,
He said it!
has me stealing specific cars that he needs to pay off a debt to a friend. Afterwards, I have to disrupt negotiations between the cartel and the Yardies, having to steal a Yardie car to sneak into the meeting. And with the help of the guy I busted out of jail earlier, kill all the cartel there. Claude next has to pick up protection money owed to Kenji around town, and return to Portland to deal with the Diablos who stole one of the payments. In the final mission for Kenji, he's pissed at Claude, as the Yardies and cartels still ended up making a deal to work together, despite the ambush on their initial meeting. I have to drive around and kill at least 8 Yardie dealers, and while it doesn't have a timer, you can't take your sweet time with this mission, as the dealers will slowly start to despawn over time as you kill them. With my dealings with the Yakuza complete, it's time to help out Ray.
That scumbag, McCaffrey! He took more bribes than anyone. He thinks he's gonna get an honorable discharge if he turns state evidence. He just squealed. He's under armed protection in Witsack property down in Newport, some apartment behind a car park. Torch that place. That's it. Flush him out and you hunt him down. Make sure he never talks to nobody.
Missions for Ray will mostly be about covering his ass and hiding the fact he's a crooked cop. First, I need to deal with a snitch, killing him before he can give over state evidence. This is an awkward mission, as you first have to get the snitch out of his apartment and then kill him when he tries to get away. But in order to do that, you have to chuck a grenade into his window, which the game's throwing mechanics don't lend themselves to at all. Since there's no aiming reticle when using bombs, you basically have to eyeball it and hope you don't blow yourself up instead. If you pull it off, cops will swarm you while the snitch tries to get away, so best to have a car blocking the alley to slow his escape. Revisiting Ray, he asks to help out his old war buddy, Phil Cassidy, as the cartel are planning a hit on his arms depot. Phil Cassidy also shows up in Vice City, though they changed his backstory there. In GTA 3, he seems to be a genuine army vet who lost his arm in Nicaragua, while in Vice City he's a drunken gun nut who was denied from serving and blew off his own arm during a moonshine incident. He'll trick you out with some of the better weapons in the game, assisting you in fighting off the cartel. Afterwards, he'll sell you weapons as a thank you, including the absolutely busted M16, and the always useful rocket launcher. Continuing to work for Ray, I steal and destroy evidence for him, kill his partner while he's fishing, then kill his partner again as he apparently survived blowing up. Finished up with Ray, I move on to working for local business tycoon Donald Love.
First of all, let me thank you for dealing with that personal matter. People will read something into anything these days.
Voiced by Kyle MacLachlan, who Twin Peaks fans will recognize as Special Agent Dale Cooper.
He'd fill skulls with ice, cola, and rum, then he'd down it in one gulp. For him, that was a holy ritual. The question of his mental state was the pivotal point in the court case.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I've never watched Twin Peaks. The first mission for Love has him send me to rescue a friend of his kidnapped by the cartel. If you wondered who the hell that guy the cartel snatched up at the beginning of the game, it was this guy. The old Oriental gentleman. Yeah, he doesn't have a name, and that's just what he's called. Don't go off on me, kiddos. Is being held at a cartel warehouse. I have to steal a cartel car in order to get inside, waste the guards, and then search the lockups to find the old guy. As for what makes this guy so special to Donald Love, well, I have no fucking clue. At first, I thought maybe they were lovers, and the cartel kidnapped him in order to blackmail Love, mainly because I misremembered Donald Love as being a senator. So I thought it was that whole person in government has a secret gay lover trope, but apparently Donald Love just hired him to teach him Tai Chi. And that's it. Well, weird, but okay. The following mission for Love has me returning to the Yakuza, specifically to kill Kenji. Love wants to instigate a gang war between the cartel and the Yakuza, in a bid to lower property prices so he can swoop in and redevelop. Since Kenji was mean to me that one time, I naturally jumped at the chance to kill him. I have to steal another cartel car, travel to the top of a car park, and run over Kenji to frame the cartel. If you're playing the original PS2 version, this mission is a lot harder, as the Yakuza guarding Kenji are rocking M16s, and will shred you to pieces before you can get away. Next job for Love has me taking a boat out to sea and scooping up some packages it drops off. Not quite sure what the packages are, but they must be illegal as all hell, as you get a 5-star wanted level once you've scooped them all up and made it back to dry land. While I'm sure this is supposed to make it difficult to get back to Love, if you dock near Azuka's apartment, it's only a short drive to the pain spray to drop your wanted level. Though it turns out the mission was pointless, as Love didn't need what fell off the plane, but what he had stored on it. We now get to visit the final area of the game, Shoreside Vale and the Francis Airport. It's kinda eh. It's much smaller compared to the first two areas, and doesn't really have a lot going on there. Honestly, I kind of hate this place, as outside of another set of payphone missions, there really isn't much to do. The roads here are a winding mess, so I ended up going in circles during a few missions here. And there's the fact that every time you come to this place, you're being sent from Staunton Island, so the missions just feel longer due to the drive here. Anywho, I've got to head to the airport and grab whatever Donald Love has stashed on the plane. Unfortunately, the cartel beat me to the punch. After surviving their ambush, it turns out they took the package to their construction site. Once there, I have to fight through an army of cartel goons in order to get to the lift leading to the top floor of the construction site. And good God, this is easily the hardest mission so far, as the cartel members are spread out wide and hidden behind walls, making it easy for them to get the drop on you and turn you into Swiss cheese. Not helped by the camera making it tough to react in time, or the lack of any health pickups, unless you feel like driving to the hospital.
Hey, let's get this out of here. God knows what it is, but he seems to want it badly enough, so it must be worth something.
Who the heck?
You!
Eventually making it to the top of the tower, I'm reunited with my old friends, who are only just now realizing I'm still alive. It's a brief reunion though, as Miguel cowers in awe of my greatness, before Catalina shoots him in the back and jumps off the building, pulling some Assassin's Creed bullshit where she manages to survive by landing in cardboard boxes. Azuka shows up soon after, as she's here looking to get revenge on the cartel for killing Kenji. Sure hope she doesn't find out it was actually me. She plans to torture information out of Miguel, and once again requests my services. But for now, it's back to Love. It's our first, and thankfully only, escort mission. Having to guard Love's oriental friend as he transports the mysterious package to get authenticated. Thankfully, he's riding in an armored car that's quite durable, so you can reasonably kill any cartel that shows up without worry. Unfortunately, in the next mission, the cops have surrounded Love's friend, the old man trapped with whatever the hell the package is. Instead of fighting your way through LCPD's finest to rescue him, you have to act as a diversion, needing to survive for 2.5 minutes with a full 6-star rating, which can be pretty brutal at first, as cops are swarming you constantly and have most roads blocked off. But you can cheese it a bit by going into the tunnel, as it limits the amount of cops who can chase after you, and the janky car physics will have them flying around in traffic and usually killing themselves. After surviving and returning back to Love's skyscraper, he's just completely gone. There's no trace of him, or his friend, or any signs of a struggle, just an empty box which presumably held whatever the hell he snuck into the country. It's a weird end to his mission line, nothing in the game hinting on where he disappeared to. Maybe the box held some kind of magical item that destroyed him, or it was worth so much money he just decided to skip town with it. Oh well, at least he paid me before disappearing. Speaking of disappearing, I now have to help Ray do the same. Despite destroying the evidence of his corruption, we accidentally pissed off the CIA, who apparently are profiting off the cartel and their drug operation, so they've marked Ray for death. I now have 3 minutes to get Ray onto his flight, but can't take the bridge as it's being watched by the feds. Instead, I have to take the long way through the tunnel. Combined with traffic and the fact that feds will ambush you once you arrive at the airport, it's a very tight window of success. You have no idea how many times I almost passed only for my car to blow up, or the timer running out just as I was about to reach the marker. The rewards make up for it though, as Ray gives me access to a storage locker, filled with some good weapons. But more importantly, a bulletproof Patriot, which will be extremely useful for these final round of missions.
Miguel seems to think I'm mistreating him. Still, he's revealed the extent to which Catalina fears your quest for revenge.
I'm back to working with Azuka again, meeting her up at the construction tower where she and Miguel are getting to know each other. Apparently, Catalina has 3 different hit squads out searching for Claude, so Azuka suggests leading them into a trap and taking them all out at once. The death squads are dotted on the map. You have to engage them and lead them to Azuka's men who will light them up. This is where the Patriot really comes in handy, as both Azuka's men and the cartel can very easily shoot up your car and kill you during their firefight, as I learned the hard way. The following mission is where the lack of a map is really felt. Thanks to Azuka working her charm on Miguel, she's found out that Catalina's drug empire is much bigger than expected, as she's been selling spank out of coffee stands all around Liberty City. The mission is now to take out 8 stands spread across the whole city, only giving you 8 minutes after destroying the first stand. Your minimap will only show you the closest ones, so you have no idea how far each one actually is from each other. So it's easy to waste time if you don't figure out an optimal route. Well, probably not impossible to figure out. After a few tries anyhow, you're better off finding a map online to help you.
Do we technic some more now or just wait for it to turn black and fall off?
Give it a quick prod.
Oh, what is that gooey yellow stuff?
Returning to the tower, Maria has returned and has been helping out Azuka with her advanced interrogation techniques. A new shipment of spank is about to arrive by plane, so Azuka needs me to hop on a boat and blow the plane up as it arrives, in order to steal the cargo. Well, she tells me to do that, but Christ is it frustrating to actually pull off. First, you're on a time limit again, with only 3.5 minutes to get where the boat is, and pick up a rocket launcher before boarding. Once you're on the thing though, it's tough as hell to actually hit the plane, or see it if you do this mission at night. Worse if it's raining. Instead though, you can just head to the airport, kill the cartel members that are waiting on the runway, and get a nice easy shot at blowing up the plane. Well, with Catalina's whole drug operation destroyed, it's happily ever after. Well, shit. We've officially pushed Catalina too far, as she's killed Azuka, and possibly Miguel, assuming he just didn't die from being tortured. But she's also kidnapped our not love interest Maria, demanding $500,000 in return for her. This is the other mission I mentioned earlier that requires you to have a certain amount of cash in order to do, which is fitting as this is the final mission of the game. Like I theorized earlier regarding the bomb to base mission, this was most likely the devs making sure the player interacts with every mission they can before completing the game. Again, if you did all the available missions up until now, and didn't blow your money away buying weapons, you should have more than enough cash. Catalina has me meet her at her mansion in order to do the exchange, and naturally, it's a setup.
The real question is, did you turn up to rescue Maria or to get me back? Well, I got news for you. Shooting you will be a pleasure, but dating you was only business. You are muy pequeñito, amigo. Throw over the cash. You have been a busy boy, but you haven't learned. I'm not to be trusted. Kill the idiot!
Too bad my man Claude has these sick ninja skills. Oh god, that scene is so damn goofy. This final mission is tough, as first off you start with no weapons, Catalina's men having disarmed you before the exchange, so you have to make do with whatever you find. First with the pistol you took from that guard, and then Uzis from the guards by the gate. Next, you'll have to follow Catalina's helicopter to the nearby dam where she's keeping Maria, who is being guarded by dozens of her men. And naturally, the whole thing is timed, only giving you 7 minutes to take out Catalina once and for all. Once you catch up to her, she'll start flying around in the chopper, dropping bombs on you and all of her goons. It's a mission that requires you to observe your surroundings and play smart to avoid getting annihilated by her goons using M16s. If you got a keen eye, you'll spot a sniper rifle near the dam, and while it only has 5 bullets, it makes a huge difference in evening out the odds, especially for taking out the guards in higher out-of-the-way positions. Making it to Maria, and finding a conveniently placed rocket launcher, it's time to say goodbye to Catalina. Finally getting my revenge, my enemies dead and buried, I walk into the sunset with Maria. Happily ever after.
Because you're such a big, strong man, and that's just what I need. Anyway, what was I saying? I forget, but you know what it's like, don't you? The nail and my hair is ruined. I mean, can you believe it? This one cost me $50.
And that was Grand Theft Auto 3. I have to say, I was pleasantly surprised by how much fun I had replaying it. Similar to the video I did on Pokemon Red and Blue, go watch that by the way, I walked into playing it with a bit of dread, worried that 2 decades of games and improvements would have made GTA 3 feel like a dated mess. But it felt natural jumping back into the shoes of Claude after so many years. While some of the controls felt wonky, mainly the lack of camera control and the awkward shooting, it was still a solid and put together experience. While nothing special nowadays, Liberty City was a really fleshed out world, with distinct locations and NPCs and things to do while driving around and exploring. The map is certainly tiny compared to what we have nowadays, but as someone who is kind of suffering from open world fatigue, I appreciate visiting a world that isn't too big for its own good, with long spaces of nothing to do. Missing quality of life features like an in-game map or a path to an objective didn't sting as much as I expected. Again, because the world is so small, and because areas are distinct. It's easy to commit to memory where places are, even if they're not marked on the map. A checkpoint system or a quick restart to missions was sorely missed though, as I had a lot of long drives back to mission givers after dying. I thought not being able to swim was going to be a bigger issue than it was, but because there are so few times you're on or near the water, drowning didn't really feel like a big deal outside of cops pushing me off a cliff into the ocean a few times. The driving is where I feel the most mixed, mainly because I'm coming off so fresh from GTA 4. I admit I was probably a little too critical about GTA 4's driving, but I can respect the devs for trying to add some weight to their cars, and a learning curve to driving better. Still not a fan, but I'll take slower turning over the wacky arcadey driving of this game. I probably would have enjoyed it more if the cars weren't so damn flimsy. I'd say my only big gripe is the story. It feels like less of a story and more of a collection of missions awkwardly strung together. You could call it a revenge story, but not really, due to Claude being a silent protagonist and the fact you barely interact with Catalina and Miguel at all. Hell, no one in the game really acknowledges that you might even be after them until like the last hours of the game. Because of this, certain story moments like Salvatore Leone betraying you, or you betraying Kenji, have no rhyme or reason outside of that's just what the game wants to happen. It's most likely the reason we get a voiced protagonist with a more put together story in Vice City, but I'll discuss that when I cover that game. Overall, GTA 3 was a fun experience to return to, returning to a time in the series where it acknowledges it was a video game and not heavily focused on realism for realism's sake. It's definitely a game I recommend replaying, if you can find the original version anyhow. I'm not a fan of the definitive edition, but if you can get past the ugly graphics and what lingering bugs might still be around, you'll appreciate the updated weapon controls, driving, and map enhancements that keep the experience feeling closer to modern GTA. Grand Theft Auto 3 was a genre-defining experience when it was first released, and a game that would shape the series into what it is today. Vice City, a paradise filled with expensive suits, flashy cars, and beautiful women. A city run by dealers and weasels. The nights lit up by the neon lights from its hotels and clubs. But under its glitz and glamour, you've got another crime-infested city with big-timers vying for power. Unlike GTA 3 and GTA 4, I don't really have a story for my first time playing Vice City. I remember being young, and chances are I did play it not too long after its release on PS2. I've only recently found out it debuted a year after GTA 3 too, which is wild considering how long it's taken to get GTA 6 at the moment. Oh, how I miss the shorter development times of the older generations. But what I can say about Vice City is that it's the GTA game I've replayed the most over the years. A game that feels like what you'd get if Scarface and Miami Vice did the fusion dance. The glitz and glamour of the 1980s told through the lens of fictional Miami, with more over-the-top and out-there characters who weren't just part of another crime group. And of course, its incredible soundtrack that perfectly captures the atmosphere of the era. It all comes together to create one of the best and most memorable GTA experiences that I absolutely love revisiting. Before I dive into discussing my latest playthrough, let's go over what's new in Vice City. First, with a bigger world to play in, we got ourselves an in-game map. Nothing too mind-boggling, just a standard in-game map with a legend for key places. Being able to zoom in and out, and important things like mission givers and your safe houses being marked off, along with the locations of paint sprays and ammunitions. So you can pull up the map to find the nearest one as opposed to just having to memorize it like in GTA 3, or using the physical map that came with the game. Since I just brought it up, next we got safe houses and assets. One of my issues with GTA 3 was that you'd have so much money but nothing to really spend it on outside of weapons and ammo. Here you can buy new apartments dotted around the map, making the travel from finishing a mission to save your game much shorter. Assets meanwhile let you invest in local businesses, allowing you to have a constant stream of revenue, so you never have to worry about running out of cash. I'll touch a little more on assets later in the video. Next, the driving has been tweaked. Cars handle a lot better and have more weight to them. Now if you're speeding around trying to dodge the cops or whoever, your car won't just flip over if you try and take a corner too hard. And you have a small amount of control as your car is about to flip over, and can sometimes save your ride if it starts tipping over. But if your car does catch fire, you no longer have to wait for it to make a complete stop, and can bail out before it blows. On the topic of driving, we got ourselves some new vehicles. Motorcycles, fast and lightweight, which are the perfect choice for drive-bys. Though if you tap against an object at any speed, you'll see yourself go flying off the thing. To accommodate the bigger map, we now got air travel, in the form of helicopters and planes. Their controls and how they handle are surprisingly much better than expected, especially as it took me a bit to get used to it in GTA 4. Though turning can feel a little slow, mainly with the helicopters, and precise landings aren't always the smoothest. You can now change your character's clothes, which, while not giving you any real customization options like San Andreas, it feels refreshing to change up your look from time to time, and not get stuck staring at the same boring outfit all game. Shooting gets an update, as the lock-on is snappier and doesn't feel slow like it did in GTA 3. You can also switch between targets, which you could also do in GTA 3. Oops. Yeah, sorry about that guys. As some comments pointed out in that video, you could actually switch between targets. Since the lock-on was so iffy, and I didn't get in firefights with enough enemies placed together, I never actually tried switching targets. So that's my bad. And finally, the biggest addition, we got ourselves a voice protagonist. Our new lead, Tommy Vercetti, is brought to life by the legendary Ray Liotta.
I swear my fucking mother, if you touch her again, you're dead!
Tommy is a made man in the Forelli crime family in Liberty City, and he spent the last 15 years of his life in jail for a hit gone wrong. He was sent to kill a rival gang member but was ambushed, managing to survive after racking up a body count of 11, earning the nickname the Harwood Butcher. Unlike Claude from the last game, who's just a mute plank of wood with no personality to speak of, Tommy is rude, loud, and temperamental, usually keeping a professional demeanor but quick to blow up on you if you piss him off, and he has no issues with using violence to solve his problems. Unlike most GTA protagonists, who are mostly hired thugs, Tommy aspires to make it to the top, to rise from the bottom of the criminal underworld, and take full control of Vice City, eliminating anyone who stands in his way. But will Tommy's lust for power be his undoing and ultimate downfall? Let's find out. As a heads up, I just want to fill you all in that for this video, I'm playing the PS2 original version of Vice City on the PCX2 emulator, and I'll explain why in just a little bit. The game kicks off in Liberty City circa 1986, with the Forelli family sitting around a table discussing the recent release of Tommy Vercetti. Sonny Forelli, the Don of the family, has some misgivings about Tommy being free, as his reputation and temperament could be bad for business. He suggests they send him down south to Vice City in order to expand their family's reach and power, wanting to dip their toes into the drug game that the rest of the families refuse to touch. Arriving in Vice City, Tommy is picked up by the family's contact, the neurotic lawyer, Ken Rosenberg. He facilitates a deal with some local brothers in order to buy coke. At the exchange, things don't go smoothly, as the group are ambushed by an outside party, killing the dealer along with the two guys Tommy has with him. He bails and escapes with Rosenberg back to his office, losing the money Sonny fronted him in order to buy the drugs. Taking control of Tommy, I'll fill you in on why I chose to play an emulated version of the original PS2 release of Vice City. First, it just makes recording footage a lot easier for me. But more importantly, because of something that's missing from the PS2 Classics version and the Definitive Edition. Yep, Michael Jackson's Billie Jean. It's programmed to be the first song you hear when you first step into a car, and might as well be the game's official theme song. Ever since I first played Vice City, anytime I heard the song in real life, along with I Ran by A Flock of Seagulls, I'd instantly be taken back to memories of playing the game. Unfortunately, since Rockstar didn't want to pony up the money to relicense the song, it's missing from every updated release of the game, along with some other tracks. The original PC version still had the song, but good luck downloading and trying to get the version working properly though. And call me crazy, or a purist, or whatever, but Vice City just doesn't feel like Vice City without the song to me. It's like playing Ocarina of Time without the Hyrule Field theme, or Metal Gear Revengeance without Rules of Nature. Like the game loses a piece of its identity. But before anyone throws a fit, this is just my opinion and personal preference when it comes to replaying the game. I realize getting your hands on the original version of the game isn't feasible for everyone, so play whatever version you prefer and have fun. I'm not here to act like some elitist to preach that my way is the only way, because gaming is for everyone and all that. After dropping off Ken at his office, Tommy heads to the Ocean View Hotel, which will serve as your safe house for the first part of the game. He calls up Sonny to give him the bad news about the deal, and needless to say, his boss is less than pleased to hear what happened.
Look, Sonny, we were set up. The deal was an ambush. Harry and Lee are dead.
You better be kidding me, Tommy! Tell me you still got the money.
No, Sonny. I don't have the money.
That was my money, Tommy! My money!
Tommy promises he'll find out who ambushed the deal and get the drugs and money back. Barely a day in Vice City, and Tommy's life has immediately gone to shit. Checking in on Rosenberg the following day, he's a mess, terrified that the Forellis are going to rain hell on him for the deal going bad. Ken Rosenberg is almost an exact one-to-one of Sean Penn's character, David Kleinfeld from the movie Carlito's Way.
Hey, Louie! Louie, you fucking chick's giving you a hand job right in front of everybody! I got gas here, for Christ's sake!
Everything from his looks, the way he talks, his coke habit, and even his office are all styled after Kleinfeld. He's voiced by William Fichtner, who has a pretty long Hollywood career, but most of you might recognize him as the guy from the opening scene of The Dark Knight.
You have any idea who you're stealing from? You and your friends are dead! He's out, right?
Tommy gets Rosenberg to calm down and puts him to work trying to figure out who stole from them. He suggests talking to the man who helped set up the deal in the first place, Colonel Juan Garcia Cortez. Colonel Cortez is having a party on his yacht with all the big players in Vice City, so Rosenberg suggests that Tommy take his invite and hit up the party. But only after the ex-con changes into something more presentable. What the hell, Rosenberg? I've been locked up for 15 years. Don't poor shame me. I do think it's pretty funny that Tommy feels a bit hurt after his fashion sense is insulted.
What does that guy think he is? Now I gotta dress like a chump as well as hang out with them? I like this shirt.
Getting some new threads and some new wheels,
Nice bike.
Tommy soon arrives at the party. Colonel Cortez greets Tommy as he arrives, assuring him he started his own investigation into who ambushed the deal. Cortez is a retired military colonel of some unspecified Central American country, having left his homeland to set up a drug trafficking ring here in Vice City. He's very cordial and polite, always treating Tommy with an air of respect. He's voiced by Robert Davi, probably best known as the villain Franz Sanchez in the James Bond movie License to Kill. The Colonel's appearance and voice are modeled after Alejandro Sosa from the movie Scarface. Interestingly enough, his voice actor would actually go on to play the role of Sosa in Scarface The World Is Yours 4 years later. Go watch that video, by the way. After the pleasantries are over, Colonel Cortez asks his daughter Mercedes to show Tommy around. Mercedes is your stereotypical rich party girl, who takes an instant liking to Tommy as she shows him around, pointing out the various people at the party, some who Tommy will work with later, and others who seem important but have no plot relevance whatsoever, like Pastor Richards, who appears in the manual for the game and can be heard on the radio, but apparently had his role in the game cut. The final guest to join the party is Ricardo Diaz, a drug baron who controls and supplies most of the coke in Vice City. He's voiced by Luis Guzman, who you probably know from a lot of things. Dude's got a long list of movies and shows. His next big one playing Gomez Adams in the Wednesday Netflix show, though I mostly remember him as Pachanga from Carlito's Way.
Wait, you a fucking chiva, man? You fucking rap, man? I'm gonna fucking kill him, man. Let me Carlito, man.
Fun fact, Lalin, that guy in the wheelchair, that's Aragorn from Lord of the Rings.
Cocksucker!
Once Ricardo sets his eyes on Mercedes, she scampers away with Tommy, asking him to drop her off at the pole position club. While we got our foot in the door with Colonel Cortez, Tommy is no closer to figuring out who ambushed the deal. Returning to Rosenberg for the next mission, Tommy thinks they should talk to someone who's got their ear to the street and may know something about the missing drugs. Rosenberg suggests a British guy named Kent Paul, who's always partying at the Malibu Club. Heading to the club, Tommy politely, but sternly, asks Ken about any info he may know about the stolen drugs. He points the finger at a dealer who works as a chef, one who's been awfully happy about business as of late. Finding the chef, we put the beats to him to try and get some info, but go a little overboard and kill him, only getting a cell phone. A mysterious stranger in a white suit shows up afterwards, also on the trail of whoever ruined the drug deal. He doesn't have time to introduce himself as the chef's buddies show up and want revenge. After gunning them down, the stranger will show us where the local ammunition is. Buying weapons from ammunition has been revamped. In GTA 3, you'd have to walk over a weapon in order to buy it, but have to wait a few seconds for it to respawn and then walk over it again to buy more ammo. Here, everything is up on the wall, easy to switch between weapons or armor, and you can just smash X to stock up on ammo. To go along with the ammunition, there are now hardware stores that will sell you a random assortment of melee weapons. Returning to the hotel, the stranger will be in touch and will continue digging up info about who ambushed the deal. Who could this mysterious person be, I wonder? Before starting the next mission, Tommy will get a call on the cell phone he nabbed from the chef. The person on the other line mentions needing to move Diaz's merchandise, and having to make a deal soon. Tommy doesn't even try to pretend to be the chef Leo, spooking whoever is on the other line into hanging up. The plot thickens. Dropping in on Rosenberg and giving him a rude awakening, he fills Tommy in that the Forellis are planning to visit soon if the money or drugs aren't found soon. In the meantime, they've asked for a favor, requesting our services in helping Sonny's cousin avoid 5 years in jail for fraud. Time for some good old-fashioned jury tampering. It's a simple mission, just intimidating the jurors by smashing up their cars. Afterwards, Sonny will call and remind Tommy his time is running out to find that missing cash. Returning to Rosenberg's office, we meet construction tycoon Avery Carrington, who was previously at the yacht party. He's voiced by the late, great Burt Reynolds, who you may remember from such films like Smokey and the Bandit, or Smokey and the Bandit 2, also as Mayor Burt Reynolds in Saints Row III.
Viola, is this the kid you were talking about? Burt fucking Reynolds? Who else could keep this town running?
Avery is very similar to Donald Love in GTA 3, both being huge businessmen who've built their fortune on buying and selling land, though Avery has a more bombastic and cowboy-like personality compared to Love's more reserved and polite attitude. He needs help in securing some land. The delivery company that's set up there is refusing to sell, so we gotta destroy their operation and run them out of business. Tommy first needs another wardrobe change, this time slapping on some overalls to disguise himself as a worker. Just outside the delivery company, a union strike has taken place, so we just have to stir up some trouble by punching some workers to cause a riot. The guards will open the gates and you can slip in to destroy their trucks, though you want to do it fast as the other workers will chase and attack you. Mission complete. We're done with Rosenberg for now, and can start working for Avery, Colonel Cortez, and a mysterious man who will give out missions from payphones scattered across the city. First, I head out to Avery's construction site, meeting the old guy in the back of his limo. He's got another piece of land he wants to buy, and another guy who isn't interested in selling. So we gotta persuade him. And by persuade, I mean murder. He's hitting some balls at the local golf course, and Tommy once again needs a wardrobe change before he'll be allowed in.
Is this me?
Nice ass, baby.
You know, it's small, but I kinda like that the game has Tommy change outfits so much. It makes a lot more sense how a criminal like him could get into certain places. Unlike GTA 3, where Claude could pretty much stumble into any place without anyone blinking. Entering the golf course, you're instantly disarmed of any weapons you have on you, and can only use a golf club to get the job done. This can be annoying, as while the target's guards don't have guns, they can overwhelm and slow you down as the target gets away. Though if you have a 500 IQ brain, you can park a car near the course's fence and hop over without going through the metal detector, keeping any guns you have on you to make the job much easier. Though I still managed to blow it when trying this, and had to chase after the guy and push him into the ocean to finish the job. Why am I like this? The next mission for Avery, Demolition Man, requires you to demolish an office building under construction, so he can yet again swoop in and take the land. You have to use an RC helicopter to drop bombs in key spots of the building, in order to demolish the whole thing within a time limit. Demolition Man seems to have a reputation as the most difficult mission in Vice City, mainly because of the helicopter's controls and the construction workers who can destroy your plane. And I gotta wonder if this mission's reputation is totally overblown, or it's another lol game journalist thing, because I managed to complete it successfully with time to spare on my first try. I'm not trying to brag or show off because, yeah, the helicopter controls can be iffy, especially since this is the first time you'll encounter a chopper. But the actual objective of dropping off the bombs is stupidly easy once you've got the controls down. And you can just fly out of range of the first few construction workers as they can only attack with a hammer. And even the ones with guns don't have the best accuracy. That or just fly into them and kill them with the RC copter's propellers. Maybe the controls are worse on certain versions of the game, or people are confusing this mission with Zero's RC missions in San Andreas. Or it's tougher for those who are trophy hunting as you have to kill a certain number of construction workers with a copter to get the trophy/achievement. Or it could just be because I've been playing so many GTA games the last few months that I've got the controls more or less down. Whatever the reason, there's one mission, much later, that is easily the worst one in the whole game. Avery is out of town for the time being, so let's knock out that first payphone mission. Payphone missions are slightly different compared to GTA 3. As before, a handful of NPCs, usually representing the local gang in the area, would call from a payphone in their territory to offer work, giving you all their missions back to back and with some being repeatable. Here, payphone missions are slowly unlocked over the course of the game, each mission given from a different payphone on the map. The missions involve assassinating different targets, sometimes with separate objectives besides just killing someone. The first one is pretty basic though, just killing a pizza boy before he's done delivering his pizza. Not quite sure what that guy did to get a hit put on him, but okay. Returning to Colonel Cortez, he finds out that his right-hand man, Gonzalez, leaked the details of the initial drug deal. While he's unsure of where the money went, he promises Tommy to assist in finding it. But first, Gonzalez needs to die, and he gives us a creative weapon to get the job done. Showing up at his apartment, we chase after Gonzalez before cutting him down in the streets. Unfortunately, we're no closer to getting the lost money back, as Tommy explains when returning to Cortez. The Colonel brushes it off and asks for another favor, this time sending him to the mall to pick up some military chips from a courier. Meeting said courier, the exchange is ambushed, not by a rival gang or something, but the French military of all things.
Prise impérialiste américaine pig that is propriété de the gouvernement français. Hand it over!
You won't be catching me today, you cheese-eating surrender monkeys. Escaping the French military, I take out the courier and deliver the guidance chips to the Colonel. The following job for Cortez has him facilitating a drug deal for Ricardo Diaz, asking Tommy to watch over the deal and protect him. He leaves us an assault rifle in a multi-story car park, where we bump into the mysterious stranger again. He introduces himself as Lance. He was actually part of the initial drug deal that went bad during the opening, flying the helicopter that dropped off the drugs, and his brother Victor was the dealer who was killed. Despite being a disposable NPC in this game, Victor would become the protagonist of the prequel game Vice City Stories on PSP, which is the only 3D GTA game I haven't played. So I have no clue what happens in that game or who from this game is in it outside of Lance, Victor, and Ricardo Diaz. So if there's something in this game's story that leaves me scratching my head but the prequel explains it, feel free to let me know. Lance's character design is modeled after Ricardo Tubbs from Miami Vice. So much so that they have Ricardo's actor, Philip Michael Thomas, play Lance. There isn't much to Lance's character revealed just yet, only that he wants to avenge his brother by killing whoever ambushed the deal. He joins Tommy in overseeing the deal for Diaz, which, predictably, goes bad as the Haitians ambush the deal. Annoyingly, you're not just trying to keep Diaz alive, but also Lance, who you'd think would be able to handle himself as he was acting like such a hotshot just a few minutes earlier. Also, the assault rifle doesn't have auto-aim and needs to be aimed manually, which is just a nightmare with the sensitivity of the analog sticks. It's frustrating to be precise, and eventually I just switched to an Uzi to save myself the headache.
I live! Take heads, and it's all down to you. What is your name?
Tommy.
I see you soon, amigo, I think.
Afterwards, we impress Diaz with our epic shooting skills, and the obnoxious jerk will now offer us work. Before dropping in on him, it's time to do another job for the payphone guy. This time, a client of his wants their wife dead for unspecified reasons. Maybe she's cheating, or maybe he wants an insurance payout. Either way, we gotta make it look like an accident, which involves smashing into her car until it blows up. Oh yeah, totally an accident. Let's see what kind of work Diaz has got for us.
Who is this thickhead?
Tommy Vercetti. You remember me.
Excuse me, I'm a little anxious. Never trust a goddamn horse!
Looks like Diaz isn't following Rule 2 of being a drug kingpin. Don't get high off your own supply. Ricardo Diaz is a weird mix of Frank Lopez and Tony Montana from Scarface. First, his mansion on Starfish Island is modeled after Tony's in the movie, only missing his fancy fountain. Appearance-wise, he's closer to Frank, but personality-wise, he's got the same anger and trust issues as Tony, though lacking any of his redeeming qualities or smarts. One of his men has been skimming cash off the top, so he wants Tony to follow the thief and figure out where he stashed the cash. First spying on him at his apartment, before chasing the guy to his hideout on Prawn Island. Returning to Diaz, he wants us to take out all the dealers holed up at the hideout and get his money back, with Quentin acting as your pilot. Tommy questions what Lance is doing there, and he explains that he put it together that Diaz was the one responsible for ambushing the deal and killing his brother. And surprisingly, Tommy has worked it out too, despite never really hinting at it until now. Leading up to this point, no one directly implicates Diaz, but there's enough evidence dropped that makes it seem it couldn't be anyone but him. It starts with the initial yacht party, when the Colonel greets Ricardo. He makes mention of how work has been tiring, and that he has barbarians knocking at his gate, implying outsiders may be moving on his turf. Next is the chef, Leo, that we kill for his cell phone. That phone call from his associate directly mentioning Diaz's merchandise. And then Ricardo Diaz directly implicates himself at the beginning of this mission, when he brings up his concerns that just about anyone will think they can deal on his turf, directly mentioning the Mafia as a possible threat. While there's no reason to question Tommy and Lance for coming to this conclusion, there may be more behind the botched deal than meets the eye. Oh, and we learn Lance's full name.
One thing puzzling me. What's with Quentin? I don't know. I always kind of liked it. Quentin Vance. Vance? Your name's Lance Vance? Hey, I got enough of that in school. Lance Vance, poor bastard.
This mission is no cakewalk, as you're again using manual aim to shoot all the dealers spread out across the hideout. The helicopter is a decent distance from the hideout, so all the dealers you're supposed to kill are tiny targets. Even exploding barrels don't make it easier. The chopper is also stationary and won't move until you kill all the dealers in a given area, the vehicle's health getting chipped away the whole time. The flying section goes on for an insanely long time, and once you land, you still have to deal with some dealers inside who can get the drop on you if you're not expecting them. So don't be surprised if it takes you a few tries if you're playing with a controller. Oh, I should bring up that Vice City introduces a new feature when you die during a mission, sending you a taxi that will take you back to the mission giver, as opposed to driving back yourself. It's no checkpoint system, but it's less salt in the wound. Though considering you lose all weapons when you die, you'll probably end up ignoring the taxi to get armed again. After completing the job, all the bridges in Vice City will be reopened, giving you full access to the entire map. We're done with Diaz for now, as Avery is back in town, and the Colonel needs our help yet again. So, let's go help out Burt Reynolds first.
Tommy, this is Donald Love. Donald, this here is Tommy Vercetti, the latest gunslinger to come to these parts. Now, Donald, you just shut up and listen, and you might learn something.
Hopping into the Cowboys limo, we get a cameo from Donald Love, several decades younger and working as a protege to Avery. In a callback to GTA 3, Avery wants to pull off the same scheme that Donald had Claude pull off in 2001, starting a gang war to lower property costs. A Haitian gang leader was recently killed. No one's sure who did it, so Avery wants to make it look like it's the Cubans to fan the flames of war. So Tommy has to dress up as a Cuban gangbanger and ruin the funeral by shooting up the hearse carrying the gang leader's body. And man, just how many bodies are in this car? I must have dropped like 10 coffins before I killed the driver. Afterwards, someone calls up Tommy offering work for Leo, the cook we originally killed, to take the phone. Tommy fills him in that Leo is dead, and the other guy is impressed, asking Tommy if he wants to do some work for the Cubans. For now, I'll leave that on the back burner, as it's time to visit Diaz again.
Not so pleased with yourselves now, huh?
Whoa, watch where you're waving that thing.
No more pigeon shit on my car, eh, Tommy?
Guess not.
You're damn right. Now listen.
Diaz wants the fastest boat in Vice City, sending us down to the boatyard to get it. It has heavy protection though, as the guards are rocking assault rifles and are hidden around and inside the warehouse. So it's easy to get killed, like I was, if you're not properly prepared. After dropping off the boat, Tommy finds his boss struggling with his VCR.
Eject! Plastic crap! You doing this to me? Who do you think you are, you piece of plastic shit? Oh! Oh! Bro, you!
Using the boat we just stole, he wants us to sail out to meet a yacht that sails into town once a month in order to sell its cargo to whoever reaches the boat first. Joining us on this boat race is Lance, wondering why the pair haven't made a move on Diaz yet. Tommy tells him the time isn't right, that they should learn everything they can from him before taking over. The first half of the mission is fairly easy, just have to outmaneuver the other boats with Lance taking some shots at them. Not that it does much. After buying the product, Tommy takes over shooting duties, needing to protect the cargo while Lance drives. Unlike the assault on those dealers' hideout, this is a much smoother experience thanks to Lance constantly moving the boat as opposed to staying stationary. Taking a break from Diaz's obnoxiousness, it's time to help out dear old Colonel Cortez. This time around, he needs us to steal a tank that he plans to sell, which is guarded by a convoy of soldiers, all fully equipped and ready to annihilate you if you engage them in combat. But you can make this mission super easy. Just park a car in front of the convoy, wait for the soldier in the tank to get out and move it, and then hop in. I've missed how invincible you feel when driving around in a tank. Everything just exploding as they crash against you. It's been so long that I've just booted up a GTA game to just drive around and feel like an unstoppable god squishing ants. Unfortunately, I can't savor this feeling for too long, as the military was smart enough to set up the tank with a self-destruct timer. So you gotta huff it and get the thing to Cortez's lockup or else get blown to bits. Afterwards, Kent Paul will call up offering some work, but instead I go meet the leader of the Cuban gang.
See, man.
Hey, easy, papi. This man's for me. You the boy? Oh yeah, you the boy. I think so, you know.
No, I don't think I do.
Oh yeah? You come here, tough guy. You think you'll take me on? You think you'll play stupid with me?
No, I think you're playing plenty stupid enough for both of us.
Hey, he call you dumb, son.
And I call him a little girl, papi. Look at him, all dressed up like that. What is this, ladies' night?
This guy is Humberto Robina, who is voiced by Danny Trejo, and I'll be referring to him as such going forward. I probably don't need to tell you who he is and what he's been in. I mean, come on, it's Danny Trejo. But I bet you didn't know that his most iconic character, Machete, got his start in Spy Kids of all things.
Machete's not responsible for nobody but Machete.
But that's not what family is.
We're just brothers. Cain and Abel were brothers. Look how they ended up.
Wild, right? Spy Kids is part of the Machete expanded universe. After sizing Tommy up, Danny Trejo wants him to prove he's got big cojones. But not by dropping his pants, but instead showing off his boating skills, having to complete a course and hit every checkpoint in under 3 minutes. It's not too bad if you're used to the boat's handling by now. Not quite sure how this little boat trip proves we've got big cojones though, but whatever. Trying to get some coffee at his dad's cafe, Danny Trejo will interrupt us as his boys are in a shootout with the Haitians. Instead of jumping in to support his guys and showing how big his cojones are, he has Tommy pick up his guys and bring them to the Haitians' base of operation. The Cubans aren't really of much help, so it's up to you to save the day, take out the Haitians, and steal their drug van. Now, the next job for Danny Trejo is a considerable jump in difficulty, and probably the hardest so far. We need to ambush a drug deal the Haitians are doing, killing everyone there and taking the drugs. A member of his crew, Rico, will drive his boat over to the deal, and that's where the first problem starts. You have to shoot and kill 6 Haitian dealers who are on top of 2 separate boats, and as soon as you shoot, they unload on you. Tommy is completely exposed on Rico's boat, and gets shot to pieces if you don't kill the Haitians fast enough. Even with armor, you can barely survive this initial encounter, and because of everyone grouped together, the lock-on is unreliable and moving from target to target. For the life of me, I couldn't figure out how they wanted us to do this exactly, so I decided to come back with more firepower. Near the airport is a hotel called the Hooker Inn, and in its pool is a rocket launcher with 5 shots. Grabbing it, I blew up both boats before they knew what hit them, and then finished the remaining gangbangers before grabbing the drugs and running back to Danny Trejo. We have another mission for the Cubans, but it won't unlock until we do the missions for their rivals, the Haitians, so let's switch sides. The leader of the Haitians had previously reached out to Tommy when we started working for the Cubans, and arriving in Little Haiti, Tommy is greeted by Auntie Paulette.
Whoa. Whoa.
Come in, my dear, and rest your soul. You must be the big bad man my granddaddy been chatting about. Tell me things about you, you know, when he visits, and about the others who wait for you. Now,
stepping into her home, the usual angry and commanding Tommy is completely out of his element. He's stupefied as he enters, acting very awkward and unsure of himself, almost like he's been put under a spell. Auntie Paulette is voiced by Miss Cleo, who was a TV psychic you could call over the phone back during the 90s.
Call me now for a bumbleclot reading.
Nowadays, you kiddies can hop on TikTok or whatever to get all your psychic needs. The younger generations really have it easier, don't they? She very obviously drugs Tommy with her tea, so that he will work for her. The first mission for her is picking up special powders the cops think are drugs. There are 3 drops to pick up, with cops sitting on each one, increasing your wanted level as you pick up the powders. You're also on a short timer to pick up each bundle of powder before the cops do. The aggressive cop AI at the higher wanted level can make it tough to secure the drugs in one piece, especially without a pay-and spray nearby. Returning to Auntie Paulette, Tommy is starting to become lucid, but another sip of tea puts him back under the auntie's spell. She wants us to take care of the Cubans' drug boats, making use of an RC plane to blow them up. Now this is much tougher than the Demolition Man mission, as the plane's controls are a lot stiffer compared to the RC chopper. It's hard to maintain altitude and keep eye on your targets to drop the bombs on, and they'll take off after the first attack, making it tougher to be precise. At the very least, you'll get 3 planes to use in case you crash them into the water or get them destroyed. The final mission for Auntie Paulette involves the Cubans and Haitians having a traditional brawl with no guns. But Auntie doesn't trust the Cubans to play fair, and has Tommy snipe them from a building across the street to even the odds. The annoying manual aim makes this tough again, not helped by the fact you can accidentally kill the Haitians you're supposed to protect, and that the Cubans will have backup constantly coming in, so if you don't kill them fast enough, they'll overwhelm the Haitians and you'll fail. Seems the devs might have predicted as much, as on the way up to the sniping spot, you can grab an adrenaline pill to slow things down, allowing for your shots to be more precise. These pills are scattered in random spots on the map and were in GTA 3 as well, even though I never talked about them. They're extremely situational, so unless you know where to look or lure your enemies to where they are, you're probably only going to use them for random rampages. After helping the Haitians win, Aunt Cleo frees Tommy from her spell, but she declares him an enemy, and so they'll attack him anytime he's near their turf. It's similar to how the Triads and Mafia would shoot at Claude when he entered their turf, though they're not nearly as aggressive, so you can reasonably handle them anytime you do a mission in the area. I have to say it's a nice touch that the devs went out of their way to structure the mission so that the Cubans wouldn't know that Tommy helped the Haitians, or that Tommy himself even knew for that matter. Considering the type of guy he is, he'd be out of character for him to work with both sides, or betray one side unless he was betrayed first. We can now go back to Danny Trejo to finish the last mission for him.
Hey, lady! You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna kill me a Haitian. And then I'm going to make love like a man. You know that, chica? Something like this.
Gross. Who's that?
After he strikes out with the ladies, he wants us to destroy the Haitians' drug operation. First by stealing one of their cars in order to sneak into their factory, then by placing bombs in the factory while fighting off the Haitians. It's best to clear out the guards first, then start placing the bombs from the farthest spot first, as the timer on the bomb starts immediately. Run out of the factory, up the stairs, and onto the roof of the nearby building, and watch the fireworks as you complete the mission. Danny Trejo will call one last time to thank us for the help, and declare Tommy an honorary Cuban. You know, all this gang warfare has really left me drained. Think I'll hit up the Malibu Club and relax.
Alright, Mus, I'm gonna save your Vera, mate. You know that wanker Diaz, the bugle meister? He's got your boy lugs. Word is your mate tried to jump, it didn't jump high enough, if you know what I mean.
Well, shit. Looks like Lance got too impatient and blew it trying to take Diaz down on his own. Tommy will have to race across town to the junkyard, Lance's health slowly whittling down on the way there. Diaz has the place heavily guarded, his goons rocking assault rifles and some taking some decent vantage points too. So despite Lance's health still ticking away, you don't want to rush in carelessly. Making it to Lance, Tommy doesn't have the kindest words for him, now that Diaz is onto the both of them.
There goes my careful planning blown to shit. Thanks to you. You screwed up real good, Lance.
He killed my brother. What do you expect me to do, mow his lawns?
You're still not done with the mission though, as you have to get Lance to the hospital with Diaz's goons giving chase. Once he's all patched up, it's time to make our move on Ricardo Diaz.
I got us some cannons in the trunk.
Holy shit, where'd you get all this stuff?
Been saving for a rainy day. You like?
Yeah, I like.
We'll meet up with Lance outside the mansion, and he's brought some heavy artillery, and we're definitely going to need it. Diaz has his mansion locked down, with his goons crawling all over the estate. You won't be able to get through the front door, so you have to fight your way through the back where his pool is. During this first section, I mostly took sniper shots at his guards to minimize combat. Lance is somewhat helpful here, mainly by taking aggro off the goons so you can kill them easier. but you also have to keep him alive, so you don't want to use him as a meat shield for too long. Inside the mansion, the camera and lock-on can get a bit wonky, most likely because of the more cramped area and how the goons are spread out. But once you make it to the main staircase, Diaz will come out to confront you himself along with a few goons.
Diaz! I've come to take over your business!
Tommy, you betrayed me, you idiot! I'm gonna kill you real soon!
Because of where he's standing on the staircase, it can be tough to get good shots on him. And running in close is an extremely stupid idea, as demonstrated by me. Diaz also has a habit of running into his office for more cover after he's taken some shots too. Eventually, I found a sweet spot on the stairs where I could blast him and avoid taking too many shots, finally putting an end to that dickhead.
You stupid pricks! My beautiful house! Look what you've done to it!
This is for my brother!
I trusted you, Tommy. I would have had you made.
Say goodnight, Mr. Diaz.
Diaz now dead, we take control of his mansion and empire for ourselves. We finally did it. We made it to the top. No one can stop us now.
Oh, my fault, is it? Well, I've heard you've been busy, all right. Busy killing drug barons. Busy taking over. Don't forget about us, Tommy. Because I can assure you, I ain't forgotten about you.
Oh, right. Forgot all about that. Sure hope Tommy doesn't let his newfound power go to his head and he's brought down by his own hubris. Nah, that only happens in the movies. Before Tommy starts working for himself and solidifying his grip on his new empire, we got some old friends to visit. First, we have to say goodbye to dear old Colonel Cortez, as his antics selling those guidance chips has the French government on his ass. He plans to sail out of the country and needs Tommy's assistance in making sure he actually makes it out. The French military will be launching an all-out assault by sea, swarming the Colonel's yacht with several waves of agents and boats. The large deck of the yacht provides great cover, just make sure you don't accidentally fall off into the water. After the first wave, the French will form a barricade ahead of the yacht, while continuing their assault and now attacking by air. First trying to drop off agents from helicopters before attacking with an Apache, spraying the yacht with machine gun bullets. It's a long mission, but you are given extra health and an assault rifle to pick up in case you run out of ammo. Getting the Colonel out of Vice City safely, he says his goodbyes to Tommy, asking him to keep an eye on Mercedes, and gifting him his speedboat, before he disappears into the sunset, never to be seen again. Adios, Colonel Cortez. Glad you didn't end up betraying me. After the mission, Kent Paul calls up Tommy with a warning, as someone isn't too keen on him acting like a big shot now that Diaz is dead. He says to be careful as there's now a bounty on Tommy's head. Huh, I've only been a drug lord for like 20 minutes? Who could possibly have it out for me? Probably just some hater. Time to go meet some rock stars.
Hey, Tommy! Glad you could make it. Hey, you ever met Love Fist before?
No, I haven't, but I've always loved your music.
Let me introduce you to the band.
Kent Paul introduces us to the Scottish metal band Love Fist, who are basically a parody of the hair metal bands of the 80s. Like all rockers, they love to party, and need Tommy's help in getting blitzed. Specifically, they want to make a concoction called Love Juice, the ingredients of which sound like you would hit up a hardware store and a gas pump to get, but instead you're hitting up a local dealer.
Looking for something special? I got what you need. Thanks for the money, sucker.
Son of a bitch. After killing the dealer who scammed us and grabbing the ingredients, Kent Paul calls us and says to bring the boys some company. So, we drop by Mercedes' apartment to ask for her assistance. Sure hope the Colonel doesn't find out. We now have a minute and a half to get back to the band before they have to perform, which isn't too bad if you're on a bike. Something really cool about Love Fist is that Rockstar actually went and recorded a few songs for the fictional band. One of those songs, Fist Fury, started playing on the radio during the mission, which I'm unsure if that's scripted or a complete coincidence, and it's kind After dropping off the Love Juice and Mercedes, the band will need our assistance yet again. Turns out they've got a stalker, one who's been threatening to kill the band. They want Tommy to drive to their signing and help lure out the psycho.
I'll see Lovefist burn. Lovefist ruins my life.
Though we don't need to do much, as he outs himself almost immediately, dressed as a groupie and killing a guard at the event before running away. Chasing after him, he eventually crashes, and I kill him when he gets out of the car. Huh, that was surprisingly easy. Glad I don't have to worry about that weirdo anymore. Before I can continue hanging out with the band, they need some extra security for their show, asking Tommy to recruit a biker named Mitch Baker and his gang. Mitch and the Vice City Bikers, pretty mundane name for a motorcycle club, hang out at a local bar. He isn't keen on doing favors for outsiders, so Tommy has to prove himself before he's willing to lift a finger for Kemp Paul and Lovefist. First, by beating some of his club members in a bike race. One I thought I blew right away, but the other biker's AI went wonky towards the end, so I took the win as they drove around in circles. Next, we gotta prove how badass we are, by causing as much chaos as possible. We got 2 minutes to fill up this chaos meter by blowing up cars, shooting pedestrians, and killing the cops that inevitably show up. Since you're on a short timer, it's best to start shit up right outside the club, making use of stronger weapons to blow up cars and mow people down fast. After proving our complete disregard for human life, Mitch agrees to provide security for Lovefist, on the condition that we can get his bike back from some punks who stole it. I infiltrate their hideout by doing a sick jump off some stairs, and landing on the roof of ammunition. From here, I just gotta shoot my way through them to grab the bike and bounce. With his motorcycle back, Mitch honors his part of the deal, and I return to Lovefist to give them the good news.
Tommy, man, that psycho's back!
What's going on? That psycho won't leave Lovefist alone.
You didn't kill him, man, and now he's back?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they're in a panic, as their stalker is back. Somehow. I shot that guy dead, how the hell is he still alive? Going back through the footage, I realized he just up and vanished when I shot him and passed the mission. Normally, when you kill a target, their corpse stays around for a while after getting the mission complete screen. So I guess this was the hint that he ran away? A little clunky, but alright then. Freaking out at what their stalker will do next, they ask Tommy to act as their bodyguard and protect them on the way to their show. Well, I put him down easily the first time, shouldn't be so bad a second.
Lovefist, your time polluting the airwaves is over. I gave you the chance to be friends. Well, now I'm giving you the chance to die. You try and slow down, your limousine will explode, along with your big airy asses.
Ah, well shit. Depending on who you ask, some consider this the best mission of the game, and I do like it a lot myself. The setup is basically just the movie Speed, making sure to keep the limo moving fast or risk blowing up the band. And there aren't any scripted obstacles or cars introduced, just the regular traffic. So if you make it to that long stretch of road by the water, you're in the clear as long as you don't crash. But what makes it so great is just the antics of Lovefist in the back seat. Their banter and arguing, how they slowly discover the bomb, and how they fumble around trying to defuse the thing is just hilarious. Even if realistically they probably should have killed everyone in the limo by setting off the bomb.
Somebody do something? For kind of crap is that? I've seen braver crimes. Okay, tough guy, you do something. Look, mate, I play a musical instrument, and I have a clue about bomb disposal. Well, he could just suck the boom shine out with a straw.
It's a fun and relaxing little break from the usual missions, and it ends with the band inviting Tommy up on stage with them. All the side missions I had laying around complete, it's time to focus on expanding my empire.
Oh, we gotta redecorate this place. We gotta make it look older. I can't stand this look. Tommy, what do you say? What do you say we put a bar in the...
You're my lawyer, Rosenberg, not my interior decorator. Got it?
Returning to the Vercetti estate, Tommy is showing the boys around his new crib, discussing how to expand his business. Avery suggests buying some businesses to act as a front for his money, while Lance explains they should seize territory and remind the business owners that they're in charge now, as some stores are refusing to pay protection money now that they know Diaz is dead. Tommy decides to show those store owners not to get on his bad side, as he'll drive up to the mall in order to shoot out their storefronts. You have 2 minutes to get the job done, and don't have much resistance outside of some mall cops. Returning to the mansion, Tommy finds Lance and some of his guys just sulking around. According to Lance, a bar in town is refusing to pay protection, claiming they've hired another group to guard them. Pissed and berating Lance, Tommy goes down to the bar with some of the boys to kill the bar's new security, and then take out the entire security company.
Tommy, we gotta talk about stuff.
What's the problem, Lance?
It's you, my friend. I feel you're not giving me a fair slice.
Afterwards, Lance will call all pissy, bitching that Tommy embarrassed him in front of the crew, and that he's not being treated fairly. Tommy doesn't apologize, but he tries to clarify it has more to do with Lance making mistakes than him treating him as less of an equal. Lance doesn't really see it that way, and gets more emotional, so Tommy tells him to relax and take some time off to cool off. So help me, Lance, if you screw this all up for us. Returning to the mansion, I find Lance berating one of our goons, Mike. Mike was supposed to blow up a business in the mall, but screwed up and the bomb failed to go off. Now the place is crawling with cops, and it's only a matter of time till it gets traced back to us. Lance wants to cut and run, but Tommy comes up with the idea of infiltrating the mall and blowing up the place themselves. And since no one can get close but the cops, they decide to impersonate some. You'll need to drive around town with Lance and get a wanted level. Then once the cops show up, lure them to this lockup to steal their uniforms and cars. Now, dressed as the law, you can stroll into the mall and blow up the shop. Unfortunately, you get an instant 5-star rating, and need to get to the closest paint spray to lose the real cops. After making it back to the mansion, we'll have completed the protection ring assets for the business, the mansion now generating up to $5,000 in cash each day. Despite the mission going well, Lance ends up calling up to bitch like a housewife who isn't getting enough attention. He whines that Tommy isn't respecting him and talks down to him like an idiot and begs him to just treat him equally. Christ, Lance is such an insecure little bitch. Sure, Tommy's a jerk and talking down to him a little, but Tommy is actually out there getting work done, while Lance sits around and just expects respect to be handed to him. I wonder if his brother had to deal with this crap when he was still alive. Now, if you've done every mission up until now, main missions and side stuff like the gang missions and payphone missions, you may be perplexed as to why there's no missions available on the map. I certainly was for a bit, until I remembered what I had to do next. After smashing the windows at the mall, you unlock the ability to buy businesses in Vice City. These are the asset missions. After buying a business, they'll have a few missions associated with them in order for them to start generating money for you. You don't technically have to buy all 10 businesses and do their missions, just 6 of them, with the print works being required. But the way they show up here breaks the pacing of the game, as they feel weirdly tacked on, and are the only way to unlock the final 2 missions of the game. It feels like it would have made more sense to pepper in asset buying throughout the game, so by the time you got to this point in the story, you'd have the majority of them done. If you haven't been spending too much money on weapons or apartments, you should have enough to afford some assets. If you don't though, you're going to have to grind for cash in order to do so. This is mainly because you get a lot less money from completing missions compared to GTA 3. In that game, you had 2 moments where you needed a certain amount of cash to proceed, but because of the generous mission payouts, it was very easy to accomplish. I'm guessing the devs must have realized this too, and rebalanced the money you earned in order to encourage you to invest in properties and to pad the game out a little. So if you need more money, you'll have to wait around as the assets you do own generate the max amount of profit. Drive around and kill NPCs to loot their corpses for cash. Rob stores, which I had no clue were a feature in Vice City and thought were introduced in GTA 5. Turns out GTA 4 also had them. Or take on special side missions. I didn't discuss it at all in GTA 3, mainly because I couldn't be bothered to do them. But entering certain vehicles will give you the option to press R3 to activate special missions you can do for cash and bonus effects. These are vigilante missions, firefighter missions, paramedic missions, taxi missions, and pizza delivery missions. I'm not going to break down each of the mission types, but they all follow a certain beat. Completing the objective within a time limit will increase your timer and increase the mission's difficulty level. The higher the level, the more money you make, and when you make it to level 12, you'll unlock a permanent bonus, like increasing your armor and health to a max of 150 for doing the vigilante and delivery missions respectively. So while they are worth doing, it does take time to make decent cash, and you lose your increasing bonus if you fail a level or leave the car. My advice is, if you don't have enough money to buy the bigger assets like the Printworks or the Malibu Club, do the vigilante missions. They're easy if you got a decent police car and tons of machine gun ammo, and almost unlosable if you manage to get your hands on a Rhino tank. But once you got the cash, you'll unlock some of the best missions in the game, so it's worth a little bit of grinding. For the sake of time, since I know this video will probably be pretty long already, I'm going to give an abbreviated summary of what to do with some businesses before going into the better and more interesting asset missions. For the Pole Position Club, you have to spend $300 in the club, which can be done by watching a stripper dance for 5 minutes straight. Kaufman Cabs gives you 3 missions where you have to fight off a rival cab company by dropping off a client, shooting up their cabbies, and then surviving an ambush. The Boatyard has you complete a checkpoint course in under 2.5 minutes. The Ice Cream Factory needs you to deal drugs to at least 50 people while avoiding getting arrested. And finally, Sunshine Autos will need you to complete and deliver a list of cars, increasing the potential revenue generated the more lists you complete. And now, let's go over the good stuff, starting with Interglobal Studios. The first mission has Tommy meeting the studio's director, Steve Scott. Steve is a parody of Steven Spielberg, vaguely resembling the Hollywood director and having a strange obsession with sharks and aliens. Despite just being a porn director, Tommy wants to get Steve and the studio acting seriously and generating some real cash. So the first order of business is recruiting some new girls. First is Candy Sucks, voiced by real-life porn actress Jenna Jameson, and who first appeared way back on the Colonel's yacht with Congressman Alex Shrub. We have to kill her pimp and his gang before she's able to join the studio. And the second girl we recruit is Mercedes, who has no problems jumping into the porn biz. Now that we have our actresses, we need to promote the film, which we get done by dropping flyers from the studio's seaplane. It's a bit awkward to control, as it feels slow when trying to gain altitude and make turns, so you may end up crashing into buildings as you fly around. You have to fly through different checkpoints to drop flyers, going through all of them before the plane runs out of fuel. Our promotion of the film has gotten attention, but not the one we wanted, as Congressman Alex Shrubs now plans to shut down the production. So we need to take some incriminating photos of the congressman with Candy to blackmail him with. We use the studio's chopper and follow Candy's limousine to the hotel where the congressman is staying. Parking the chopper, you'll go up to the hotel across the street to the marked vantage point and take 3 photos of Candy and Shrub, who is wearing some interesting attire. Candy notices you watching, accidentally tipping off Shrub, giving you an instant 5-star wanted level. Fight your way out of the hotel and back to your chopper and then fly back to the studio. The final mission for this place has Tommy wanting to do something more eye-grabbing to promote the debut of the film. Grabbing the motorcycle on the studio lot, you'll follow the quest marker to an office building, riding the bike up to a certain floor. From here, it's a standard checkpoint mission, making jumps from building to building. Since it's a bit long, and you can accidentally fall off, there will be a few parts where stairs are unlocked to get you back up onto the building. Making it to the final checkpoint, Tommy hijacks the huge spotlight to promote the movie, completing the asset missions for the studio. Next is the Malibu Club. After purchasing it, the first mission sees the return of our old buddy Ken Rosenberg. Tommy is planning a heist, but needs a crew to assist. And first he'll need a safecracker. Rosenberg suggests Cam Jones, but unfortunately he's locked up at the police HQ. That won't stop Tommy though, who decides he'll just bust him out. You'll head to the police station and have to change into a uniform in order to get full access to the place. After grabbing a keycard, you can free Jones from his cell, though this tips off the cops you're not one of them. You'll now have to fight your way out and protect Jones, and avoid lingering for too long inside, as the cops will spawn infinitely. After making it outside, make a beeline for the nearest pan spray, and then drop off Jones at his place to complete the mission. Next, we need to recruit someone who's good at shooting. Cam Jones suggests we hit up Phil Cassidy. He originally showed up in GTA 3 as an old war buddy of Ray Machowski, who needed help fighting off the cartel. His backstory is a little different here, as in 3 he was a war veteran who served in Nicaragua, as Ray himself states plain as day in this clip.
An old army buddy of mine runs a business in Rockford. We saw action in Nicaragua back when the country knew what it was doing. Anyway, some cartel scum roughed him up yesterday. Said they'd be back for some of his stock today.
Now though, he's a gun nut who claims he served in Vietnam, but Cam Jones doesn't believe it. And information that can be found about Phil shows he was barred from serving due to his drunkenness. Honestly, I don't mind the change. Phil was a one-off character in GTA 3, so this new backstory for him makes him a lot more interesting. And now he's voiced by Gary Busey. Head to the ammunition in downtown to talk to him, where you'll find him practicing in his shooting range. You'll need to show off your shooting skills to recruit him, going through 3 different rounds of target practice, needing to beat a score of 60 points. Controller aim is again a bit annoying, but if you take your time and don't shoot wildly, you should be able to beat this score easily. Impressed with our gunslinging skills, he's on board to help with the heist. Next, we're going to need a getaway driver, and this brings us to the most annoying mission of the entire game. Phil suggests a friend of his, Hillary, to act as their driver, calling him up to see if he's interested. He's on board, but because of his abandonment issues, he'll only work with us if Tommy beats him in a race. Yeah, that makes total sense. I totally want someone I beat in a race to be the driver of my bank heist. They'll race around Vice City, with Hillary in his Saber Turbo and Tommy in a Sentinel. Right off the bat, we're at a huge disadvantage, as Hillary's ride blows ours out of the water in terms of speed. Then, once the race begins, you get an automatic 2-star wanted level, and have to dodge the cops while trying to overtake Hillary. And unlike the biker race we did earlier for Mitch, Hillary's AI is actually competent, so he can make turns and drive perfectly. If you played this mission as a kid, I'm sure you'd spend hours trying to come up with plans and ways to beat Hillary, like parking a car in front of him before the race, or trying to shoot up his ride, which won't work since it's bulletproof. As for me, I just kept doing it until I won, which took several tries. Only thing I could recommend is trying to overtake him somewhere around here. From there, keep an eye on any comms coming your way and to slow down anytime you need to turn, avoiding a few spots where scripted cars can derail your lead. I'm sure there's other ways and tricks to get it done, so for anyone who's made it this far, first, thank you. You're the real MVP. But comment down below what you thought of this mission as a kid and if you did any tricks to make it easier for yourself. Man, with all the trouble this race gave me, Hillary better prove himself during the heist. Now that all the pieces are assembled, it's time to pull off the bank job. We'll first drive out to the bank in a taxi, Tommy, Phil, and Cam changing into their disguises as Hillary waits on standby to get them out. They storm the bank, Phil holding the employees hostage as Tommy and Cam go up to the safe, killing any guards who try to play hero. The safe is tough to crack, so Cam will need the bank manager to unlock it, who Tommy needs to go find and bring back.
I told you not to touch that alarm!
Eventually, someone rings the alarm and SWAT storm the building, dropping in from the vents above. Fight off the police and get outside where Hillary will be waiting to drive everyone off to safety.
Hey guys, get in! I got you covered!
God damn it. What the hell was the point of racing this clown to recruit as our driver if he ends up dying? No wonder everyone hates Hillary. Time to improvise. So kill the police blocking the road, hop in the taxi, and drive like your life depends on it to the pay and spray. The heat off you, the boys return back to Cam's place to celebrate their newfound riches. This wraps up the missions for the Malibu Club and unlocks asset missions for Phil Cassidy. You'll find Phil at his scrapyard, where he almost blows himself up with one of his moonshine stills catches fire. He asks Tommy to steal guns from some Mexican gun runners in town, which requires you to crash into their trucks and steal the guns that fall off in order to bring back the ammunition. Returning to his scrapyard, you find Phil drunk out of his mind and playing with explosives, which, unsurprisingly, doesn't end well.
Ta-da! Oh, damn!
And now you know the real story of how he lost his arm back in GTA 3. You now have to get Phil to the hospital before he bleeds out while drunk off of your mind from his moonshine fumes. This is replicated with the camera moving around with a motion blur effect as you try to drive, and it actually gave me a bit of motion sickness while I was driving. Your car will wobble as you move, so I suggest keeping a medium pace and not going too fast in order to avoid crashing. When you get to the hospital, Phil tells you to take him to some back alley doctor instead, as to avoid the cops and the Viet Cong. Once you drop off the crazy redneck, you'll be able to buy some of the strongest weapons in the game from Phil's place. Now all that's left is the Printworks.
Mr. Vassetti? Hey, you bought the old Printworks?
Yeah, my old man used to work on these.
The first mission begins with Tommy inspecting the place, meeting the nice old man who works here, Ernest Kelly. Tommy gives us some backstory about his childhood, explaining to Ernest that his father used to work for a print shop, and that Tommy was going to follow in his footsteps before becoming a criminal. Tommy wants to make the Printworks legit, but Ernest suggests that he use the place for counterfeiting instead. They just need some high-quality printing plates first. He tips him off about a counterfeit syndicate working out of Florida, and after hitting up Kent Paul for more info, we'll find out a ship captain may know how to get those plates. After going down to the boatyard, fighting off the ship's crew, and getting the info from the captain, you'll find out a courier will be moving the plates soon. The next mission is ambushing that courier as they fly into Vice City. A small army of women will be guarding the drop-off zone, and they're all seriously strapped, so make sure you got armor and some heavy artillery of your own. If you kill the courier as they arrive, you can steal their chopper to get away. If they make it into their car, you'll have to chase them down for the plates instead. This wraps up the final asset mission, unlocking the final 2 missions of the game. We'll get a call from Rosenberg that something up at the print works. And checking in on the place, we see someone's roughed up Ernest. He fills us in that some mafia goons working for Sonny Forelli came in to collect their cut of Tommy's business. Pissed off, Tommy will have to search and hunt them down around Vice City. I killed the first group of collectors near the boatyard, and killed the second group near the Malibu Club. Well, looks like never paying off our boss and building an empire of our own under his nose has finally come back to bite us in the ass. Rosenberg calls up to state the obvious, that Sonny is pissed and is coming after Tommy. Lance will call afterwards, stating there's a huge problem and calling Tommy back to the mansion. This is it, boys and girls. Time for the final mission of the game.
What's going on?
Tommy! Oh, good. Listen. I like fish. I love fish. I love them as pets in bowls, or as food on a plate, but as much as I love them, I don't want to sleep with them, okay? But right now, your Italian brothers are coming from up there to fit me with some cement shoes, and I...
Shut up, Ken! Sit down!
Returning to the mansion, Rosenberg tells us that Sonny and some of the Forellis are on their way to Vice City to get their cut of what Tommy owes them. Tommy keeps a level head, instructing Rosenberg to get $3 million in counterfeit cash printed and ready, in order to use as a payout for Sonny. He also has Lance gather up the crew and prepare for possible violence. Ultimately, his scheme doesn't go as planned.
There's 3 million in the cases.
How many was it, 10? No, 11 men. That's how you get to be called the Howard Butcher.
You sent me to kill 1 man. 1 man! They knew I was coming, Sonny.
Tommy, watch your tone. Anyone would think you blame me for that unfortunate set of circumstances.
Just take the money.
Get the damn cash. You know, Tommy, I did what I could for you. I pulled strings, called in favors. I was your friend, Tommy. I hoped you'd see sense, see what's good for business. I trusted you, Tommy, and you disappointed me. But at least someone in your chicken shit organization knows how to do business. Isn't that right, Lance?
Sorry, Tommy. This is Vice City. This is business.
Fucking Lance. So there's a few things I want to unpack here before we get into the meat of the final mission. First is Tommy insinuating that Sonny set him up in the first place when it came to that hit that went wrong. Also, I've been saving this since the original botched deal, but there's some evidence that Sonny may have set up Tommy at the beginning of the game. It's small and easy to miss, but if you look at the cutscene where Tommy calls Sonny to tell him what happened, you can see piles of drugs and money sitting on his table. Remember, before this point, the Forellis and the other Liberty City families weren't dealing in drugs, so it doesn't make any sense they'd be in possession of the stuff at all. Granted, other than that cutscene, nothing implicates Sonny at all. While Tommy calls him after the deal went bad, you can argue enough time passed between what happened and the phone call that someone could have got the goods up to Liberty City. And like I brought up earlier, all the evidence around Ricardo Diaz ambushing the deal was circumstantial, with no one really showing any proof or Diaz claiming he did the deed before he died. It's an interesting mystery. While I think it makes more sense for Ricardo Diaz to be responsible, since he was the drug kingpin of Vice City, Sonny being behind it makes it a lot more personal for Tommy, and ties in better thematically with him being the final boss. The other thing to unpack is Lance's betrayal. I'd say most players probably saw it coming, as Lance starts growing resentful almost as soon as they kill Diaz. He's constantly demanding more respect, a bigger cut of their new empire, and clearly has an inferiority complex in regards to Tommy. Pretty much every mission you do for the Rossetti estate ends with Lance calling up and crying about something. So while the game does a good job foreshadowing it, Lance's reason for betraying Tommy just feels pathetic. It's less that we mistreated Lance, and more that he's an ungrateful little bitch that expects the world while doing absolutely nothing. That he and Tommy should be equals when Tommy does all the legwork and Lance just reaps the rewards. Hell, Lance would be dead in a junkyard because of his own idiocy if it wasn't for Tommy. Needless to say, I don't think anyone was shedding any tears when we'd have to kill Lance. After the cutscene, you'll need to fight off waves of Sonny's goons trying to loot your safe. Once you've dropped enough of them, that backstabber Lance will join in on trying to kill you.
No one to cover your ass now, eh, Tommy?
You're going down, you backstabbing prick.
Oh, you think so?
But it takes off as soon as you shoot him. You'll have to follow him up to the helipad and fight off him and more goons, though you're completely exposed up here. Even the barrels, which look like they're meant to be used as cover, don't do much to protect you. Instead of just getting into a firefight, I ran past the gunfire and onto the helipad, giving me a perfect spot to shoot Lance and finish off that crybaby traitor.
This is the last dance for Lance fans. I said I had enough of that at school.
Pick the wrong side, Lance.
While you're occupied with Lance, the Forelli goons will be looting your safe. But if you had a decent stack of cash before the fight started, you don't have to rush to defend it. Returning to the main entrance, it's time to put an end to that snake Sonny.
You took 15 years from me, Sonny, and now I'm gonna make you pay!
You still don't get it, do you? I own you, Tommy. Those 15 years were mine to spend. Get him, boys. He never understood a thing.
He's rocking a Ruger and being flanked by several goons, who will continue respawning until you've killed Sonny. He can be brutal to take down, as your position on the stairs, combined with all the goons and your lock-on being a little unreliable, makes you easy pickings for Sonny. The game helps mitigate the issue by giving you health in your office, and in the office on the first floor, you can pick up health and armor too. This spot right here is probably the best place to fight Sonny from, as you'll have a clear shot of him, the pillars in the way act as good cover, and the goons won't enter the room. After Sonny's corpse hits the ground, you've won. The scene shifting to Tommy sitting on the stairs looking burnt out over the whole ordeal. Rosenberg comes crawling in afterwards, having miraculously survived the entire ordeal. I also kind of forgot he was here in the first place. With Sonny Forelli dead, along with a ton of his goons, his family as Mafia is all but dead up north. This is further supported by GTA 3, as they are whittled down to just the Forelli brothers in that game, and Claude ends up killing most of them working for Joey Leone. Tommy perks up as everyone who opposed him is dead, and he's the most powerful guy in Vice City. Walking out of the mansion with Rosenberg, the pair happily look forward to their new working business relationship. Sure hope Rosenberg just keeps his coke problem under control.
You know, Ken, I think this could be the beginning of a beautiful business relationship.
After all, you're a conniving, backstabbing two-bit thief, and I'm a convicted psychotic killer and drug dealer.
I know. Ain't it just beautiful?
And that was Grand Theft Auto Vice City. Man, what a ride to return to. The game improved on everything that GTA 3 began. Better weapons and shooting, more vehicles and better driving, a bigger city to explore, letting you travel the map by land, sea, and now by air, more fleshed out and interesting characters, a protagonist with a voice and his own goals outside of being a hired thug, an actual story as opposed to a loosely connected set of missions, new mission types that had you doing more absurd things like dropping off flyers to promote a porno, using RC toys to blow people up, or just driving a limo while a Scottish heavy metal band tries to disarm a bomb. And quite possibly the greatest licensed soundtrack of any game. Like ever. Some of the greatest hits of the 80s that really shaped Vice City's identity, and like I brought up at the beginning, are so integral to the experience that you can't help but think of the game anytime you hear Billie Jean, I Ran, or the other songs in real life. To be honest, I don't know that I have any real gripes with Vice City at all. The manual aiming still isn't great, but analog stick shooting wasn't the best for many games during the PS2 generation. I'd say the only real blemish would be how it handles the asset missions, as it would have made more sense to pepper them out throughout the game, instead of having players do it all at the end. Though, even that's forgivable due to having the best missions in the game. To sum up my thoughts, Vice City is an incredible game that built on and improved everything from its predecessor, giving us an amazing experience in a unique setting that took us from a gritty crime game to, well, Miami Vice the game. And if the rumors regarding GTA 6 are true, I'm excited to visit Vice City again in HD in the modern era. Just hope Rockstar will pony up the cash to license Billie Jean again.
No game has ever had as much hype to live up to as Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. It had some enormous shoes to fill, because the two games that preceded it were classics, but it not only met expectations, it blew them away. Set in the early 90s in a city full of gangs and drugs, Grand Theft Auto is an epic game with storytelling and action that makes it a masterpiece. Rockstar Games has done it again. Ladies and gentlemen, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas.
Couldn't have put it better myself, Tony Hawk. Here we are, the final part of the original GTA trilogy. Sure hope I come up with a more creative title than San Andreas 18 years later. After the back-to-back successes of GTA 3 and Vice City, to say there was a lot of hype surrounding San Andreas would be an understatement. The 2-year gap between it and Vice City created tons of discussions and rumors about what this new game was going to be like. It was all anyone I knew would talk about. And around this time, I finally got a computer with internet access. So I was on gaming forums trying to find out anything I could about the game. Then the trailers were released, building up even more hype. You had a bigger world to explore, with different cities, small towns, and tons of countryside. Not limited to just land either, as you can now swim and explore underwater. For the first time, your character was now customizable, being able to change his hairstyle, facial hair, tattoos, clothing, and more. And the game even added some pseudo-RPG elements. The story and setting was influenced by hood movies from the late 80s and early 90s. The soundtrack now leaning heavily into rap and hip-hop. Not for everyone, I know, but if you were in high school during the mid-2000s, you know every kid was suddenly about 50 Cent, G-Unit, and Eminem, swearing up and down they were OGs who grew up on Tupac and Biggie Smalls. Then finally, in October of 2004, the game was released, and I loved it. San Andreas, along with Pokemon Sapphire, was my life throughout my early high school years. My school notebook was filled with cheat codes for San Andreas. I bet most of you remember this one. And the pages were also filled with my Pokemon fanfiction set in Hoenn. But that's a story for another day. San Andreas was my favorite GTA game for the longest time. But it's been a few years since my last playthrough. So let's dive in and find out why younger me loved it so much. And if it still holds up. Now get comfy, because this is going to be another long one.
After 5 years on the East Coast, it was time to go home.
Welcome to Los Santos Airport.
What's up? Carl is sweet.
What's up, sweet? What you want?
This mama. She's dead, bro.
The year is 1992. Carl Johnson, aka CJ, leaves Liberty City and returns to Los Santos after the death of his mother in a drive-by shooting. CJ left Los Santos 5 years before the beginning of the game, due to the death of his younger brother Brian, an event he still blames himself to this day. It's never elaborated on how Brian died, but it's implied through some dialogue that he may have been killed in a gang shooting. Not too long after arriving in Los Santos, CJ's taxi is stopped by the police, the cops tossing him into their cruiser and stealing all the money he had on him. These oh-so-honorable servants of the law are Officers Tenpenny, Pulaski, and the rookie officer Hernandez. Tenpenny is voiced by Samuel L. Jackson, and Pulaski by the late Chris Penn. Right away, the game establishes that CJ and Tenpenny have some kind of history. CJ less than surprised that the police picked him up once he was in Los Santos again, and Tenpenny wasting no time in antagonizing Carl, disregarding his claims that he's clean and on the straight and narrow. During their car ride, the crooked cops plant a gun on CJ, claimed that it was used to kill another police officer not just 10 minutes ago.
Well, that's a good thing we found you and retrieved the murder weapon.
That ain't my gun. Don't bullshit me, Carl.
Yeah, don't bullshit him, Carl. What the
Tenpenny uses the planted evidence to bring CJ under his servitude, informing him he'll be in touch when he's needed before tossing his ass out of the car.
Oh, shit. Here we go again. Worst place in the world. Rolling Heights baller country. Now, I ain't represented Grove Street in 5 years, but the ballers won't give a shit.
Stuck in rival gang territory, I finally get control of CJ, and have to huff it back to his mom's house on Grove Street. Thankfully, we got a handy bike to make the trip easier. Bikes, as in a regular motorless bike, are new to the series, and work like they do in Bully, mashing X to go faster and being able to do a little bunny hop. Not really my vehicle of choice when replaying San Andreas, but there's a fun little novelty to it. When I was younger, I remember just pedaling around San Andreas and trying to do stunts, along with making use of the moonjump code. I think I was more attached to it then, if only because of how much I loved Dave Miro's BMX as a kid. Returning to his childhood home, CJ is distraught, walking around the house, looking over a picture of his mother. He has a sort of flashback, it's just voices and no images, hearing his younger self interacting with his brother Brian and sister Kendall. As he sits down to stare at the photo, he's interrupted by someone coming out of the kitchen.
You picked the wrong house, fool!
Hey, Big Smoke! It's me, Carl! Chill!
CJ? Oh, my dog! What's up? Hey, baby, you okay, man?
This is Big Smoke, an old friend of CJ's and current member of the Grove Street families. He comes off as a genuinely nice and concerned friend, asking CJ how he's dealing with the death of his mother, while also promising he'll get to the bottom of finding out who did it, quoting the Bible, or attempting to anyway, as a way to put his distraught friend at ease. The pair then head to the cemetery in order to meet up with CJ's siblings and attend his mother's funeral. Here we're introduced to his younger sister Kendall, who's happy to see her brother.
Carl, hey, good to see you.
And his older brother Sweet, leader of the Grove Street families and who's less than happy to see CJ.
That's another funeral you ran away from, fool. Just like Brian's.
He immediately gives him shit for running away to Los Santos and not being here when his mother died. Sweet fully embraces the gangster lifestyle and is unable to see a life other than living in the hood with his homies, chastising CJ's attempts to better himself and live a better life, treating it as him abandoning his home and acting like he's better than others. Something that reminds me of Luis's situation in The Ballad of Gay Tony, where his family and old friends treated him as stuck up for trying to better himself. The funeral is cut short when some ballas attempt a drive-by on the group, with everyone running back to Grove Street, and CJ promising Sweet he's sticking around this time. His mom's house will now act as a safe house during this early portion of the game. Now we can do the first proper mission of the game, working with another member of Grove Street and another old friend, Ryder.
Yeah, homie. Yeah, it's good to see you back.
No homie love? No hug?
Oh, for sure, my nigga. My bad. What's cracking with you?
He was at the funeral before, and is basically the rapper Eazy-E. Appearance-wise, anyhow. While Big Smoke was nice and respectful to CJ, Ryder's the opposite, and is pretty much an asshole. Constantly giving him shit about everything, from his appearance, to the way he drives, how he left the hood, and always calling him a buster. He's also almost always high or in the middle of smoking anytime you drop in on him. For his first mission, Ryder asks for CJ's help in pulling off a robbery. And on the way there, he tells CJ to get rid of that yee-yee ass haircut, formally introducing the barbershops. You don't get a lot to choose from at first, as some looks can be a bit pricey this early in the game, but you can customize CJ's look to personalize him more to your liking. This was another feature I had more fun with as a kid, as I was constantly changing up his look, trying to make CJ look goofy or badass depending on my mood. I didn't miss it much in GTA 4, and didn't use it at all in GTA 5. I think mainly because I prefer this kind of customization when it's your own player-created character, since it serves more as a way for me to roleplay or self-insert, as opposed to CJ who has his own story and moral compass. On the topic of roleplay, San Andreas adds some RPG elements in the form of stats you can level up for CJ. There are 5 main stats you can view for CJ by pressing L1 on the hub, but a lot more can be viewed when pausing and choosing the stat screen. First there's respect. CJ's standing with the Grove Street families, with his respect increasing after most missions, when he kills rival gang members, takes over their territory, or kills the police. The more respect he has, the more members of Grove Street he can recruit to bring along on missions to assist, though their effectiveness leaves a lot to be desired. But I'll get into that later. Next we got stamina, how far you can run, cycle, or swim before CJ gets winded and has to stop. Easily built up by just doing all of those things, or using the treadmill at the local gym. The muscle stat determines how swole CJ is, letting him hit harder with melee attacks, increasing his sex appeal with the ladies, and changing his model to look more muscular. Like stamina, you can hit the gym and start lifting weights to increase muscle, unlocking more melee moves for CJ as well once he hits a certain milestone. Opposite of the muscle stat is fat, which increases when CJ overeats food from any of the fast food places and restaurants in the game. The food places act as the main way to heal outside of missions, being able to order different meals that heal various amounts of health, and for pretty cheap too. I have to say, I like the way they did all the different restaurants in the game, as depending on the food they're serving, they'll look pretty different from each other indoors, with their employees wearing distinct uniforms and having different personalities, as some clearly hate their job compared to others, the guy at Clucking Bell not even hiding his disdain for customers. CJ's appearance and dialogue changes as he gains weight, and becomes a detriment to his health and stamina if he gets too big. But you still want to keep some fat on you, as CJ will get hungry and have to eat regularly, and if he's got no body fat, then his muscle starts to decrease instead. I swear, I feel like everyone hated this eating mechanic back when it first came out, complaining constantly about having to take CJ to a fast food place like it was interrupting the game. But like the Friends mechanic in GTA 4, I feel like it was overblown, as CJ doesn't have to eat that often. And since eating recovers your health, most likely you were going to stop by somewhere before starting a new mission if you were hurt. Seems like another one of those instances where it only felt annoying because the younger fanbase didn't have the patience for it. Sex appeal is the final stat shown on the main hub, indicating how popular CJ is with the ladies. It's controlled by a number of factors, from CJ's haircut, the way he's dressed, his body type, and what type of car he's driving. The more expensive his ride and look, the more attractive he looks, receiving positive comments from NPCs around the map, while also affecting his ability to date certain women. But I'll talk about girlfriends later. The remaining stats are lung capacity, how long CJ can dive underwater without running out of breath and drowning, increased by diving underwater and surfacing without drowning, vehicle skill, which is divided up among the different vehicles CJ can drive, improving how well a car, bike, or plane handles, and finally weapon skill, which is divided up among the different weapon types in the game. The more he uses a weapon, the more proficient CJ will get with it, increasing accuracy, distance he can target someone, rate of fire, and whether he can shoot and move at the same time. Certain guns, when fully maxed out, will also let CJ dual wield them, like the pistols or the machine guns. Managing all these stats might seem daunting at first, but it's as easy as just doing the thing to level up the thing. So it'll end up happening naturally throughout your playthrough. And outside of 2 instances, you never have to get a certain stat to a certain level. Alright, now what were we doing again? Oh right, robbing a pizza place. Since this is Ryder's bright idea, I'm sure you can predict how well the whole thing goes.
Give up the money. This a raid.
Ryder, not this again.
It ain't me, fool.
No one else is that small. I feel sorry for your dad.
Shit, you crazy. Let's get up out of here.
Same old CJ. Buster. Straight Buster. Oh shit, run!
After escaping and getting that Buster home, CJ can head over to help out Sweet. Sweet wants to show that Grove Street is making a comeback, and ain't to be messed with, asking his brother to drive out to Bala Turf to do some tagging. Not quite up to Banksy's level, but I dig it. Tagging works as an optional collectible, like hidden packages in the last 2 games, being able to paint over the tags of rival gangs. Once you've found and tagged all the gang graffiti, a few weapons will now always spawn at CJ's house, along with upgrading Grove Street gang members with better weapons when they're walking around and when you recruit them. This mission also introduces another first to the series, climbing, as you can now climb up fences and walls of a certain height. This makes verticality easier compared to the previous 2 games, allowing you to climb up certain buildings to look for secrets or get a better vantage point on your enemies, all without the need for a helicopter, improving the game's overall level design during missions and, in some instances, making it easier to run from enemies if you're cornered or don't have a car. After helping Sweet and escaping the Ballas, you'll have 5 tags taken care of from your count of 100, and you can now grab spray paint from your kitchen when you need it. Before starting the next mission, CJ will get a call from Officer Hernandez, the silent cop who was with Tenpenny and Pulaski. He warns you the cops are watching CJ and not to leave town. This is the game's way of keeping the player in Los Santos, as unlike the last two games, you don't have broken bridges that will stop you from exploring the rest of the map early. Instead, you'll get a high wanted level when trying to enter the other major areas. The police either killing you or forcing you to turn back. Checking on Sweet and the boys, they discuss how crack dealers have ruined the neighborhoods, drugs being responsible for the escalating violence in the hood, mirroring the real-life crack epidemic of the 80s and early 90s. Grove Street's refusal to deal in drugs is partially responsible for the gang's fall in power, and causing them to splinter off into smaller groups. Sweet sends CJ and Ryder to deal with a local dealer named B-Dub, with the pair running into an old friend named Big Bear, who works for the dealer now.
The only thing Bear give a fuck about is smoking and keeping my house clean. Ain't that right, Big Bear?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah what?
Hell yeah, sir.
Crack has left the guy a shell of his former self, as now he's basically B-Dub's slave and muscle in exchange for another drug hit. CJ takes pity on Big Bear, and leaves without violence. So instead they decide to beat up a local dealer before killing some ballers in a crack den. Remember kids,
drugs are bad. You shouldn't do drugs.
Man, giving back to the community by killing drug dealers sure left me hungry. I should get the crew together to get something to eat.
Hey, I'll take a number 9, fat boy.
Give me a number 9 just like his. Let me get a number 6 with extra dip.
I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda.
Before we can enjoy our delicious chicken, we spot a baller's car on its way back to the Grove. So the boys will give chase with CJ driving as Sweet and Ryder fire on the car. After the ballers are dealt with, we'll drive Big Smoke back to his place a few blocks away from Grove Street. Afterwards, Sweet will call up and gyms will be unlocked for CJ to work out at. With the escalating violence, it's time for CJ to put in some real work, instead of acting as a glorified chauffeur. So Big Smoke will take him to the local arms dealer and possibly senile old man, Emmett. The mission serves to reintroduce the shooting mechanics and show off Big Smoke's sick moves.
Cap your ass! And your ass! You want some too? Ice cold, baby! I knew I was the chosen one!
Oh, man. Check out Special Agent Big Smoke.
Nothing much to it. The lock-on feels more reliable than Vice City, and now you can instantly blow up cars by aiming for their gas tanks. Just like in real life. Honestly, I can't think of a single time I found this useful, as most of the time cars are mobile and that tiny target is close to impossible to hit. Usually I end up hitting it by mistake, causing an explosion and getting caught in the blast by accident. Emmett will be the source of a free gun until ammunition is unlocked later. You can also dress up CJ now as clothing shops are unlocked. Aw yeah, looking fly, playa. Like I mentioned towards the beginning, there's a lot more customization to dressing up CJ. Choosing a shirt, pants, shoes, hats, or shades. The game encourages the player to change up their style, as CJ's default tank top and jeans are kinda boring. And his friends insist he starts wearing Grove Street's green gang colors. After buying new threads, we put our newfound gun skills to use in a drive-by, taking out several sets of ballas and learning where the local paint spray is. Later, Sweet calls up for help, as he was pinned down by a rival gang while visiting his girl, needing CJ to fight his way through them and help his brother escape. Getting dragged into our siblings' love lives again, Sweet doesn't like Kendall dating a member of the Los Aztecas gang.
Some things ain't just meant to happen. I mean, what if y'all have kids? Leroy Hernandez? That don't sound
His
good,
name
girl.
ain't Hernandez.
Well, Leroy Lopez
Or
then.
Lopez either, you racist fuck.
He's totally not racist though. It's a gang thing, you know? So we have to follow Kendall to the local lowrider competition to meet her and her man, which requires a lowrider of our own. Sweet will send us to his friend's garage to pick up a car, and this is where car modification is introduced. Limited to lowriders at first, you can change the paint job of your car, its wheels, add hydraulics, and even add nitrous. This was another cool addition at the time of the game's release, and I'm sure racing game fans loved it too. Tricking out their rides, showing them off, and flipping out when you inevitably end up destroying it. Again, not my thing, but if anything, I do like that when later garages are unlocked, I do have some kind of control over my car's paint job, as opposed to the paint spray where it's random each time. Rolling up to the competition, it's just a simple rhythm game, matching the directional inputs to the beat of the music to move the car. It's so easy, it's one of the better ways to make some quick cash in the early game. as most of these missions for the hood have only paid you in respect, kind of like in GTA 5. Huh, guess Rockstar was more committed to recreating that San Andreas experience than I realized. After winning, we finally meet Kendall's boyfriend, Caesar, the leader of the Los Aztecas.
¿Qué onda? Nice hopping, Holmes.
Well, you just shook that whatever's hand.
Come here, baby girl.
Hey, get your dirty hands off my sister.
What is wrong with you?
Holmes, you're acting like she's your woman, eh? She's with me, cabron. So chill the fuck out.
It's a rocky first impression, CJ acting possessive of his sister like Sweet, and Caesar's friends trying to start some shit with CJ. But Caesar smooths things over and promises he really does love Kendall, and that he'll always protect her. There isn't a lot to his character yet, but as the game goes on, he'll eventually become CJ's closest confidant. This wraps up the missions for Sweet, so now I move on to helping Big Smoke. First, we tag along to pick up an old friend recently released from jail, Jeffrey.
Hey, man, it's OG Loke, homie. OG Loke.
Ah, right. OG Loke is basically that guy you know from high school who swore he was going to be a rapper, but lacked the actual, talent to ever really succeed. Thinking a name, a look, and acting like a wannabe gangster was enough to make it. You younger kids probably know them as SoundCloud rappers, or those guys who lip sync on TikTok. OG Loke asks for some help getting revenge on some SA named Freddy, who stole his rhymes while in jail. But the conversation on the way to the mission, along with dialogue from the guy when we meet him, makes it obvious Loke wants him dead for making him his prison bitch. Confronting Freddy at his place, he takes off on his bike, with CJ chasing him while Loke shoots at him. If you keep up with Freddy and Loke manages to hit the guy, or you somehow got your own machine gun, you can kill Freddy during the chase. Otherwise, he'll lead you all around Los Santos and back to an ambush. This is the first mission to make use of the skip trip feature, as if you fail, when you redo the mission, you can skip picking up OG Loke and go straight to Freddy's house. I love this feature, as a lot of missions go on for a while, so having to redo certain segments of it can really drag out the experience. After Freddy's taken care of, CJ will drop off OG Loke at his new job at Burger Shot, unlocking him as a mission giver. Returning to Big Smoke, we briefly bump into Tenpenny and Pulaski.
Boo!
Asshole.
Yo, Carl, see you around.
Looks like CJ isn't the only one they're giving a hard time. Smoke needs help picking up his cousin who just came in from Mexico. We even get to hear his impeccable Spanish-speaking ability.
Hey, excuse me, Jose. Yo soy el grande smokio, and I want that grass, comprende?
Hey, fuck you, cabron.
What?
Now that ain't nice.
Coffee-o up el Guido before I blow your brains out all over the patio.
Chinga tu madre, pendejo.
Oh, did I say cousin? I meant to say weed. We're ripping off some Vargos dealers. We're not done with the Vargos yet, though. And next, it's one of the most memorable missions of San Andreas.
All we had to do was follow the damn train, CJ. All we had to do was follow the damn train, CJ. All we had to do was follow the damn train, CJ.
Yeah, this one is pretty infamous. Having to chase down the Vargos while they're on the train, while Smoke shoots and tries to kill them from the back of the bike. But because of the height of the train, Smoke's terrible shooting, and the occasional obstacle on the track, it could be a real pain in the ass to kill them, as it feels like RNG whether Smoke actually manages to hit them. This time around, I did manage to do it in one go. Don't know if I just memorized the mission from sucking at it so much as a kid, or if I lucked out and found that magic sweet spot where the bullets actually land. The final mission for Smoke is the biggest set piece so far, as we end up having to fight our way through a building full of Russian mob goons while protecting Smoke, ending in an awesome chase sequence where we have to escape the Russians in a giant truck, with a scene ripped straight out of Terminator 2. Wrapped up with Big Smoke, it's time to head back to that Buster Ryder.
Damn.
Hey, what you doing? Digging graves?
Damn, where the fuck I put it, man?
Put what, nigga?
Man, the fucking water.
After watching him try and fail to find some drugs he buried in his yard, he wants help in stealing weapons from a local army vet. They'll grab a delivery truck and wait till it's dark to head over to the man's house to rob him, with CJ needing to sneak in and move around quietly to avoid waking him up. After you grab the boxes of weapons and take them back out to the truck, you'll unlock home invasions as a way of making extra cash. Returning to Ryder, Tenpenny and his lackeys reappear.
Smells good. What's cooking? Where's mine?
Picking up some drugs from Ryder before ordering both boys to go rob a train. Man, these assholes just have everyone in the hood doing things for them, huh? The train robbery itself involves CJ climbing onto its flatbed to grab weapon crates, and toss them back at Ryder as he follows behind him. The final job for this idiot involves robbing a National Guard depot of weapons, which is a lot easier than you'd expect. You only have to deal with a few guards, and the main bulk of the mission is just using a forklift to load crates onto a truck. Man, what is this, Shenmue? Done with Ryder, it's time to check in on OG Loke, and see how he's doing at his new job as a hygiene technician.
Looking real technical, gangster. You ain't run off again yet?
Fed up with his job as a janitor, he wants to throw a big house party to kick off his rap career. So our first objective is to steal a DJ's sound equipment, wooing her with our 6 dance moves before stealing her ride.
さて、一丁決めてくるか。
Returning to OG Loke, his rhymes aren't getting the approval he was hoping for, as this random customer kindly explains to him.
Hey, it's OG Loke, homie, and I'ma kick a little something like this. Hey, yo, when I come through up in the place, you don't want me to come with a gun in your face. I spit it harder than anybody in the world could do.
That
it's
shit
like
sucks. Damn.
So CJ suggests he have someone else write his rhymes. But Loke goes a step further and asks us to steal the rhyme book of a big-name rapper, Mad Dog. It's a stealth mission, needing you to head to Mad Dog's mansion and sneak past his guards to get his rhyme book, making use of the shadows to hide and move around guards, even getting the option for stealth kills by using a knife and crouching behind a guard to kill them. While simple, I dig this little stealth mission, as the devs did a decent job fleshing out the mechanics, as a few future missions will give you the option for a stealthy approach instead of going guns blazing. Returning to Loke, we're not done with Mad Dog quite yet, as his manager has allegedly been blacklisting OG Loke, telling other agencies and managers that the would-be rapper's rhymes and skills are whack, and he isn't worth hiring. Which, you know, is true. But we need to help Loke by eliminating said manager. First by stealing a car belonging to one of his drivers, getting in a lineup and picking him up from a premiere, and then driving the car into the ocean and letting him swim with the fishes. With that, it's time for the house party. But OG Loke's glorious debut is interrupted by the Ballers. The gangbangers bring a small army to attack Grove Street, with the whole hood having to work together to fight them off. Man, all this gang violence is really starting to escalate. Before you can start planning on what to do about the Ballers, Officer Tenpenny calls up to put CJ to work.
Hey, Carl Johnson, CJ. Oh, shit. Come on over here, son.
Frank Tenpenny shares a lot of similarities with Denzel Washington's character Alonzo Harris from the movie Training Day, a corrupt cop who acts like he's untouchable, abuses his authority, regularly does drugs on the job, steals from criminals, and runs a corrupt unit of like-minded cops, behaving more like a criminal in his demeanor and how he speaks than a decorated officer of the law. CJ will meet with Tenpenny and the other members of the Crash Police Unit at the local donut shop, being ordered to take care of a drug-dealing, cop-killing Vargos gangster. You'll be provided with some Molotovs for the mission, having to throw them through the windows of the gangster's house to burn it down and kill him. Unfortunately, an innocent girl is trapped inside, so CJ will have to run in to save her, putting out fires in order to escape the blazing inferno. Getting her to safety, she introduces herself as Denise, who just so happens to live down the road from Grove Street. Falling in love with CJ after he saves her life, she'll now become his girlfriend, the first of potentially several more. Girlfriends and dating are another new mechanic introduced in San Andreas. Outside of Denise and one other girl I'll bring up later, girlfriends are optional and can be found hidden throughout the game. You'll know if a woman is dateable when you see a blue arrow above their head. But you can't date them right away. CJ needs to have a decently high sex appeal, but more importantly needs to fit the girl's taste, usually by having the right body type they're interested in. Once they like what they see, CJ can take them out on dates to restaurants or to go dancing. As your relationship status with them grows, you'll unlock perks for dating them. One potential girlfriend makes it so you can keep your weapons after dying and respawning at the hospital, while another owns her own car garage that can be used as a free pay and spray. Get your relationship status with them high enough, and you can drive their personal rides, unlock new outfits, and eventually be invited into their homes for some hot coffee. Well, can't discuss San Andreas without going into the whole hot coffee controversy. Grand Theft Auto has been no stranger to controversy, constantly being attacked by the media and politicians for being violent murder simulators. I didn't discuss it in the Vice City video, but it landed in hot water due to the missions relating to the Cubans and the Haitians, with both real-life groups protesting the game for depicting them as criminals, and possibly propagating harsh stereotypes about them. This resulted in future releases of Vice City removing any mention of the Cubans and Haitians, and just giving them regular gang names. But this was nothing compared to the shitstorm that the hot coffee incident caused. Buried in the code of the initial release of the game was a scrapped minigame referred to as hot coffee, where CJ would crudely have sex with his girlfriends. It wasn't particularly explicit stuff, and could only be accessed by modding the game or using a cheat device, but once it was discovered, all hell broke loose. Politicians and lawyers swarmed on the game, spearheaded by gaming's former enemy, Jack Thompson. The media misrepresented how easy it was to access the minigame, and painted Rockstar and Take-Two in a bad light, with the ESRB re-rating the game adults only, forcing retailers to pull the game from their shelves. Take-Two would have to stop production of the game in order to scrub the minigame from the code and get it re-rated, eliminating any traces of hot coffee in subsequent releases, along with paying tons of money in fines and lawsuits. All for a minigame that looks like two action figures smashing against each other. Man, talk about crazy. As it's pretty tame nowadays compared to the sex scenes you see in games like The Witcher, or, The Last of Us 2. So glad we've all grown and video games aren't criticized for their sexual content or used as scapegoats for violence by out-of-touch politicians anymore. Returning to Tenpenny, he sends CJ down to the docks to interrupt a deal with the Ballers and the Russians. Finished with the cops for now, it's time to go help out Grove Street again. Sweet will call up CJ, telling him to take care of a former member of the gang, named Little Weasel, who swapped sides and joined the Ballers. This is when ammunition will be unlocked, and you'll need to gear up with some new weapons before heading to Little Weasel's location in Glen Park. And here is where we're introduced to the gang warfare mechanic. Gang warfare has the various groups in Los Santos fighting for power and trying to take over each other's territory. The map of Los Santos will be divided up into different turfs, color-coded to match the controlling gang. Green representing Grove Street, purple representing the Ballas, and yellow representing the Vagos. In order to take over a territory, you need to walk into a rival's turf and kill at least 3 gang members in order to start a gang war. You then have to kill 3 waves of enemies of increasing difficulty, surviving in order to claim the territory as yours. Depending on how high your respect is, you can recruit some Grove Street members to assist, which you do by aiming at them and pressing up on the directional pad. The territory you control will bring in a passive income that you can collect outside CJ's house. While interesting, I've got several issues with gang warfare. First is that trying to initiate a war to take territory can be a pain in the ass sometimes. Because of the way the game spawns NPCs, there might not be enough guys around to kill and actually start the takeover. Feels like more times than not, I'd have to run circles around a territory until they'd finally spawn, usually happening in the smaller turfs. Next is that your homies are absolutely useless. Their AI would constantly break during these fights, so even when giving them directions to follow, they'd either stay in one place, refuse to fight, or end up in my line of fire and getting killed. And finally, you have to protect your territory after you've claimed it. It doesn't happen all the time, but man, it seems to have a habit of occurring at the worst possible moment. The map will start flashing with an icon representing a gang attacking your territory, so you have to race from wherever you are back to that area, and fight off the gang or risk losing the territory and having to reclaim it all over again. It just feels like such a tedious mechanic, with the rewards not feeling worth it. Thankfully, you're not forced to take over every square of the map, even if you're doing 100% completion. but gang warfare resurfaces in an ugly way towards the end of the game. After killing Little Weasel, CJ, Sweet, and some guys you recruit from the Grove will ambush the Ballas at his funeral, killing one of their high-ranking members. Later, Sweet will head to a meeting with the heads of the other former Grove Street families, hoping to merge the groups back together into a stronger gang. But the meeting ends up ambushed by the Los Santos Police Department. Big Smoke and Ryder end up ditching CJ, so it's up to him to try and save Sweet on his own. Fighting through the cops, he eventually finds Sweet and the two escape the building, just in time for their friends to return. Thanks a lot, assholes, but I guess it's the thought that counts. Afterwards, it's one long sequence of trying to fight off the police as the group tries to get away, with a police copter trying to ram into the guys. It all ends with them crashing their car through a billboard and going up in flames. Though, thankfully the crew managed to jump out at the last minute. Man, what a wild ride. But you know, I think the whole experience really brought the crew together. Fighting off the cops, escaping and nearly dying. The whole thing really makes me appreciate my homies. It's truly Grove Street for life. Empowered by the whole experience, Sweet rallies Grove Street together for an ambush on a Ballers meeting. Before CJ can head over and back up his brother, he gets a call from Caesar, who needs to show him something important but can't tell him over the phone. Meeting him in his car, they spy on some Ballers across the street, and the truth behind the death of CJ's mom is revealed.
So, some Ballers hanging around a dope spot. So what?
Just watch, homie.
What the fuck? Oh, no. Shit, Smoke, what you into?
Shh, that's it. Look at that ride.
That's the motherfucking Green Saber.
Big Smoke and Ryder have been in league with the Ballas and Tenpenny this entire time. The Green Saber responsible for the initial drive-by shooting that killed his mom had been hidden away at this garage the entire time. I really love this reveal. Easily the best twist in any GTA game. In GTA 3, Salvatore betraying Claude comes out of nowhere and gets terribly explained away, as Maria lying to him about her and Claude being an item. In Vice City, Lance's betrayal is foreshadowed, but feels unjustified due to his whiny and entitled attitude. But here it's just perfect, as looking back at earlier events, Ryder and Smoke's betrayal was being heavily foreshadowed. It starts as early as Big Smoke's introduction, as it's never properly explained what he was doing in the Johnson house before CJ arrived, possibly cleaning up the scene of the crime or hiding some evidence. Then we have all those times you would see Tenpenny show up at Smoke or Ryder's place, which at first is framed like Crash is using them like they are CJ, but knowing what we know now, it's clear the group were meeting to discuss and plan out their scheme. Then there's small things like how Big Smoke didn't fire on the Ballers after their trip to Cluckenbell, just eating food in the backseat instead. Or how after the mission you drop him off at his house, which isn't on Grove Street and located smack dab in Baller territory. The final nail in the coffin being the previous mission, where the two outright abandoned CJ and Sweet when the meeting of Grove Street families got attacked by the police. Like the two knew it was a setup all along. CJ doesn't get much time to dwell on this revelation, as he realizes that Sweet and the other Grove Street members have walked into a trap. Rushing to his aid, he fights off the Ballers and finds that Sweet has been shot. After killing every Baller there, the cops surround the two brothers, forcing CJ to surrender and bringing our time in Los Santos to an end. At least for now.
You got a bag over your head, boy. How you feel about that?
Man, take it off. Please, man. I can't breathe. Please.
Oh, all right. But only because you said please.
After the events of the last mission, CJ was grabbed and scurried away from the scene by Tenpenny and Pulaski. They fill him in that his brother is alive in a prison hospital. His sister Kendall and Caesar are safe, but with the cops keeping an eye on them. In no uncertain terms, CJ is fucked. Once again made to be Crash's errand boy. Warned to stay away from Smoke. You'll now be stuck in some podunk town in the middle of the countryside. And you know what? I actually like it out here. It's a nice change of pace compared to the more crowded and dingy feeling of Los Santos. letting you breathe in this wide open space. With towns made up of smaller streets, homes, and businesses, locals dressed differently from those in Los Santos, riding cars more suited for the countryside. You can really take in the nature around this mountainous area. Well, as best as you can with PS2 graphics. The area around Mount Chiliad just invites exploration, with long stretches of driving and not encountering another soul, making you wonder what you could possibly stumble onto. Is it any surprise that rumors around Bigfoot, ghosts, or serial killers being in the game were so popular around its release? Hell, if you're someone who's into liminal spaces, San Andreas is just a goldmine of it, from simple alleys to abandoned cottages or full-on abandoned towns. The diversity between its different areas really makes it one of the best and most memorable open worlds. CJ can't appreciate the countryside for long though, as Crash puts him to work as soon as they drop him off. He needs to climb up Mount Chiliad to find an informant who's planning to snitch on Tenpenny. Making our way up there and finding his cabin, he's being guarded by the FBI. So you'll have to sneak past them to get into the cabin and kill the guy. But if you spook him, you'll have to chase after him as he drives off and kill him before he gets away. Once the deed is done, take a snapshot of his corpse and return to the trailer back in town to send it to Tenpenny. Afterwards, you'll get 2 calls from Caesar and Sweet. Caesar fills us in on the state of things and suggests CJ go meet his cousin in order to get some help with his current situation, while Sweet calls from the prison hospital, checking in to see if CJ and Kendall are okay, and asking his brother to do what he can to get him out. Taking Caesar's advice, we head to the diner where his cousin is located, who turns out to be a familiar face.
Do you want some, fatso? You big stick of Yankee piece? I seen fucking unis with more balls than you. What the fuck did you want?
Nothing. I'm looking for a friend of mine's cousin, Mexican guy. He ain't here.
You? But Cesar said you was a real man.
Crazy. Lady, I'm a God-fearing, peace-loving man of the people.
Whatever, asshole. Let's go.
Damn, relax, baby.
Yep, it's the sorta main villain of GTA 3, Catalina. Of all the people from these games, she was the last one I'd expect to make a reappearance, especially in a game set a decade before her debut. Catalina is just as unpleasant as she was in GTA 3. Maybe more so, as she's quick to anger, is constantly shouting, and tries to solve all her problems with violence. Kinda like a female Kratos. The younger Kratos, anyhow.
Zeus, your son has returned! I bring the destruction of Olympus!
Working with Catalina involves pulling off 4 different robberies around the countryside. The whole experience being treated like her and CJ are dating, creating an unpleasant experience as Catalina constantly berates and belittles him, constantly calls his manhood into question, and criticizes just about his every move. Did I say they were dating? I'm sorry, sounds more like they're married. You can do the robberies in any order you like, with the closest one being a gas station in town. But instead of robbing the cashier for cash, we steal his fuel tanker instead. A simple mission to deliver the fuel to Catalina's contact, though the cashier and his buddy Derek will chase after and try to stop you. Gotta admire that dedication to the job. After completing the job, a mysterious stranger will call up to offer work, having been referred to CJ by Tenpenny. Returning to Angel Pine, we find Tenpenny having the time of his life.
Hello? Hello? Somebody in there?
In here.
Check this shit out. What do we have here?
Yo, Carl. What up, kid?
Welcome, friend.
Sup?
And we're introduced to the aging hippie known as the Truth. Instead of eliminating someone to cover up his corruption, Tenpenny more or less loans out CJ to the Truth, in order to pay for weed he's buying from him. And despite being associated with an asshole crooked cop like Tenpenny, the Truth is surprisingly pleasant. Definitely an out there weirdo, but he's nice to CJ and doesn't treat him like his whipping boy. He needs help harvesting his weed, which requires stealing a combine harvester from a nearby farm. Man, I love this mission. It's a simple steal and escape job, but any of the farmers you run over while escaping will be shredded to bits and shot out the back of the harvester as bloody meat chunks. And I always end up wasting time just running them over for fun. No, I'm not a psychopath. My dad just wasn't there for me growing up. And my mom went crazy and started chasing UFOs. Now we're gonna watch a 4-hour retrospective on Fallout New Vegas. Then you can leave. Dropping off the harvester to the Truth, he says he'll reach back out once the Mary Jane is ready. Afterwards, Caesar will call and come out to Angel Pine with Kendall for their protection, though he wants to head back to Los Santos to get rid of the drug pushers, specifically Big Smoke. CJ is in denial about Big Smoke's betrayal, unable to accept his former friend has fallen so far and is now dealing. But his sister and Caesar tell him to wake up, pointing out he couldn't have afforded his current house any other way. I mean, none of these guys seem to have actual jobs, so they do have a good point. Caesar's also heard a rumor that Smoke regularly sends a truck out to San Fierro to pick up more dope. CJ convinces Caesar to chill and stay put for now, unlocking optional missions where he can disrupt Smoke's operation. They're not located on the map, but triggered on certain days of the week, with Caesar calling about either drugs or cash being moved. You have the choice to accept or decline the mission, with no penalty if you decide not to do it. But if you accept, you can either kill a drug courier working for Smoke, taking a backpack full of drugs and the mission payout determined by how much he had left in his bag. Or you can chase after a Patriot car transporting cash, smashing into or shooting it, letting you loot crates for a maximum payout of $1,800. I mostly ignored these and only ever did them once, mainly because Caesar always seemed to call when I was on the other side of the map, and I couldn't be bothered to drive all the way back to the countryside to do the jobs.
Hello?
Where'd you been, asshole? Why don't you call, eh?
Well, I was just about to call you, but...
Liar! You've been hanging out with those sticky putas!
No. If you just let me...
Silence! Get up here! We've got places to rob!
Look, I'm in the middle of some shit right...
Oh, right. Guess we should go back to working with our new girlfriend. Meeting Catalina in her hideout, it's time to bang out the remaining robbery missions. First hitting up a betting shop and blowing its safe, then attempting to rob a liquor store before someone else beats us to it, so we chase them down and rob them instead, and finally hitting up a small bank, biting off and escaping the local police force. Afterwards, breaking up with Catalina.
One day, Carl Johnson, you will realize she truly loved me, and your heart will break in two. But you are more like the spiny lizard than a man. Goodbye.
Oh, how will I ever recover from losing such a great catch as her? I think I'll just get into a crazy, illegal, cross-country race to clear my head. Caesar calls telling us about the race, and driving up to the starting line, we're introduced to who I consider the best character in the game, Woozy Moo, or Woozy as his friends call him.
You haven't been to one of our meets before. Where are you from, friend?
I'm from Grove Street Families, Los Santos. What's happening?
Relax. This isn't a parade, pal. But you know, we gotta be careful. Woozy Moo. But my friends call me Woozy. How you doing?
CJ. Carl Johnson.
We don't learn much about him at first, but he's a leader of a triad clan and looks like Sarah from The Matrix Reloaded. This is a good movie, and I'm tired of pretending it's not. He's also very polite and nice to CJ, accepting his defeat in their race with grace, and offering CJ work if he's ever in San Fierro. I don't want to spoil anything about him yet, but god do I love this guy. We'll have another race after this one, being introduced to Catalina's new man, and holy shit, it's Claude! This was such an awesome cameo. I mean, yeah, there isn't much to Claude at all, but it was cool to see him and find out what he was up to before he went to Liberty City. And now we know how he ended up meeting Catalina. Oh, Claude, how I wish I could warn you what was going to happen a decade from now. Side note, I got this theory that GTA 6 is going to be about the HD games versions of Catalina and Claude. Mainly because of the news articles and leaks that say you'll be playing as a Bonnie and Clyde duo, with one of them confirmed as a Latina, which fits these two's relationship to a T, as the pair would go on a crime spree before Catalina ends up betraying Claude. Hope I'm right, as it would be cool to see some old series characters brought into the new continuity, though I'm not sure how they'd handle Claude. Like, would he still be mute, or would he have some kind of Commander Shepard dialogue options that determine his personality? Someone remind me to make a video on the first trailer for GTA 6 when it's released in 2 to 3 years. Getting back to the game, I whoop Claude's ass in the race, and instead of cash or a pink slip, Catalina gives me the deed to a garage in San Fierro, before she disappears from my life forever, never to bother me ever again. Before I can head to my new business, the Truth calls up so I can pick up the weed for Tenpenny. And it turns out Tenpenny played both of us, as the cops show up by chopper on the Truth's farm to arrest us. We need to destroy the evidence using a flamethrower to destroy the weed. Exactly like that one mission in Far Cry 3. Minus the dubstep. After sacrificing the Mary Jane, we blow the chopper out of the sky, and the two of us hop into the Truth's van to start our new lives in San Fierro. We finally made it, gang. The city of love, San Fierro. If Los Santos was meant to be a combination of the poverty-stricken South Central and the affluent but ultimately phony world of LA, San Fierro ends up mirroring San Francisco, with its more upscale homes, diverse neighborhoods, tram system, and waterfront property. All it's missing is a massive homeless population and streets covered in shit and syringes. The city doesn't really feel as interesting to drive around like Los Santos, but I appreciate not getting shot at anytime I turn the corner into a new neighborhood. CJ's dreams of running a legit business are dashed as soon as he and the Truth arrive, as Catalina ends up scamming him with the deed to a broken down garage. Though I guess it might have belonged to Claude, as he mainly complains about him. But after a pep talk from his sister and Caesar, he decides to get his hands dirty and just focus on turning the place around with their help. The Truth recommends some people he knows that can help get things running at the garage, and asks CJ to drive him around to go pick them up, while also seemingly avoiding someone following the Truth around. The first two of his friends are Jethro and Dwayne, the two of them returning from Vice City. They were attached to the boat dock assets mission, working at the docks and greeting Tommy when he bought the business. The third person he has in mind is an electronics expert and owner of an RC shop, Zero, who is voiced by David Cross. With the crew working together to fix up the garage, Kendall suggests that CJ invest into buying property to make more money. This is where asset missions will be introduced, though they don't work quite the same as they did in Vice City. After buying an asset, you will have to do some missions in order for the business to start bringing in a passive income. They're mostly optional this time around, the only mandatory one being treated more like your usual story missions in its importance to the plot. Now that we're settled in a new location, it's not long before Tenpenny calls us up to put us to work again. Using the weed we got from the Truth, he wants CJ to plant it on a DA investigating Tenpenny, and then call a tip line to report him. CJ will have to pose as a valet to steal the DA's car, take it back to his garage to plant the drugs, and then drive it back to the car park to call the snitch line. Returning to the garage, Kendall's upset after some local construction workers sexually harassed her and called her a hooker. So we must protect our sister's honor by tearing up the construction site with a bulldozer, before pushing a porta-potty with the foreman inside into a hole, and pouring cement over it to bury him alive in a container of shit. Feels like a disproportionate punishment. I mean, yeah, he harassed Kendall, but maybe just giving him an ass whooping would have been fine. Burying him alive in shit seems a little harsh. After this, Jethro will call, subtly attacking CJ's driving ability, and recommending he go to a local driving school. Going to the driving school and completing its challenges will cause your driving skill to level up fast, especially in comparison to the normal method, where it slowly increases based off of how far CJ has driven. The challenges have CJ do things like performing burnouts, doing U-turns, or driving with pop tires. You need to get a score of at least 70% to pass the challenge, and unlock the next one, being given a medal based on how well you did. The challenges can be frustrating, as they require some near-perfect driving skills in order just to pass, with the better medals requiring almost superhuman levels of speed and control. The driving school is technically optional, but you need to complete the school before you can purchase the Wang Cars asset, and it's also required for 100% completion. Honestly, I can't tell how beneficial increasing your driving skill is. It's supposed to improve handling and let you make sharper turns, but depending on what you're driving, you may not even notice. Around this time, Caesar will call up. He's learned about a baller's car that was spotted driving up to San Fierro to buy drugs, and thinks this might be their chance to find out the main players behind the drug syndicate in Los Santos. Driving out to meet Caesar, he and CJ return to Angel Pine to spy on the secret drug meeting going on, taking photos of everyone who shows up. They end up spotting that traitor Ryder, the leader of the San Fierro Rifa, T-Bone Mendez, a mysterious man in a black suit, and finally a pimp later identified as Jizzy B. Now that the pair know the main faces behind the Loco drug syndicate, they head back to San Fierro to form a plan to take them down.
Hey, what up, Z?
Nothing is up, Carl, apart from my blood pressure and the imminent collapse of my hopes and dreams.
Why?
As usual, the forces of darkness have triumphed over good.
Around this time is when I finally had the funds to buy Zero's RC shop and unlock his asset missions, and tons of frustration. Zero's missions mainly have you assisting him in his war against his rival RC enthusiast, Berkeley. His first mission, Air Raid, isn't too bad, and just has you manning a turret to shoot down Berkeley's fleet of RC choppers, and protect Zero's antenna towers. The next mission, Supply Lines, though, is on a whole other level, and easily the most frustrating mission of the entire game. After finding Zero hanging from his underwear in a closet, courtesy of Berkeley, he wants revenge. So you'll need to use an RC plane to disrupt Berkeley's RC business by killing his couriers around the city. But a combination of factors make this a lot harder to pull off than you'd think. First is the RC plane controls, which can feel stiff and slow, especially when you're trying to turn the plane. Next, in order to actually kill the couriers, you have to follow behind them and use machine guns to kill the courier or blow up their vans. But because the guns are front-facing and the nose of the plane can move up and down as you're moving it on the road, it can be hard to be accurate unless you're right behind them. There's also the fact that some couriers will fight back and can destroy your plane while you fumble around trying to hit them. And finally, the couriers are spread out pretty far from each other, which at first may not seem too bad as the mission isn't timed and these guys drive pretty slow. But your plane does have a fuel gauge that's whittling away as you fly around trying to kill these guys. One that doesn't stop emptying after you kill everyone, as you're expected to fly back to Zero's shop in order to complete the mission. You have no idea how many times I've failed because I ran out of fuel trying to get back to him. This mission just demands perfection, that you get the flight controls down, can kill the couriers fast, and can plan out the optimal route to take out the couriers and remain within flying distance of Zero's shop. Its only saving grace is that the mission is optional and you can just save yourself the hassle, and almost as if the devs knew most players would be frustrated after doing supply lines, the final mission for Zero is pitifully easy. Zero and Berkeley decide to settle their beef once and for all, engaging in a small-scale RC battle. Zero needs to get his RC car into Berkeley's base in order to win, so CJ will act as support with an RC chopper that has a magnet attached to it. You need to move obstacles out of his way, create bridges for him, and drop bombs on tanks that try to destroy his car. It's a fun little mini-game, and I'm surprised they didn't turn it into some optional game you can play whenever, as I actually had some fun doing it. Berkeley vanquished, this will complete the asset missions for Zero, and his shop will regularly generate a max of $5,000. Though, annoyingly, like Vice City, you still have to swing by the shop to collect the money, which isn't bad now, but can be really annoying once you leave San Fierro. Now let's get back to trying to take down the Loco Syndicate.
That's crazy, man.
What are you looking at exactly?
Hey, man, you get them flicks developed? What's up, Woozy?
Hey, Carl. I was just explaining to your brother-in-law that we were friends.
Oh, yeah? Well, look.
Returning to the garage, we're reunited with Woozy. He fills us in on who the members of the Loco Syndicate are and what their roles are in the organization. Well, technically one of his men fills us in. The mysterious man in black runs the whole operation, with Thibaut Mendez as the muscle, and Jizzy working as the intermediary for drug deals. CJ decides that Jizzy will be his foot in the door to the organization, so he heads down to his club to meet him in person.
See, baby, I got everything. Mink sheets, mink coats, mink curtains in the window. When I walk down the stairs, I'm walking down on mink carpet.
Jizzy is voiced by the late Charlie Murphy, and is more or less his character Buck Nasty from The Chappelle Show. There isn't much to him outside of being a pimp and a tad narcissistic, as all it takes is CJ buttering him up a bit for Jizzy to trust him and bring him on board to work for him. He tests CJ by having him take on some of his pimping duties, having him drop off one of his hoes at a client, kill a rival pimp, save another girl from her attackers, and then finally go back to kill the first girl he dropped off and her sugar daddy. And this is all just in the first mission for him too. Earning Jizzy's trust, we're one step closer to taking down the Loco Syndicate. But before going back to him, it's time to reconnect with our buddy Woozy. Reaching his place of business, one of Woozy's men informs CJ about Woozy's curse. That those shades he wears aren't because he's trying to act cool or cosplay from the Matrix. It's in fact because he's blind. Which isn't too surprising, as if you're paying attention during his intro mission, it would explain his odd demeanor and not facing CJ or shaking his hand. Though it's kind of baffling as Woozy was able to drive in the race with seemingly no issues. Maybe he has Daredevil-like senses or something.
Let me reintroduce myself. I am the boss of the Mountain Cloud Boys.
Nice to meet you.
Likewise. Why don't you sit down?
Speaking to Woozy, he formally introduces himself as the boss of the Mountain Cloud Boys, afterwards asking CJ to accompany him as he checks in on some local triads that missed their last meeting. Driving him over, he insists on leading the way, and well...
What's wrong, you lost? Need a hand?
No. I was just, getting the feel of the place. Stick close.
Maybe he doesn't have Daredevil-like senses after all. Eventually, we stumble upon the bodies of the missing triads. One survivor filling us in that they were ambushed by a Vietnamese gang, who promptly return. You'll have to fight your way out of the alley while protecting Woozy. And once making it back to the car, let Woozy finish off your pursuers. He has surprisingly good aim for a blind man. Big Smoke should be embarrassed. Returning to Woozy, he introduces us to Ron Fa Lee, a higher-ranked triad and boss of the Red Gecko Tong. His assistant explains that a Vietnamese gang, the Da Nang Boys, are planning on moving operations to San Andreas, explaining the earlier attack from the Vietnamese. They request assistance in picking up a package from the airport, with Woozy vouching for CJ and being able to get the job done. Driving out to where the car and package are located, CJ is ambushed by the Da Nang Boys. He'll have to protect the car from being destroyed, escape the car park, and outrun the gang as they chase him to the Triad's garage. Back at Woozy's, Ron Fa Lee is keeping himself entertained playing video games, as he and his assistant can't leave. The Da Nang Boys have followed them to Woozy's, and are currently waiting for them to leave so they can kill them. CJ offers himself up as a decoy to lure them away so the pair can escape. You'll take the decoy car out to a spot in the countryside, where the Da Nang Boys will finally spring into action. You have to drive through checkpoints like you do in a race, leading the guys on bikes around while also making sure not to let the car get too damaged and blow your cover. This was a fun little mission, especially since it had been a few hours since I was in the countryside last, and because Freebird was playing on the radio. I just love that song, and it happened to fit the situation by complete coincidence. The following mission for Woozy, Amphibious Assault, is the only mission that requires a skill check, and can't be started unless CJ has a higher lung capacity. The mission will also play a special cutscene if you haven't reached the requirement yet.
I need something taken care of.
What? Hey man, quit trying to distract me.
How are you in the water?
What you mean? Can I swim?
Yeah. Can you swim well?
No, I can't. Shit! Man, damn! How you do that?
I'm not sure how high your lung capacity has to be, as there seems to be conflicting information, as the GTA wiki says it only needs to be above 5%, while some walkthroughs say it should be above 20%. I say aim for 20, as it only takes like 15 minutes of diving and rising in the water to level it up.
I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip.
Despite basically being Aquaman now, CJ is still a bit uncomfortable in the water, due to a condom hitting him in the face while swimming as a kid. This is where Woozy ends up dropping a bombshell on us.
I have a confession to make. I'm blind.
No shit!
Since Woozy's super senses don't work in the water, CJ ends up agreeing to bug a Da Nang Boy's ship for him. Heading to the docks, the game briefly has you practice your driving skills by swimming through some rings underwater before heading to the ship. You need to stay out of the ship lights and the guard's sight, diving underwater when you're spotted and waiting for them to leave before surfacing. On this ship, you'll need to sneak past all the guards and make your way down to plant the bug, and finally escape back to shore. Returning to Woozy one last time, it's time to take care of the Da Nang Boys once and for all. CJ will hop on a chopper with one of Woozy's men, flying over the ship and using a Gatling gun to pick off the guards. After a brief sequence, you'll get shot out of the sky and get stripped of all your weapons as you board the ship. You'll have to play it stealthy again to get past the guards and take their guns, till you're eventually spotted and have to fight your way down to the cargo hold. After freeing the refugees in the container, the last order of business is to head to the bridge to kill off the remaining Da Nang Boys and their leader, who requests an honorable samurai duel. Too bad for him, I got the power of God and anime on my side. Fleeing the ship with the refugees, this completes this set of missions for Woozie, so it's time to get back to dealing with the Loco Syndicate.
Now this here is the dumb muscle that I was talking about. Carl T-Bone, and in reverse.
Sup? Orale ese.
Returning to Jizzy's Pleasure Dome, we're formally introduced to T-Bone Mendez. Unlike Jizzy, he's a lot more level-headed and professional when it comes to their business, reminding the pimp what he signed up for when he starts complaining about his cut. He's also the first to suspect someone may be making a move against their group, which is proven correct when he's phoned that one of his drug vans was just ripped off. It's CJ to the rescue as he has to find and then chase down the bikers who ripped off the van. Though you don't necessarily have to kill them, and can just steal the drugs off the back of their bikes when they're close enough, but killing them sure does make it a lot easier. Our next mission for the Loco Syndicate has CJ teaming up with Mendez as another one of their drug vans has been ripped off. The third big player in the syndicate, Mike Torino, calls up to let them know he was in the back of the van when the drugs were snatched. You now have to drive around San Fierro, using the sounds Torino hears to try and figure out where he is before his phone battery dies. Eventually, the pair deduce the van's at the airport. Racing there, they kill the thieves, and CJ is formally introduced to Mike Torino.
About time, T-Bone. Who the fuck is this?
Hey, that's one of Jizzy's clowns. Relax, Weddle.
Not the friendliest guy in the world, huh? After Mendez vouches for CJ, the trio blow up the drug van and escape, though Torino still grills CJ about who he is and what his intentions are, laying off once they arrive at Jizzy's. Afterwards, CJ will have to meet Mendez at the nearby gas station. Waiting for him there, it turns out the jig is up, and the Loco Syndicate has gotten wise to what CJ has been up to.
Hey, you a pinchy hooter or what? What the hell? You think you can mess with me? I will blow your head off and rape and kill your family, you snake! You think you can fucking bullshit me and fuck me over? I know your fucking game, that's it.
Man, I'm just trying to make some money. Keep my mouth shut, I swear, man.
I almost had you, man. I almost fucking had you. Watcha?
Or not. Turns out Mendez was just fucking around. Torino joins them once they're done goofing around, and has CJ drive to the location of one of their drug shipments. He'll act as escort, following the van on bike and clearing out any potential roadblocks trying to rob them. A very easy mission really, you just have to get ahead of the van before it arrives at the roadblock and kill everyone there. You'll even be given a rocket launcher and sniper rifle to make the job easier. Mission complete, we're done working for the Loco Syndicate and can finally plan out how to dismantle them. Before that though, CJ's two favorite people in the world drop by to give him a visit.
Nice to see y'all kicking back.
I wonder how your brother's sleeping. Curled up next to his shower daddy while you lived comfortably on the outside.
In a nice change of pace, we're not covering up Tenpenny's corruption. This time it's Pulaski's ass we have to cover, as some reporter has been investigating him. So as always, we need to rub them out. You'll first pick up a sniper rifle the cops left for you. Then follow the reporter as he boards a train and rides it back to Los Santos. Once there, follow him to his contact and put them both down. Returning to San Fierro, Woozie has left CJ a message that the Syndicate and the Ballas are planning to meet again soon. So you'll need to kill Jizzy and get his phone in order to find the location and ambush the deal. This mission is confusing in its setup, as at first it seems like it's supposed to be a stealth mission, as Caesar will give you a silenced pistol, and when arriving at Jizzy's club, you'll have to sneak in from the roof as his guards won't let you through the door. But once you get to him, CJ just confronts him instead of executing him, giving Jizzy enough time to sick his goons on you before he escapes. Then you have to follow his car and gun him down for his phone. Feels like they couldn't commit to an idea for this mission, as it's not even explained why CJ couldn't get into the club in the first place, outside of Jizzy just being busy. With his phone in hand, we find out the deal is taking place at Pier 69. CJ calling Caesar to meet him there. Joining him on a roof across from the meeting, Woozie's boys show up to assist. Though really, we're assisting them, as we have to snipe Mendez's security to keep them alive. Once Mendez and his crew show up, along with Ryder and the Ballas, our ambush plan is thrown out the window when Torino's plane spots the bodies on the roof. The area turns into a war zone as CJ's crew engages the Ballas and Rifa. Well, I say that, but I don't see anyone else actually fighting them but me. Thanks a lot, jerks. Eventually, CJ and Caesar put down T-Bone Mendez for good.
Mendez, I see you, Rifa motherfucker!
Leaving one loose end, Ryder.
Can't stop me.
He's headed for those boats!
Don't worry about it, I got this.
After he jumps off the pier, you're supposed to swim after him and get into a boat chase with him. But I really can't be bothered to do that and snipe his ass in the water. Later, Buster. Killing Ryder feels so anticlimactic. For someone who's supposed to be a longtime friend of CJ, was secretly working with the Ballas and orchestrated the takeover of Grove Street when Sweet got locked up, he's treated like a disposable NPC during this mission. He doesn't have a cutscene where CJ confronts him, or hell, any new dialogue for that matter. There's this fan theory that Ryder wasn't meant to turn traitor, and it was rewritten that way late into development. The theory is assisted by the fact that after the Green Saber reveal, he's pretty much never mentioned. CJ almost always talks about Smoke when it comes to the betrayal. He doesn't have any new dialogue either after the reveal. His lines in this mission all recycled from his previous appearances. There was a rumor going around that his voice actor, MC8, quit halfway during development, but that was debunked and doesn't hold much water, as MC8 returned to the series in GTA 5, with new music and to voice himself. Also, if he did quit, it would have made more sense to just recast him than try to rewrite the story around him. CJ does reflect on killing Ryder for about 5 seconds, then completely gets over his conflicted feelings of murdering his friend, when Caesar reveals Ryder tried to have sex with Kendall once. I don't know, maybe it's a mix of both things. Like maybe Ryder was meant to die before the Big Smoke reveal, but the writers decided to make him a traitor and expand his role, but weren't able to get MC8 back to record more lines, and so they just cobbled together what they could, and that's what we got. Who knows, maybe the devs will shed light on it one day. With Jizzy and Mendez dead, we only have Torino left to take care of. Woozy will call up with info on his location, his boys having spotted his van outside a helipad. We'll head down there and fight off his guards, but we're too slow to prevent him from flying off. So we have to grab this conveniently placed rocket launcher and chase him down the highway. Since I'm terrible at aiming, missing every shot as I follow him on the highway, Torino eventually takes pity on me and has his chopper stay still long enough for me to shoot it down. Thanks, Torino. You were an asshole, but at least you saved me from embarrassment. Despite the main players in the syndicate all being dead now, we still have one piece of business to take care of. Woozy's boy will once again call up. They need CJ to pick up a car they've wired with explosives to blow up the syndicate's crack factory. Once we have the car, we have to get into the factory, kill the guards, set the timer on the car to explode, and then escape before it blows. Having single-handedly ended the crack epidemic, I return to the garage to pat myself on the back, but receive a call from a mysterious stranger claiming to have some important info about Sweet.
Who the fuck is this?
I can't talk right now. Get your ass over here.
Mom's always told me not to talk to strangers.
And look what happened to the bitch. Now, if you want your brother to go to sleep tonight with his tongue intact, get your ass over here. Goodbye.
Ominous, but they sound trustworthy. Let's head out to the desert to meet this stranger. Pulling up to the guy's ranch, he isn't there, speaking to us through his PA system instead. Before he'll reveal himself, he needs to see what we're made of, which involves driving around in a monster truck for some reason. It doesn't really prove anything, outside of the fact that CJ is good at following orders, I guess. Really, it's just a flimsy way to familiarize the player with this new area. After we blow his tits off with our amazing drive-through checkpoint skills, the mysterious stranger reveals himself.
Hey, Carl.
Hey, what the fuck, man? Hey, Torino, I told you my bad, man. What the hell can I say? I screwed you over.
Calm down, kid.
Just go ahead and kill me then.
Calm down.
Man, you ain't nothing but a fucking yayo dealer anyway, Torino.
Shut up and sit down.
Well, holy shit, it's Mike Torino. He's not dead after all. I mean, I think it was pretty obvious he wasn't dead, as we didn't see him at all during the mission where we supposedly killed him. Also, he's voiced by James Woods. Considering his talent and Hollywood status at the time, it'd be a waste to kill off his character so fast. Torino reveals he's actually a government agent, and was using the Loco Syndicate as a front to fund his agency's operation in Latin America. Whoa, the US government deliberately flooding urban neighborhoods with drugs? In order to fund rebel efforts to overthrow communist governments? There's no way that would happen in real life. Come on. Well, he's got us by the balls, as unlike Tenpenny, who's basically talking out of his ass half the time we see him, Torino has some real power, and defying him means some very unpleasant things happen to Sweet. Now under his leash, the first thing he wants us to do is steal a tanker from a rival agency, because reasons. CJ will call up Caesar to assist, but keep him in the dark about why we're stealing the tanker. Hopping on a bike, you have to hijack the tanker while it's on the freeway. But Christ, it's annoying. You have to maintain speed with the tanker and stay close in order for Caesar to hop onto it. But it's seriously fickle about finding the right spot. And it doesn't help that there's still traffic around you as you're trying to pull it off. So you might crash into a car in front of you as you're trying to pull the job. Or that Caesar says the same thing every damn time as you're trying to do it. Returning to Torino after stealing the tanker, he now needs us to pick up some contraband from a plane coming into San Andreas. He first sends CJ out to some ghost town in the desert to pick up a rocket launcher, and then has him drive to the top of a mountain to signal the plane. Before it can make the drop, 2 agency choppers will try to intercept it, so you have to shoot them down before they destroy the plane. Keeping it safe, it drops the goods, but the dumbass pilot misses the drop zone and the package lands miles from the mountain. After picking it up, CJ has to go back to the ghost town from before to stash it, finishing the mission. Like the previous mission with the monster truck, this feels like the game trying to get the player to explore and get familiar with their surroundings again, as there's too much busy work involved having to drive all over the place. Back at Torino's ranch, CJ is starting to get fed up with all the work he's doing for him, especially if he isn't going to free his brother. Torino gets him back in line immediately, revealing that they're keeping Sweet safe in jail, and scaring CJ with the fact he's got a bounty on his head, with other agencies and the Russians looking to collect on him. It's time for CJ to do some real wet work for him, which first requires that he buy an abandoned airfield outside Las Venturas. This is another asset mission like Zero's RC and Wang Cars, but the only mandatory one to progress the story. Also, despite Torino telling CJ to threaten the owners and offer them $1, you have to cough up $80K to buy the place, which you should have if you haven't been spending too much cash buying guns or buying safe houses. Once you own the place, you can't continue the questline for Torino yet, as first you have to complete the flying school missions. Thankfully, the flying school is right there at the airfield, and unlike the driving school, is a lot more reasonable with its challenges, most of them being basic challenges to learn flight controls, and fly through red rings. The only challenge that gave me any real trouble was trying to pull off a barrel roll, as trying to spin the plane had a habit of shifting the camera, causing me to miss the corona constantly. After getting your wings, Woozy will call up to tell you about his new setup in Las Venturas, but I still need to finish up with Torino before I can meet him.
Got you again, Carl! You're half asleep. I could have killed you in 9 different ways. Wake up and smell the coffee.
You need to lay off the coffee.
After messing with CJ, Torino needs him to go drop some equipment off to some agents he has out in the field. You'll have to fly out there while also making sure to fly low and out of enemy radar, or risk getting shot down. This one can be annoying, as the visibility meter fills up fast if you fly too high, and the plane you're on can be slow to descend down to safety. There's also the fact that once you're in Angel Pine, there's a decent amount of pop-in occurring, so you may end up crashing into a tree when it looks seemingly safe. And there's a good chance this is where you'll find out the hard way not to fly over Area 69, a military base close to the airstrip, as they'll shoot you down quickly after entering their airspace. Returning to the airfield, CJ will be waiting around for Torino, when he's forced to hide when a bunch of feds show up and start raiding the place. Torino will sneak up on CJ and tell him that those feds belong to a rival agency, and he'll have to get on the plane and kill everyone on board. You'll need to hop on a bike to go after the plane as it takes off, avoiding the barrels it's dropping in order to board. Once on the plane, you'll have to gun down the agents inside before tossing a satchel charge onto the cargo, and parachuting off before it explodes. Overall, a pretty cool set piece and a nice way to end the missions for Torino. It's also now that I'm realizing that the final mission in the Ballad of Gay Tony has to be a reference to this mission, as Luis ends up doing almost the same thing, chasing Bulgarin's plane by motorcycle, hopping on board, killing everyone on the plane, and jumping off as the plane explodes.
Hail, fellow, well met. Namaste. Peace, Carl, my brother.
Hey, Truth, where you at?
Back on the ground, the Truth returns, and somehow manages to top the insanity of the last mission by asking CJ to break into Area 69 to steal a secret military project. You'll have to sneak through the base and have to be stealthy for as long as you can, avoiding guards and spotlights to make it to a control tower. You'll use the computer at the control tower to open the blast doors leading to the facility beneath the base, while also alerting every guard to your presence. Fighting through them and jumping down a vent to get below, you'll be in the main research base where the secret project is stored. Before heading towards whatever they have stored here, you'll need to hit up their control room to deactivate the base's defenses to help with your escape. Now it's just fighting through the facility's guards and navigating its confusing map to find the secret project. The absolute greatest vehicle in any GTA game, the jetpack. Now you just need to fly the hell out of there and drop it off to the Truth at the nearby canyon. This is easily one of the best missions of the game. From its premise to its unique locale of a military base and research facility, to the finale of getting to use a jetpack to get the hell out of there, it all just gels so well. It also helps that the mission is fairly balanced, with some generous health and armor pickups, along with guards being spread out far enough from each other that they won't shred you to pieces if you're spotted. Returning to the airfield one last time, CJ finds the Truth goofing around with his newly acquired jetpack. He asks CJ to attack a train with military guards on it, protecting some strange substance, giving you the jetpack to assist in the job. Flying out to the train, you'll be able to use your machine guns to kill the guards while still using the jetpack. Then you just have to smash the crates till you find the glowing green jar for the Truth. It's not explained what the jar is, and CJ himself is curious as he asks the Truth about it, who only vaguely tells him that it's everything. Really hoping it's some alien goo and we didn't hand an unpredictable hippie weirdo a radioactive isotope or something. This completes the missions for the airfield, as it will now generate a max of $10,000 every few days. And even better, the jetpack will now spawn here to use. San Fierro a distant memory now, and our time in the desert coming to an end, it's time to meet Woozie in the city of gambling and broken dreams, Las Venturas. If it wasn't obvious by the strip and all the casinos, Las Venturas is based off of Las Vegas, and just like its real-life counterpart, it's mainly run by organized crime. A fact our friend Woozie is discovering as he opens his own casino. Woozie has opened the Four Dragons Casino, which looks like it may have been inspired by the Red Dragon Casino from Rush Hour 2. The grand opening of his casino, however, hasn't been a smooth experience, as the competing casinos in town are all run by the mob. And they've been putting the squeeze on Woozie and the Triads to force them to give the mob a cut of their profits. Though there's three big mafia players in town, the Sindacos, the Forellis, and the Leone family. And Woozie isn't quite sure who is coming after him. As always, it's up to CJ to sort things out, though for once he'll get more out of it instead of being paid as a hired goon. Woozie, being the true friend that he is, offers CJ a stake in the casino, making him a partner in thanks for everything he's done for the Triads. After briefly celebrating their new partnership, one of the Triad comes to reveal they captured a mob goon who was trying to sabotage the casino. Instead of executing him, CJ suggests they torture the guy to find out who he's working for. Though instead of waterboarding him or clamping jumper cables to his nuts, we have him tied to the front of a car instead, while CJ drives around Las Venturas. You'll now have to fill up the scarometer by driving fast, making fast turns, and driving in the wrong lane of traffic, being careful not to crash and accidentally kill him. Once he's sufficiently spooked, he spills the beans that he's working for the Sindaco family. Filling Woozie in, CJ suggests they hit the mob casino and rob them, but they'll need to come up with a plan and not just rush in blindly. Woozie believes they should first get their hands on some explosives in order to blow open the safe in their casino. CJ agrees and heads to the local quarry to get his hands on some dynamite, using a mining truck to break up 4 crates containing what he needs. Explosives in hand, you'll then have to use a bike and follow the red checkpoints to find a way out of the quarry, as the construction workers block the main entrance, dropping off the explosives to one of Woozie's guys when you're done. Completing the mission unlocks a separate and optional set of missions from the regular Triad ones, where CJ works with Woozie, Zero, and several others in planning out a heist to rob the Caligula casino. For now though, I'll take care of the regular casino missions. Returning to Woozy, he finds out the mob are using more subtle attempts to sabotage him, this time trying to ruin his operation with fake casino chips. So CJ will have to destroy the Sindaco family's plastic factory to stop them. This one can be tough, as despite the game telling you to sneak in or find an alternate route, the guards inside are alerted as soon as you walk in. If you're not wearing armor, they can kill you fast if you don't take cover, with one of the goons wielding a combat shotgun. So it's best to bait some outside before trying to pick off the rest while out of their range. Once it's safe, you can start destroying the molding machines around the warehouse. Just be quick as reinforcements will arrive. After all the machines are destroyed, you just need to get out of there and back to the casino to pass. This will wrap up the regular casino missions for now, but before I can start working towards the heist, the truth calls up needing some help. Apparently, he took some band and their manager on a peyote trip through the desert, but he has no clue what happened or where they are, as he woke up alone in Los Santos. You'll head out to the desert where the truth last remembered seeing them, finding the lead singer of the Gurning Chimps, Macker, and our old buddy from Vice City, Kemp Paul, former manager of Love Fist.
Fucking hell! I'm fucking hanging!
Stone me bloody crows. Oh, where am I?
I don't know, mate. I was having a dream. I was wanking over some fat bird's tits when this twat turned up.
Turns out Macker ended up sabotaging their peyote trip by drugging everyone's drinks, resulting in everyone blacking out and getting lost. After the two Brits find their bearings, they ask CJ to take them to their buddy Rosie's casino in Las Venturas. On the way, the three try looking for the rest of the band, heading over to a local snake farm they vaguely remember visiting. They don't find their bandmates though, just angry locals they pissed off the night before. Running away, they decide to cut their losses and figure the rest of the band will turn up eventually. In the city, the casino they were referring to just so happens to be Caligula's Palace, our target for the upcoming heist. Not only that, but their buddy who runs the casino is none other than Ken Rosenberg.
Oh, God. My despair is complete. Okay, let him in.
Rosie, how are you, me old son?
I pray that one day I can escape my perpetual torment and retire in peace and comfort 1,000,000 miles away from anyone I've ever fucking known, and instead, I get this.
Turns out that after Tommy killed Sonny Forelli and took complete control of Vice City, Rosenberg was unable to keep his nose clean, driving a wedge between the two and ending their friendship, with the former lawyer heading to rehab to get himself clean. Once he was out though, the mob put him back to work, putting him in charge of managing Caligula's, and making sure the families weren't ripping each other off, which has caused Rosenberg to go back to being his old neurotic mess of a self. Kemp Paul will try to help him out and tell CJ he'll be in touch for more work. Nice. Now that we have an in with the Caligula Palace, this should make it all easier to pull off the heist. Meeting up with Woozy in the storage room of the casino, we start planning out the heist, with the first order of business being getting our hands on the Caligula's blueprints. CJ will need to grab a camera before heading to the Las Venturas planning department in order to commit some espionage. The blueprints are being guarded on the 3rd floor, so you'll need to create a diversion. Maybe starting a fire by destroying these AC units will do the trick. The building will then be evacuated, giving you the chance to snap a photo of the blueprints. Then you just murder the helpful police officers trying to save you from the fire, and make it back to the casino. The next step in the plan is getting a casino keycard that will let the crew access the restricted areas at Caligula's Palace. And instead of just stealing it, CJ will need to win the affections of a young lady at the Caligula, specifically the casino's croupier, Millie Perkins. You'll follow her as she leaves the casino and discover she has some pretty interesting hobbies. So CJ will have to look the part in order to win her over. Ah, yes, very terrifying. Now it's just a matter of following her home, killing the actual gimp she was supposed to meet, and then showing her the time of her life.
Come on in. I'm ready for you.
You've been a naughty girl.
Oh, I know. I know.
Spit it out, filthy worm.
You'll never break me.
You'll then win over Millie as a new girlfriend, but you have to raise your relationship with her before she'll agree to give you the keycard. It only takes 3 dates, so if you buy a house nearby and just save a few times between each date, you can get it done relatively fast. You can also just kill Millie during a date and steal the card from her house, but you wouldn't do that, would you? Whatever you decide, the next part of the plan is unlocked regardless. During the heist, the crew is going to need to cut the power to the casino in order to use the darkness and confusion to rob the safe. And the only logical way to accomplish that is by blowing up the generators at the local hydroelectric dam. CJ will need to grab a plane in order to sneakily parachute down to the dam's entrance. Yeah, a plane falling out of the sky near such important infrastructure totally wouldn't get anyone's attention. It's stealth time again, as you have to sneak past or kill the guards at the dam in order to place the charges on the generators, taking a lovely dip in the lake outside after the mission's complete. The next part of the plan is making sure the crew can actually escape the casino with the money they plan to steal. CJ's plan is to steal and use a repainted armored truck to carry the cash. But they'll also need a police escort to act as outriders. Since the actual cops probably wouldn't help without a hefty bribe, some of the crew will pose as cops instead, which requires stealing 4 police bikes. You'll have to run around Las Venturas to find the 4 bikes, avoiding the cops as they give chase and driving them onto a Packard truck being driven by one of Woozy's men. The mission gives you a pretty generous timer of 12 minutes to get it all done, and outside of outrunning the cops, it's a fairly easy job. Just don't get run over on the highway after dropping off the bikes. This takes us to the final step of the plan, getting the armored truck. And once again, we have to take the most roundabout and absurd way to get the job done. Instead of just stealing an armored truck while it's driving around, we're instead going to use a military chopper with a winch to steal a truck instead. Yeah, that makes sense. To get the chopper, CJ will have to infiltrate a military depot, kill the soldiers guarding the place, and make his way up to the roof. Once up here, he'll then need to shoot down 2 gunships sent to stop him, before boarding the plane and flying out to nab the van with its winch. Nothing suspicious to see here, just a plane dragging a van all over the city. Totally normal stuff. That wraps up all the planning for the heist. It'll be a while till the plan is sprung into action, so it's time to help out our dear old friend, Ken Rosenberg.
Oi, Rosie, liven yourself up. Carl's here.
Hello.
What's happening?
Hey, there's some top fanny down at that pool, Pabsy.
Leave it out, Dimlo. What's wrong with you? Well, are you going to tell him or shall I?
I'm really screwed.
As we've come to expect from him, he's a neurotic mess again. Partially because of the overwhelming amount of stress of having to manage a casino for 3 different mob families, but also because if something were to go wrong at the casino, like say someone robbing it, or one family putting a hit on another, the blame falls on Rosenberg's shoulders, which is the problem he's currently facing, as that guy we tortured by strapping him to a car, Johnny Sindaco, is in a coma at the hospital, with the Forelli family now moving to kill the guy. So CJ suggests that, we move him first. You'll drive out to the hospital to get Johnny, but he's already been discharged. Looks like the Forellis got to him first. CJ will have to track the ambulance transporting him, by crashing into different ones till he finds the abductors, then killing them and taking Johnny to the Sindaco's meat factory. Returning to Rosenberg, he's in good spirits again, thanks to good old cocaine.
Oh, baby, I'm back! I am back! Let's get this show on the road!
The good doctor has revived the patient.
Too high to worry about his troubles, CJ pumps him up to feel confident in himself again. The coked-up ex-lawyer ready to go meet with the Sindacos, while also bringing CJ along just in case. Unsurprisingly, things go bad, as Johnny Sindaco has a massive heart attack after seeing CJ, which clues the mobsters that CJ was the one who tortured him in the first place.
Oh, my head. Oh, God. It's a hit. Oh, my heart. My heart.
Damn, that nigga fucked up.
You'll now have to kill all the Sindacos in the abattoir, while keeping Rosenberg alive, who doesn't provide much support outside of putting out one fire. I guess it's the thought that counts. Once the pair escape, CJ will drop Rosenberg back off at the Caligula. But somehow, I don't think things are going to get easier for the cokehead. On the way back to the casino, we spot another person who's seen better days. And unfortunately, we're partially responsible for that fall from grace.
Jump! Jump! Come on, jump! Come on, man, jump! You got it!
Hey, what's happening? Who's the idiot?
That's a washed-up rapper.
It's Mad Dog. Used to be a real chart-topping cat, real player.
Mad Dog? Jump!
Oh, man.
Jump!
It's Mad Dog, the rapper whose career we sabotaged in order to pump up that talentless idiot OG Loc. Since we left Los Santos, OG Loc actually blew up and released an album, though this was all because of Big Smoke, who hyped him up as the next big thing and funded his rap career, though really only as a way to launder his drug money. You can occasionally even hear the two talking on Radio Los Santos.
Well, I assure you, OG Loc is the real thing. He's hated women all his life. He's sold drugs to school children. He's murdered innocent people just for kicks. But he rhymes like an angel.
I was actually caught off guard the first time I encountered Mad Dog, as he never showed up in person before this point, and it's rare we end up seeing the people whose lives we ruined. CJ, filled with regret, tries to stop Mad Dog from killing himself, but when that doesn't look like it'll work, he steals a truck to catch Mad Dog when he jumps so he doesn't end up a stain on the pavement. Though cardboard boxes are a terrible way to cushion someone's fall, so you still need to take him to the hospital. As thanks for saving his life, Mad Dog will offer CJ a job as his new manager once he's out of rehab. CJ agrees and wishes him luck in his recovery. Sure hope he never finds out we're responsible for ruining his life in the first place. Returning to the Four Dragons Casino, Woozy honors his promise, as he has Ron Fa Lee and CJ sign a document to officially become partners at the casino. Though this doesn't actually mean anything gameplay-wise, as the casino doesn't generate extra cash for CJ, like you'd expect an asset to. It was supposedly planned, but ended up being cut. Same goes for why Ron Fa Lee is randomly here, as this cutscene would have taken place at the end of a mission where CJ had to protect the guy. But hey, it's the thought that counts. CJ making it big in the world, now the owner of a casino. Can't wait to tell Sweet if he ever gets out of jail. Despite his new status, CJ is still stuck helping out the cops, but hopefully for not much longer. Dropping in on Tenpenny and Pulaski, the gig is nearly up for them, as despite all the work CJ has put in, it was only a matter of time till the corruption got exposed. I mean, the fact that any witnesses who had evidence on them was constantly ending up dead probably just raised more suspicion. While CJ thinks he'll probably just worm his way out of it, Tenpenny disagrees, as he explains it to him.
Getting a little edgy, fellas?
Oh! How you like that, you piece of shit? That give you any idea how edgy I am?
Whoa!
Get up, bitch! You paying attention?
Looks like he's a bit on edge. That said, he still sends out CJ to go and buy him more time, this time killing a DEA and his FBI contact. They're meeting up in the mountains by the desert, and have some heavy protection, with the DEA agent taking off in a helicopter the second you're spotted, needing you to hop in the other helicopter to chase him around till he lands and you can kill him. Or you could just skip all that hassle by picking up the jetpack on the way to their location, flying directly to the target, and killing him to take the evidence. Afterwards, Tenpenny will call and ask CJ to meet him at Las Brujas with the evidence. I wonder why he'd want to meet us in such a remote location. When Crash arrives, Pulaski takes the evidence and confirms that it's real, before Tenpenny bashes Hernandez's head in with a shovel.
No! You snitch piece of shit! You vato asshole! You sold us out!
Turns out he was the snitch leaking all the info on his corruption to the higher-ups. Unfortunately, this also means CJ has outlived his usefulness, as Tenpenny forces CJ to dig a grave big enough for himself and Hernandez. But the crooked cop makes two big mistakes before he leaves. First, leaving Pulaski in charge of executing CJ, and two, not finishing the job with Hernandez.
You're the next one he's gonna silence, man.
Shut the fuck up, scum! And it's Officer Pulaski to you! Fucking die!
Thanks, Hernandez. I really wish you were more of a character and less of a prop. But what can you do? Despite having ample opportunity to still kill CJ, Pulaski takes off instead, so we need to give chase and finish him off. It's an annoying chase, mainly because of how awkward the buggy handles, along with how fast Pulaski's own car is. You'll follow him around for a while until you reach the town of Fort Carson, where he'll just circle around the streets, finally giving you an opportunity to box him in somewhere and light up his car. Though he can still kill you if you're not careful, as you'll hop out of the car before it explodes and is packing a Desert Eagle.
Not feeling so fucking full of yourself now, huh?
Yeah, well, them's the breaks, fuck.
Any last requests?
Yeah. Can I fuck your sister?
You an asshole to the end. Punk motherfucker.
Well, that's one shitty cop out of our lives. While I doubt Tenpenny will be crying at the loss of his buddy, I'm sure he won't be too keen that we killed him. No time to worry about that, though, as our antics with the Sindaco family has caused a shitstorm for Kent Rosenberg. With the Sindacos out of the picture, it's a war between the remaining families to take control of the casino, with the Leone family's patriarch coming down himself to take control of Caligula's. And it's yet another familiar face. Good old Salvatore Leone.
Well, well, well. What do we got here?
Also his future wife-to-be and all-around annoying person, Maria.
I don't usually do this kind of shit, you know.
I like this girl.
The pair both making reappearances from GTA 3. Rosenberg has basically been benched and is currently acting as a counterweight, keeping Macker and Kent Paul alive as they dangle from outside a window. CJ shows up to offer his services to Salvatore, mentioning that he worked with his son Joey back in Liberty City. The Don decides to give him a chance, asking CJ to intercept a hit squad of Forelli goons that are on their way to Las Venturas to kill him. Though, as always, it's not as simple as, say, ambushing them as they arrive at the airport. No, instead CJ will have to fly out into the middle of the ocean to intercept their plane, which involves hopping onto their plane and boarding it mid-flight. Good thing he wasn't sucked into the plane's engine. Rather interestingly, this is the one and only time in the game where the combat shifts to a first-person perspective, with CJ shooting and using cover to avoid their shots. Yeah, it's basically the same mechanics when you're using a stationary turret during some previous missions, but it was interesting to see them use it for a mission like this. Maybe they were thinking about doing a first-person GTA as early as this game. Or it's a mechanic borrowed from Manhunt or something, I don't know. The Forelli's dead, you'll fly their plane back to Las Venturas for a job well done. Returning to Salvatore, he and Maria have grown closer, the old man teaching her to throw knives at Macker. Impressed with CJ's work, he has one last job for him. Another hit on the Forellis, this time in St. Mark's Bistro in Liberty City. CJ agrees, but asks if he can bring Kent Paul, Macker, and Rosenberg as backup, which the old man agrees to. CJ cuts them loose though. It was just an excuse to save them from Salvatore, telling the trio to leave Las Venturas and lie low. This has to be one of, if not the most memorable moment in all of San Andreas. There was just something so special about being able to return and see Liberty City again. Yeah, it'd only been like 3 years since that game, and you can't actually explore the city, but it was just so cool to see. Like the GTA Trilogy had come full circle, as we end up right back where most of us started our journey with the series. That brief scene of Liberty City just covered in snow was so cool, and now there's a whole mod that adds snow to the original game. Definitely need to check that one out. Anywho, you go into the bistro, kill the Forellis, and go back home. Salvatore Leone will thank us for a job well done, and for supposedly killing Rosenberg and his friends. It's nice to see him be friendly and respectful to CJ. Time to make him regret it by ripping off his casino. Oh wait, gotta take this.
Carl, what's up? It's your brother.
Hey, what's up, man? You okay?
Not really. I'm stuck in a cell between two lunatics.
Oh right, forgot about Sweet. Not quite sure how I'm going to get him out of jail. Maybe I should just tattoo the prison's blueprints onto my back, get sent into the same jail, and break him out. Man, that show was so good when it debuted. Well, it's heist time. CJ will check in with the crew before heading over to Caligula's, disguised as one of their croupiers. Using the keycard he got from Millie, he'll slip into the restricted area, before tossing tear gas down a vent to knock out the guards protecting the safe. Once down below, Zero enacts the next step of their plan, blowing up the explosives CJ had set at the dam, taking out the casino's power. Slapping on some night goggles to see, the next step is getting the rest of the crew inside, which just requires lifting the gate with a forklift. Once inside, Woozy takes point to lead everyone to the vault. Or tries to.
Everybody follow me. Damn! The devious bastards have changed the layout.
Don't worry, I'll take the lead, boss.
Good idea. Everybody, follow him.
CJ and the crew will fight through the casino's security to the safe, but Zero reports someone is trying to bring the generators back up. Who, as it turns out, is Berkeley. As Zero blabbed to him about what they were going to do, for some stupid reason. After blowing up the generators, the crew will blow the safe, grab the cash, fight through more security, and finally return to the van. Here they'll part ways, as CJ acts as a decoy for the crew to escape. He'll fight through the remaining security, up to the roof of the casino, before parachuting off the building to hijack a police helicopter. Or he would have, but Christ, I can never get a handle of these parachute controls. But thankfully, this game was made before Rockstar insisted on railroading players into scripted segments, so I can just steal a car to make my getaway. Reuniting with the crew at the airfield, CJ is still salty about the supply lines missions, so he does something he should have done halfway into this video.
Zero, where you hide?
I didn't mean to tell Berkeley. It just kinda came out, is all.
Were you watching, you idiot? Hey, CJ, calm down. You better take me home, CJ.
And that's mission complete. Salvatore Leone calling up soon after, not too pleased, and threatening to kill CJ and everyone involved.
Sup?
You two-bit backstabbing piece of eggplant shit!
Salvatore, nice to hear from you too.
You're dead. Your friends are dead. Your family's dead. I'm gonna fuck you up and your children and your grandchildren.
Though he never ends up following up on those threats. Got ourselves another contender for best mission. From all the jobs that built up to the heist, the height itself with all its moving pieces, and even the dialogue during it, like all the jokes at Woozy's expense, it serves as a great finale to our adventures in Los Venturas. As while there's still one mission left here, it actually ends up taking us back to where we began, Los Santos. And we've made it. The final part of the game. Thanks to everyone who stuck it out and made it this far. This final part is a ride of highs and lows, as while it's got some stellar moments, and what I consider a satisfying ending, there's some parts in between that can really drag down the experience, and just make you wish the game was over already. The transition back to Los Santos starts at the casino, with CJ, Kendall, and Woozy auditioning acts to play at the Four Dragons. After the latest performer comes up a little short, Mad Dog arrives to reveal he's clean and sober now, ready to revive his career. He wants to return home, but due to his drug habit, he lost his mansion to the drug dealer Big Papa. CJ, pissed, declares that they're all heading back to Los Santos, and that he'll get the mansion back. Making use of the triads for help again, CJ plans to assault the mansion in order to take it back by force. He and the triads parachute out of the plane and land on the roof of the mansion, immediately getting into a firefight with the Vargos. Then the group enters the mansion and continues their assault, CJ eventually finding and chasing after Big Papa. It ends with the two driving around the streets of Vinewood, finally cornering the drug lord and killing him. This will unlock Mad Dog's place as CJ's new base of operations, and before returning to the mansion, he'll call up Kent Paul to recruit him to assist with the rapper's career. During the next mission, as Mad Dog is spitting rhymes, Torino reappears, screwing up the set by hijacking the sound system to recruit CJ for another job. Meeting him outside, he drives them out near the outskirts of San Fierro, promising to get Sweet out after this last job, assuming CJ survives, as it's the most dangerous thing he's done for the feds so far. CJ will have to sneak onto the military ship in order to steal a jet, before flying out to take out some spy ships. When boarding the ship, you'll first have to deactivate its defenses before you can fly away with the jet. And while you can play it stealthy, it's probably just easier to shoot your way through instead. Once you've nabbed the Hydra jet, you'll get two other jets chasing you and need to shoot them down before taking out the spy boats. It's a little tricky due to the Hydra controlling different than other planes, as you have to use the right analog to control the direction of the thrusters, to change the altitude of the plane and to take off. This mission ends with you taking the Hydra back to your airstrip, unlocking it permanently to use. Returning to the mansion, Torino is waiting again. And a man of his word, he's got one last job for CJ. Pick up Sweet from jail.
So what was that little job you was talking about, Torino?
I just want you to go pick up your brother. Get out of here.
Thanks, Torino. You're a dick, but at least you kept your promise. The Johnson brothers reuniting isn't the grand moment you'd expect it to be, as while CJ is excited that his brother is out and wants to show him all he's accomplished since he was locked up, Sweet immediately brushes off everything he's done. His one-track mind focused on what's happening in the hood, pissed at CJ for trying to better himself and leave that life behind.
You never did get it, did you, Carl? I need to go check on things in the hood. Man, that's the problem. You always a perpetrator, running from what's real.
This attitude of his, the way he puts CJ down, the way he originally blamed him for their brother's death, just kind of makes me hate Sweet. He's such an ungrateful asshole. He puts himself in the hood on this huge pedestal, forgetting that CJ did most of the work at the beginning of the game, or that his whole obsession with the hood life is why he ended up in jail in the first place. And really, what does he have to show for his love for the hood? A dead brother, a dead mom, countless dead friends, no job or anything. This feels like a moment where CJ should really stand up to Sweet and call out his bullshit gangster lifestyle, which you'd think is where it's going, with CJ driving his brother back to Grove Street to show him just how bad things are. But instead, it's up to them to once again go and save the hood, killing crack dealers and taking Grove Street back from the Ballas, which is just the gang warfare mechanic from the beginning of the game again. And once it's done, Sweet's selfish ass insists his brother and sister visit him here in the hood, believing that working together the hood will be saved. This wouldn't be so bad if Sweet ended up being humbled, finally realizing that idolized hood life he believes in doesn't exist anymore. But that's not quite the direction the story decides to go. Leaving his dumbass in the hood for now, we return to Mad Dog for one more favor.
Hang with the homies.
Man, that fake-ass Loke.
Loke?
But he's terrible.
Motherfucker, I knew there was something familiar about those rhymes he was kicking. They're from my rhyme book. That's my money. And those are my hoes.
He spots OG Loke on TV, realizing that Loke is using his rhymes from the stolen rhyme book. Still neglecting to admit he was involved, CJ teams up with Mad Dog to go drop in on OG Loke's music video. When they arrive and confront him, they'll chase after his fake ass all over Los Santos, first chasing him by hovercraft, and then by go-kart, till they corner him at his studio, though surprisingly they don't kill him, just intimidating his ass in front of a record producer, who now wants to sue OG Loke for his stolen rhymes, and offer Mad Dog a record deal. They send OG Loke off to get them some lunch while Mad Dog takes his rhyme book back.
Just a little bit of party. I heard you was down, so I got a gift from B-Dub.
Come on now, I can't do that.
Come on, Sweet, come on. Make sure you enjoy this.
Returning to check on our ungrateful brother, he has a crack whore trying to convince him to shoot up. CJ arrives just in time to put a stop to it, Sweet's flimsy reasoning being that since drugs destroyed the hood, he might as well let it destroy him. If I was being kind, I could say that he's unable to cope with the fact that the hood he loved no longer exists, and being unable to better himself like his brother, that Sweet prefers to just go down with the hood. But enough time really hasn't passed for him to have that revelation, and despite him claiming they'd have to work at saving the hood, he pretty much gave up instantly. Maybe if they rearranged this mission to begin later, it would have worked better, but it feels like the devs didn't give themselves enough time to flesh out Sweet more post-jail. After giving the crack whore the boot, CJ riles his brother up to go take out B-Dub, the drug dealer from earlier in the game. Rather lazily, we're doing another gang warfare mission in order to smoke out B-Dub. After taking Glen Park, we then have to fight off the guards around B-Dub's house. Finally confronting him, he explains the bigger push of drugs into the hood is all because of Big Smoke, who's become paranoid since making it to the top. He doesn't know where Smoke is, but lets slip that his lieutenants do, before trying to sick Big Bear on the Johnson brothers.
Bear! Hey, Bear, get the fuck out here!
What's up, your lordship?
Kill these motherfuckers, and I'll give you a whole quarter sack. Now handle that. Shoot them! The fuck is wrong with you? You ain't hear what the fuck I said?
I'm tired
Bear,
of
what the
smoking.
fuck you doing?
I'm tired
Come
of
on,
praying,
man!
And I'm tired of doing your fucking housework.
So Big Bear finds the strength to stand up to Beat Up, declaring himself free, before swearing loyalty to Grove Street again. Not that it means anything, as he disappears from the plot when Sweet drives him off to rehab. Returning to Sweet, he's trying to rally up Grove Street to go show the other gangs that they're back. And you guessed it, it's another gang warfare mission to reclaim some territory. You could argue that maybe that's the point, that in stubbornly sticking to the hood life mentality, Sweet just ends up going in circles doing the same thing over and over again. But Christ, it really feels like filler. Like the devs blew their load with all the over-the-top missions they've done up until this point, and hoped that the gang warfare mechanic was popular enough to keep players' attention until the finale.
Hey, be quiet, be quiet.
Come on, you bunch of wankers. This is unbearable.
Shut up.
Officers Eddie Pulaski and Frank Tenpenny, both hard-working members of a community policing unit, have been charged with racketeering, corruption, narcotics, and sexual assault.
They brought it on themselves.
That bastard cost me my farm. And he hogged the barn.
Fellow officer Ralph Pendlebury, who had threatened to turn state's evidence, and who was then found shot dead in a supposedly unrelated gang incident.
I say 20 years.
Try 5 years. Cops always get off easy.
Yeah, I heard that.
Returning to the mansion, CJ and crew are watching Tenpenny's trial on TV. Despite the overwhelming evidence, the lack of key witnesses, specifically Hernandez and Pulaski, ends with Tenpenny getting acquitted. The crew is predictably in disbelief, but that's nothing compared to how the rest of the city's taking it, as full-blown riots have erupted all over the streets, with buildings on fire, cars blowing up, and people fighting and looting. The whole situation is based on the real-life LA riots in 1992, that occurred after the Rodney King trial ended with the police involved being acquitted. This permanently changes the behavior of NPCs on the map until the finale, so you'll constantly see rioting going on outside of missions.
Man, I need your help.
Man, I'm kinda busy right now with family shit.
I helped you guys, hombre. It's time you help me and my homies. My hood's screwed up too. We got this shitty neighborhood on lockdown now.
Returning to Grove Street, Caesar comes to CJ for help in stopping the Vagos, and taking back his hood from them. You'll recruit some Grove Street members before joining up with Caesar and his crew, moving through apartment blocks to kill the Vagos, but also doing your best to keep Caesar and his crew alive. Rather frustratingly, this stupid mission kept bugging out on me. Sometimes it took forever to actually recruit some Grove Street members, as I couldn't lock onto them properly. Other times they would just ditch the car as I'm driving, needing me to go find them or recruit someone else on my way to Caesar. Then, partway through the mission, when we reached the alleyway, Caesar or one of his men would instantly die after the cutscene, causing me to fail. I had no clue what was happening, as it just seemed to happen at random. Best I can guess is the regular NPCs rioting might have been messing with the scripting of this mission. Eventually, after restarting the game and reloading my save, everything finally worked correctly so I could finish the mission. Unfortunately, we can't start the final mission yet, as in order to find Big Smoke, we need to take over enough territory in order to trigger the call from Sweet that he found his location, which requires taking over at least 20 pieces of territory, or about 35% of the map. And I just hate this. Like the previous Sweet missions, it just feels like lazy filler. This was what I meant near the beginning about the mechanic resurfacing in an ugly way. With all the problems I had at the beginning still being true here, its only saving grace is that you should be completely strapped at this point of the game, and can clear through these fights fast. Hell, do yourself a favor and get the jetpack to just hover above gangbangers as you shoot them, or fly up to a roof for protection. But you know what? Despite my complaints, going through these boring, repetitive gang warfare missions is worth it, as the final mission is just so damn good, and absolutely makes up for it.
Hey, Sweet! What's up?
It's time for smoke.
All right, let's roll.
The Johnson brothers finna take that fat fool down.
Once you've got enough territory, Sweet will call, as the Johnson brothers plan to take down Big Smoke once and for all. They'll pull up to Smoke's crack fortress, which is locked down and under heavy security. CJ will tell Sweet to stay behind, so he can sort out this mess on his own. Since we can't shoot our way in, it's time to improvise, by making use of a police tank to just smash through the door and smush any ballers who try to stop us. We'll have to fight through 3 floors of security before we can make it to Smoke in his penthouse on the 4th floor. The first floor is the security area, filled with dozens of ballers. Nothing to it other than to just advance through to the next stairwell. Though a funny glitch happens where a police tank just bursts through the window. The second floor is the drug lab, filled with more gangbangers and Smoke's drug cooks. There's some explosive barrels here and there you can take advantage of to kill several enemies at once. The third floor is the Baller's Lounge, made of several cramped rooms and hallways with very little cover. So you have to be careful before advancing through a room and avoid being out in the open for too long. Thankfully, each floor has a health and armor pickup on it, so if you run into a bad situation, you can heal yourself up before running back into the action. Finally, we'll ascend to the 4th floor and confront Big Smoke.
Hey, Smoke!
Hey, CJ, I was wondering when you would show up.
How'd you know it was me?
Knew it was my old dog, CJ. Knew you was coming and I don't give a shit.
Big Smoke brushes CJ off, barely concerned he's there or anything that's happening outside of his penthouse. All he cares about is how he's made it to the top. His old friend questioning what happened to him and how he fell so far. Big Smoke brushes him off, unwilling to explain it to him before the former friends square off.
What the fuck do you care? I guess we better do this shit then.
Despite his size, Big Smoke is fast, as he can immediately rush in and start putting pressure on you. His flurry of sword slashes easily fills up your posture bar, and can potentially break it if you're not careful. You'll want to play aggressive. Don't be afraid to charge in and get your slashes in. Just watch for his sword thrust and make use of the Makiri counter. Also be careful with staying too far, as he will fire off several arrows and can wind up one large shot for a ton of damage. Okay, the fighting is nothing like that, but could you imagine? Big Smoke's wearing a bulletproof vest that will soak up a lot of damage. He'll run around the penthouse, stopping to take shots at you before moving again, summoning some of his goons to shoot at you too. Best strategy is just to use an assault rifle and aim for his head, chasing after him as he runs around, stopping to kill any new minions that pop up. Partway through, he'll kill the lights, so you're supposed to pick up the thermal goggles that spawn in the room, but you can comfortably see without them and still shoot him. Once you whittled away his health, unlike Ryder, we do get a final death scene for Big Smoke.
Hey, Smoke, what made you flip out like that, man? Was it the drugs or what?
I got caught up in the money, the power. I don't give a shit. Oh, fuck, man.
Why you just didn't quit, man? We was like family, homie.
I had no choice. I had to do it.
I can't help but feel bad for Big Smoke. Everything went to his head. Unable to stop once he got what he wanted. Obsessed with making a name for himself and gaining more power. You can argue that Big Smoke is meant to be a dark mirror of CJ and his own ambition to get ahead. But where CJ never forgot those around him and put loyalty above all else, Big Smoke only ever saw himself and no one else. Maybe if he had someone to lean on, someone like CJ, he could have been pulled back to the light. What a waste indeed.
Carl Johnson, my man. I need you to do me another favor.
CJ doesn't get much time to mourn his friend though, as Tenpenny finally reappears. He holds up CJ at gunpoint and forces him to empty Big Smoke's safe into a suitcase, planning to make a run for it by catching a plane out of Los Santos. Before he can execute CJ and leave though, he falls for the oldest trick in the book.
Time to die.
Sweet!
What? Mother... It ain't over, Carl. It ain't over. Carl, you motherfucking piece of shit gang-banging cocksucker!
That asshole blows up the drug equipment on his way out, starting a fire that spreads fast throughout the whole building. With the power knocked out, you'll need to use the night vision goggles to see and make your escape, fighting through the remaining members of Smoke's crew, who stupidly decide it's better to try and kill CJ than get out of a burning building. You'll also have to put out some fires blocking your way as you descend the building. Once you escape, Tenpenny will take off on a fire truck, with Sweet running after and hanging on from the ladder on the back. You'll give chase for a while, avoiding the firebombs being tossed into the streets, until you need to catch Sweet when he starts losing his grip. Sweet will take over driving duties, following Tenpenny as you shoot at the police officers trying to stop you. There are tons of enemies going after you, so if you don't kill them quickly, they can destroy your car fast. Thankfully, if you do fail the mission, restarting it takes you back to the fire truck chase, and you don't have to fight through the crack fortress all over again. Eventually, Tenpenny will end up losing control of the fire truck and crashing off a bridge, ending up on Grove Street. Fatally injured, he climbs out of the truck, cursing everyone and still refusing to accept what he's done.
Assholes! You never understood what I did. 50 of me, and this town would be okay. I took the trash out. I did. And I'd do it all again.
Don't do it, man. He's gone.
I just want to be sure it's over, man. That's all.
It's cool. Don't need to put a bullet in him. He killed himself in a traffic accident. No one to blame.
See you around, officer.
Tenpenny dead, the crew go back to CJ's place, reflecting on what's happened and debating their next steps. They're soon joined by Mad Dog, Rosenberg, Macker, and Kemp Paul, all there to announce the good news that Mad Dog's record has gone gold. Celebrating his success, they all continue to discuss what to do next, before CJ decides to just step out and see how the streets are doing before the credits roll.
Carl, where are you off to now?
Finna hit the block. See what's happening.
And that was Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Christ, where do I even start? I think it goes without saying that I completely forgot how massive this game is considering how long this video is. This game is the culmination of everything that was built up in the previous two games. We have a massive open world that easily eclipsed any other game at the time of its release. One that felt alive with various locations that just invited player exploration. And thanks to the internet still being new around its release, allowed for all kinds of stories and myths to be born regarding what could possibly be hidden in the game. A combination of being able to swim and all these new vehicles like the jetpack or the Hydrojet removed any hassle of exploring this huge world. You had 3 major cities that looked and felt different from each other, thanks to their designs, NPCs, cars, and mission types, with tons of little settlements scattered in between them, some with their own secrets that made it worth dropping by. There's a massive amount of side content to do, from the usual vehicle missions, to taking over gang turf, racing, robbing houses, dating various girlfriends, and more. Most of them actually feel worth doing, and not like another box to check off on the open world checklist. It added so many customization options for CJ, from his physique to his hair and clothing, really letting players personalize their experience, even if you don't get any real control over his personality and choices. It had this huge cast of memorable characters that, while some can feel a bit goofy, felt grounded enough that it didn't distract from the story, with Woozy being my favorite out of the entire bunch, with Mike Chirino a close second. And it was so great to see so many familiar faces from the previous 2 games, seeing what became of some characters after Vice City, or fleshing out others a bit like Claude and Catalina before they showed up in GTA 3. Seeing so many of them in one game really helped sell that all 3 of these games were part of one connected world. While I think the story suffers from the same issues of GTA 3, where it feels more like a collection of loosely connected missions, I have to give props to its central villain, Officer Frank Tenpenny. He's always a constant presence through the game, and never misses a beat in reminding CJ of his almost untouchable authority. Tenpenny is constantly pulling the strings to manipulate everyone around him, always one step ahead of everyone. Samuel L. Jackson does an incredible job in portraying his arrogance and just how despicable he can be, making him one of the most memorable characters in all of Grand Theft Auto. I honestly can't think of a single GTA villain before or after this game that really measures up. This game gave us the most over-the-top and fun missions of the entire series, from raiding a military base to steal a jetpack, or pulling off an Ocean's 11-like heist, or just the simple nostalgia of returning to Liberty City for one more mission. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas feels like the absolute peak of the series, becoming the measuring stick that future games would always be compared to. Is it any surprise that both GTA 4 and 5 had such mixed reactions when compared to this game? 4 stripped back too much in favor of a more serious tone, losing the more out there set pieces and characters, while in my opinion 5 moved too much in the other direction, trying too hard to replicate what San Andreas did right and coming up a little short. Though replaying the game has made me reflect on my feelings about GTA 5, as I think I've been judging the game for what it wasn't, as opposed to what it is. So, like I did for GTA 4, I think I'm going to revisit the game and play it objectively, to try and appreciate what it was doing instead of knocking it down because it feels overrated, to finally give it a fair chance. But we'll see how that goes when I make a video on it sometime in the future. To sum up my thoughts, San Andreas is peak GTA, a culmination of everything this series is known for, that set the bar insanely high for what these huge open world crime games should be, with dozens of imitators trying and failing to reach that standard. I've had time to mull it over while working on this video the last few weeks, but I think I can confidently say that Grand Theft Auto San Andreas remains my favorite in the series, and it was great to revisit again, to make this absurdly long video discussing it and why I like it so much.